This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 26. A Royal Suitor. It was 8:30. "Wait till I get my breath," said Thurley, pausing with Alice on the stairs. "My heart is nearly breaking through." "So is mine," replied the fairy godmother, "for fear the Duke may totter with age. An old one might not understand a joke. I have given him absent treatment for an hour to make him young." Her treatment may or may not have been responsible, but the Duke was young. "Oh, thank Heaven," she said to herself when they entered the room with its brilliant lights and the richness of its furnishings, and beheld their royal visitor, uniformed, decorated, resplendent, standing with easy military grace to bow them into his presence. He was barely more than a boy, a tall, slender youngling of a long succession of Kaisers, fine-feathered, proud, as rosy as a girl, and adorned with a dark and downy moustachelet, singularly becoming in the emphasis it lent to his lip. Instructed as to what she ought to do at once, Thurley approached their noble visitor in her gracious, half-shy manner. Impelled by the dictates of her impulse, she held out her hand. The Duke had immediately raised his eyes to regard her as she came. A light of amazement, a shadowy puzzlement, and a blaze of sheer, uncontrollable admiration flashed in quick succession from the penetrative gaze he bent upon her, and Alice beheld it all. Neither she nor Thurley had more than discerned that Otto Wenk, purple with excitement and solicitude, was present a little apart. In the utmost candour, Thurley placed her hand in that of the Duke, and met the concentrated scrutiny of his eyes. "I am Miss Thurley," she said in German that flowed from her lips as water in a rill. "May I assure you of your welcome and express my pleasure at our meeting?" You have given me more, more than you may possibly derive from this happy occasion," he told her in a boyish murmur, charged with grace and self-control, and lifting her hand to his lips, he kissed it softly, then gazed as before in the liquid depths of her glance. "May I present my fairy godmother," said Thurley, turning to Alice. "Mrs. Van Kirk." The Duke advanced to exchange a formal salutation with his hostess, and to murmur some conventional ritual of pleasure. Alice, thoroughly equal to the moment, beamed her brightest, made an engaging American reply of welcome, and tactfully abandoned the pair at once to proceed where Wenk was still engorged with official worry, to set him more at ease. Thurley had wished for assistance, support in her trying situation. The Duke, on the contrary, seemed enormously relieved to behold Alice fade into the background. "It is a great surprise to find you here," he said, which might have meant almost anything, as Thurley was amply aware. He added, "It is also a very great pleasure. I could not have believed this meeting would so restore my happiness." "May I not beg you to be seated?" said Thurley. She was more and more puzzled by his attitude, and was swiftly wondering if such a thing could be possible as self-delusion on the part of such a fiancé, and if, mayhap, he had been engaged without previously meeting Princess Thurvinia. She continued nervously, "You arrived in New York this week?" "To-day," said the Duke, accepting a chair and gazing with ill-concealed rapture on Thurley's face. "I confess my impatience to see. Well, I am incredibly grateful for this early opportunity of discovering. Will you accept my declaration of very great joy at this meeting?" Thurley reddened with exquisite fire. "It is likewise a pleasure to me," she told him candidly, still unable to determine precisely the state of his mind and knowledge. "It is a greater pleasure than I had. We were a little prepared for your coming by Herr Wenk." He leaned toward her. "You had not anticipated a little pleasure in my arrival, then?" She laughed lightly, the colour playing in her face as the perfume plays about a rose. "Isn't it sufficient that I betray my pleasure now? You knew I had come a very great distance, that my action was perhaps without precedent in my anguished state for the mate my heart would select." Thurley nodded, crimsoning anew at the ardour and frankness of his gaze. "I knew you were coming. Knew Herzogoth is quite a long way off. I knew that, of course." "May I ask you other questions, personal questions?" "Why, certainly, if you do not require that I shall answer unless I please." He smiled. "Do I seem like that?" "It is not so much that I wish to ask, so much to you, perhaps, but shall you insist that I always call you Miss Thurley, never Princess?" She was greatly confused. "Why, we have desired everyone to call me Miss Thurley. Do you mind?" "Could I not alone call you Princess?" Brightness and ardour were dancing in his glance. She was more than ever plunged in doubt as to what and how much or how little he had guessed, or what could be the meaning of his words. "You alone?" she echoed. "I alone, Princess." "You have not called me Karl." The tide of her colour swept upward in her throat and cheeks, till the young Duke felt his soul madly beating its wings. Thurley thought if he knew her for other than the Princess, he was quite disloyal to the absent lady, and bold in his wooing of another. "Why, but how why should if you called me so " He was still leaning toward her eagerly. He interrupted her halting, stumbling utterance. His query was astonishingly frank. "Have you engaged yourself to marry someone here?" "Why, no, your Excellency doesn't." "You will not, then? Instead, you will think of Herzogossa as It was Alice who came to the rescue. With increasing alarm and wonder she had noted the trend of the young Duke's bearing, and had barely restrained an earlier impulse to terminate the interview. "Oh, your Excellency," she said, as she came in all innocence across the room, "how very interesting your trip across the water must have been. Herr Wenk informs me you saw 3 whales and several schools of porpoises, or did he see them himself?" Yes, pardon," ventured the fiery-faced Wenk desperately from his stand where Alice had left him. "It was I." "I saw nothing," said the Duke. "I was too unhappy." "But to night " "Some of us are very poor sailors," Alice interrupted graciously. "I shouldn't be able to see anything but a continent, and I'm not at all certain of that. You know, in strict duty, your Excellency, I am constrained to ask you our stereotyped question. How do you like New York? We always ask that of persons who have been here 5 minutes." The Duke received her query with gravity. At noon I detested all of America. To-night your city has my love." "Bravo!" said Alice. "We shall hope to keep you long." The Duke was quick for one so young. "It would be a great pleasure to receive your impressions of Herzogenaurach, yours and those of Miss Thurley." Alice smiled. "You return very soon?" The Duke glanced at Thurley as honestly as a boy. "So much depends upon circumstances over which I have not entire control. May I beg in the meantime the honour of presenting myself not infrequently here?" A certain naivete and directness of the Duke's request appealed to Alice instantly. She, too, was puzzled, not entirely certain of his knowledge or ignorance of the facts concerning Thurley, whom she had heard him address as Princess. She did comprehend that love at first sight, or something closely allied thereto, had conquered his heart. If he had, as she had expected, he would immediately discern that Thurley was not his fiancé. She foresaw also, if this was the case, a safeguard for her little ruse, if not a confirmation of the claim New York had made concerning her protégé, and that complications loomed ahead in a none too quieting manner. Alice was essentially dogged and persistent. The element whereby defeat is so often accepted had been forgotten in her composition. She had courage, the equal of Thurley's, plus a certain deliberate calmness that Thurley might never acquire. She glanced assertingly as far ahead as uncertain lights permitted now, in the second that elapsed before she answered. "It gives me great happiness to know you wish to honour us by returning to us here," she told the young Duke gravely. "I am sure it will be Miss Thurley's wish, as well as my own, to extend the utmost of our hospitality, and confess the pleasure we shall derive from every such attention as this to-night." Thurley could have gasped, but she suppressed the lightest sound. It seemed to her that Alice was indeed plunging into difficulties by adopting this generous course. Whatever the knowledge of the Duke concerning herself and her royal character, she was quite aware he was early manifesting symptoms that threatened one more reckless suitor on the scene. Yet she found herself obliged to admit that no other course seemed open, so long as Alice adhered to the game upon which they had entered. They were practically obliged to see his Excellency as often as he might choose to appear, or cut him off at once. The Duke himself contributed a trifle more to the strength of Alice's position, or perhaps to Thurley's predicament. He turned to the girl deliberately. "And may I believe that you also, Miss Thurley, share in this sentiment of welcome?" "Why, certainly," she faltered. "I shall hope to see you as often as Alice, as often as you care, as often as it gives you pleasure to please us by coming." It was not at all what she had wished to say, except in its general effect. She knew it was just about what Alice had expected, and saw that it lighted new beacons of fire in the eyes of the youthful Duke. Alice, for her part, aware that their royal visitor was about to depart, innocently drifted at once to the lonely wench, whose official solicitude had apparently been soothed. Karl Wilhelm was encouragingly prompt to take advantage of her thoughtfulness. He held out his hand and tingled mightily at the contact of Thurley's rosy fingers. "To-night it is auf Wiedersehen," he murmured. "When I come again, Princess, you will welcome me with Karl?" "Perhaps we had better wait," said Thurley judiciously, "and let the welcome come as it may." "If it answers my heart, I shall be content," he told her in a manner that Alice could not have heard. Then he kissed her hand as he had before, and was presently gone on his way. End of chapter 26. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 27. What Walls May Separate. On Thursday morning, in the sunshine that broke through the mist and clouds of New York Harbour, fully 2 hours before noon, all the waterfront of Gothem was astonished and mystified by the sudden appearance of a sea-going yacht of extraordinary swiftness that set all the shipping tongues to wagging. Almost simultaneously with the dropping of her anchor by the trim white visitor from somewhere out beyond, a rumour was started on its way to the press that Emperor Wilhelm's private yacht, with some great German personage aboard, perhaps even the Kaiser himself incog., had quietly slipped up abreast to the New York Yacht Club moorage, after cleaving the grey Atlantic in almost record time, and was said to have come on an errand of state involving matters of most profound importance. Rumours are amazing. Whence they start, how they travel, why they alter as they go, these are queries for the probers of things psychological. Before anything authentic could possibly be known of the slender bit of steel and power from overseas, the tales that had spread of her coming and her purpose contained a germ of truth. The vessel was owned in Germany and had frequently carried the Kaiser. The personage aboard her this morning had come in haste on matters of gravest moment to his state, and in pursuing the shadow of the mighty liner that had brought Karl Wilhelm, Duke of Saxe-Herzenheimer, to American shores, had closely approached the record. The man aboard, however, was not from Wilhelm's imperial court. He came from Herzegovina, seeking the youthful duke and the still more youthful princess, both truant from their fatherland, and greying the hair of the elders left behind. He was a small, iron-visaged being, an ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary, that traveller, none other than Baron von Hochous of the kingdom of Herzegovina, captain of the Cuirassier regiment von Seydlitz equerry to H.R.H. Grand Duke of Hesse-Stuttgart, etc., etc., grown wrinkled and white of head in the service of his country. He attracted little or no attention when he landed, the curious having prepared themselves to single out some giant of mere physical proportions to fulfil the expectations centred upon the important being of the rumour. With the courier to aid and further his movements, the servitor in question being a German familiar with Manhattan, he was presently driven in a taxicab to one of the smaller high-class hotels between 23rd and 42nd Streets, where he was sufficiently fortunate to surprise and detain Otto Wenck, once more a thoroughly worried individual who had lost the youthful duke. Threatened with apoplectic astonishment thus to encounter so great a person, Wenck was barely able to believe his eyes when the Baron came upon him. He had never been so excited or congested with news and alarm in all his life. "He is gone! Heaven must have sent you!" he exclaimed the moment he could gain sufficient breath to credit his senses. "I am beside myself with despair." The Baron eyed him for a moment narrowly. "Sit down, then," he commanded quietly. "Permit your despair and your pulse to subside. By he, I presume you refer to the Duke. He can scarcely have been here more than a day. He cannot have gone very far. You doubtless mean he has quitted your country. I shall not therefrom judge him so far insane, which has been a great temptation. You will kindly compose yourself sufficiently to relate to me briefly and promptly all that has happened since you were cabled to move in the matter of Princess Thurvinia." Wank sat down as directed. "He is not unhappy, your Excellency," he declared at once. "He altered as soon as he had seen her." "Is this the cart or the horse you bring me first?" inquired the Baron incisively. "A detailed and chronological statement of your actions, the results, and all developments, if you please, and without too much expenditure of time." With excitement not to be repressed, and with repetitions numerous and somewhat irritating to the Baron, Wank proceeded to state every minute occurrence with which he had been in any manner concerned in the matter of Princess Thurvinia, dwelling in great particularity on the visits to Thurley and Alice Van Kirk, both with and without the Grand Duke. "Last night," he concluded, "his Excellency was amazingly light of heart and joyous with song. He had little to say, but much to sing. He gave me no intimation he should vanish from my watchful vision, but this morning he is gone from his quarters, and I fear has, with a purpose, to go his own ways, somewhere ensconced himself, with perhaps an altered name." The ambassador plenipotentiary was somewhat grimly mollified. The affair to him looked far more promising than he and his peers of Herzegovina had supposed would be possible. Since the Duke and the Princess had met and exchanged such manifestations of friendship, even her declaration of intent to remain away from home was a matter of minor importance. He began at once a circumstantial examination of the agent to whom he had entrusted the conduct of affairs up to the moment when, on the Duke's disappearance on a vessel bound for America, he himself had been impressed to save the gravest situation in all the annals of the court. Meanwhile, by one of those strange juggleries of chance, straight through on the opposite side of that same block of buildings, in an old-fashioned residence, long since abandoned to the transient needs of a restless and dubious fragment of New York's population, another conference concerning Princess Thurvinia was in progress. 3 persons, one of whom had just arrived, occupied the large, dingy room, where an ancient fireplace and a frescoed ceiling attested to the building's past grandeur. 2 of the trio were men, the other was that same icy-eyed woman who had stared at Thurley at the horse show. Her companions called her Madame Zagorski. She was Russian, a nihilist, socialist, and selfist, of a type born for intrigue and adventure. One of them was German, the other Slav, named Pelavin. The German answered to the name of Max. It was he who had followed Alice and Thurley from the garden, and had spied upon the princess almost constantly since. He had just returned from Lakewood, where Edith Steck had gone, his place at the Avenue Mansion having meantime been filled by a man for whom the 3 were at present waiting. Madame Zagorski was obviously mastermind and master energy of all the combination. There were several other agents in the group, all diligently engaged with various details of the business in hand. "If you have your breath," the woman said to Max, "will you condescend to inform us what you have done?" The icy stare of her venomous eyes had frequently made the German uneasy, and his gaze dropped shiftily now as he panted for relief to his lungs. He had walked from the ferry and climbed 3 flights of stairs. "One moment, I will tell you," he panted. I have done well." "So say you," said the woman. "Then has this Miss Steck written at last, and have you fetched her letter that I may read it here?" Max nodded. "I have the letter," and he took it from his pocket to have it promptly snatched from his hand. "An easy hand to forge," commented Madame Zagorski, eyeing the direction of the envelope before she tore the letter open to give it a hurried perusal. "Ah, she improves in health already, does she? So." The note was addressed to "Dear Lady Bountiful," and signed "Your happy Edith" only. "It is well we intercept this letter," continued Madame Zagorski. "What think you, Pelevin? Have you a better plan than a letter like this to Miss Thurley, informing her this Edith is robbed and very ill once more, and has returned, and must ask that her benefactress come without delay?" Pelevin cleared his throat. "Any plan so that she comes. If she has once responded to this woman's appeal, she will doubtless respond again." "This method is wise and safe," ventured Max, who had, as he said, done well. "Let us take all possible precautions, for the business is already sufficiently risky." "It is sufficiently slow. This inactivity, this mere shadowing," exclaimed the woman impatiently. "Dare any one suggest another delay in moving, now that we have this letter for a model?" "Jan is not here," said Max tentatively. "He is long gone, and must have something important to report." Madame Zagorski snorted like a horse. "More likely something important to drink. One night yet I shall strangle Jan with my hands that have so often itched for the pleasure." "And yet," said Pelevin, "he is indispensable with his knowledge of Herzogatha and the court." "And therefore yet he lives," added the madam. She rose and paced the floor restlessly, the others meantime silent while they waited. There was nothing further to discuss as to formulated plans, so often had every detail been rehearsed. It was merely a matter now of choosing the hour for action. For perhaps 10 minutes the woman swung back and forth like a female leopard before her iron bars, while Max stared straight down at the floor, and Pelevin made fantastic drawings on a blotting pad. At a distant sound the madam suddenly halted and stood intently listening. "At last," she said, and a moment later, climbing 2 steps at a stride, a pale-faced, watery-eyed, well-dressed Hollander appeared where the door was held open for his entrance. It was Jan. "I am sober," he panted to the woman's superior triumphantly. "I have great piece of fortune news. The Grand Duke is here. He has already seen the princess. I have left him for hardly a minute since, and have observed him this morning when he departed from Wank and made for himself new quarters." Even Madame Zagorski was mute for a moment with astonishment and joy. She could scarcely believe she had heard the man right. She had closed the door and stood regarding him with her penetrative stare, as if his panting was some strange phenomenon. "You are sure of what you say?" she asked at last. "The Grand Duke is here in New York?" "Here. Who shall so well know him as myself?" said Jan. "I'm sober. I've had nothing to eat, no drink, since 7 o'clock last night. He is here." "The smile of fortune is our cause at last," said the woman with fanatical zeal, as she made wild gestures with her hands. "We shall now get them both. It is worth all the waiting, everything. Perhaps we must wait a little longer now, but to get them both, a lifetime would be a little wait." She turned to Jan almost savagely. "You left someone to watch the princess?" "No one," Jan confessed, like a whipped cur. "It was more important to follow the Duke. You will say so yourself. Not until half an hour ago could I get Lorraine and set her to shadow Karl Wilhelm while I come. I've done my best." "Where is he, then, the Duke?" Jan produced a dirty bit of paper and gave it into her hand. On it was written the name and street address of a hostelry to which the Duke had gone, together with the number of his room and the name under which he had registered. "Max," commanded Madame Zagorski, "go at once to the post on Fifth Avenue. It is early. You may yet be in time to begin with the programme of the idle rich." "But the plans, the newer plans, now that the Duke is present," said Max. "Shall these not require us all?" "They require none but myself," replied the woman. "You shall smell of their brewing in season." Max went his way, and preparations for the brew began at the dingy old quarters through the block from Wenk and Baron von Hochous. End of chapter 27. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 28. The Car of Fates. New York has a record for sunny December afternoons, but none to excel the beauty of that particular one, deserving to be long remembered by many abroad in the park. Stuyvesant's car arrived in front of Alice Van Kirk's a little after 2, Stuyvesant sitting at his chauffeur's side while the man tooled the big shining car to a standstill at the curb. "Meet me here to take it home about 4:30, Robley instructed. "Let the motor run." The man alighted after his master saluted, looked the purring mechanism over with a critical eye, and walked away. Stuyvesant ran up the steps of the mansion, but did not enter, as Thurley met him at the door. She was furred from boots to crown in the richest Russian sable, the garment a masterpiece of tailoring for grace and ease of movement. It seemed to Stuyvesant he had never seen her wondrous brown eyes so softly beautiful, her brows so delicately arched, her colour so brilliant and changeful. The smile on her curving lips was exquisitely lovely. She seemed the very embodiment of daintiness and strength together, a supple young goddess, chosen by beauty and magnetic energy to be their royal expression. "You're really going to let me drive? You meant it?" she asked him delightedly. "I was so afraid you'd alter your mind after all." "Where you're concerned, I haven't one to alter," he assured her smilingly, conveying a truth in a jest. "Haven't you noticed that before?" "Oh, how could I notice the functions of your mind if it doesn't exist?" she replied to him archly. "And if what you say is true, it wouldn't be polite to observe it anyway." He too smiled. "Polite or not, I trust you'll notice my happiness this afternoon, and make up your mind it ought to be cultivated regularly." They had come to the car, and she was stepping to take the driver's seat. "Is your happiness such an anemic plant, or merely some sort of frail exotic?" "Oh, it could stand its knocks," he responded cheerfully. "In fact, it does, constantly. but it thrives in sunshine naturally. She speeded up the motor and adjusted the speed-controlling lever. "In which, of course, it is quite distinct from any other person's happiness," she answered, with another of her smiles. "It's the only one of its kind." "It's the only one I have," he said, as she slipped in the clutch and the car began to move. "And you control the sun." "Wouldn't it be horrid to be the Ice Trust?" she asked him in mock gravity. "Think of the blighted little bits of happiness then. Where shall we go?" "Oh, let's follow the wand of pleasure." "Oh, I very much prefer to follow the roads. Wherever you wander, then they lead you back again." "Then choose the longest, the one that comes back by the devious windings of the proverbial shortest way home. I don't believe I shall notice where we go. I'm sure I shan't care, so long as the golden sunshine continues." They were rolling down the avenue with others of their kind. "You must be home the minute the sun goes down?" "On the contrary, I'd go on like this for ever." "Oh, you'd tire of motoring finally, if motors became immortal. You'd ache for wings, or a little golden aeroplane with the harp strapped on behind." "Suppose," he said, "you were the final arbiter, the goddess in control, and you knew I was aching for anything. Would you really wish to be kind? What would you do for that ache?" "Advise a mustard plaster," said Thurley, persistently unwilling to be anything but lightly responsive to his queries and his hints. "Oh, and a hot water bag if you felt a chill in your feet." "Oh, Lord!" he groaned. "This isn't an auto, it's a hospital. Don't you know that doctors aren't human beings?" "Neither is a final arbiter," she answered. "It sounds more like a brindle terrier. I shouldn't care to be one, please." Down the length of the avenue, as far as the plaza entrance to the park, where the gilded statue of Sherman, his horse, and the goddess of victory were glinting in the sun, she drove, pursued behind by one of the big green motor buses that buzzed like a giant insect. They were preceded also by carriages and cars in rapidly increasing numbers. "A little of the park to begin with, anyway," she said, "and then perhaps out in the country. You'll have to direct me as to the roads as soon as we leave the crowd." "The New York crowd is hard to leave," he told her sagely. "They invade all the country and all abroad, and have their eyes on Mars. But I should say round the park, then over by Riverside Drive, and the world is practically spread before us for exploration out beyond." Thurley swung into the brilliant procession that flowed like a stream through the highways of New York's superb oasis, and 100 necks were craned as car and carriage occupants turned to stare at the girl like a figure of beauty at the wheel. "It isn't much like our first little trip together," Stuyvesant continued presently. "I don't suppose we'll ever be able to duplicate the excitement and all the rest of that." "Would you like to try it with your second wrist?" she inquired. "Don't you think you're sufficiently interesting as you are?" "I shall soon have this one out of the hospital," he answered, "when I hope for the pleasure of doing my share of the work." Such energizing elixir was in the air as made the speed and distance restrictions of the park a species of aggravation. Eagerly Thurley gazed out ahead, her faculties largely centred on the guidance of the car. She had neither time nor self-consciousness to be aware of the scores of curious and admiring beings who passed them and forgot all else in watching her animated beauty. Here and there a carriage or an auto glided by with acquaintances recently encountered. Some Thurley saw and acknowledged with a smile. Others were wholly unobserved in her preoccupation with driving. Fieschi was one of those who passed staring and grimacing actively, only to be lost a moment later without having drawn so much as a glance. He was storming inwardly with rage at Stuyvesant, an impotent emotion that heightened his own desire. Thurley began her deviation from Robley's programme as soon as the change was practicable. She guided the car from the western exit of the park at the northern end, in sight of the giant bones and skeleton of the great cathedral of St. John the Divine, drove straight up past the mighty structure, then over to the river and the drive, presently passing the tomb of Grant and continuing on to the huge steel viaduct that spans a great Harlem ravine. "What shall we achieve if we keep this direction long enough?" she finally asked of her companion. "Is this the road to Boston?" "Yonkers," said Stuyvesant. "Albany finally, if we keep on straight, and Buffalo afterward, or anything you like. Sleepy Hollow is out in this direction after Yonkers." "You couldn't promise me a sight of dear old Rip Van Winkle out in the Emersonian glades?" "I can show you Poe's cottage in the Bronx," he answered smilingly. "There's the picture of the crow on the gable." "The raven," she declared. "No, it's a crow," he persisted. "The sort one doesn't hanker after at that. Shall I show you the road and let you see?" "Oh, let's just ride," she said, and some way it gladdened his heart, just the friendly comrade way she said it, smiling in his eyes. They rode toward Yonkers, out along the last encroachments of the monster city with its blocks of houses, tramping down the grass and the trees and even the rocks of the once green Manhattan Island beneath the far part of the subway railroad structure, here built like the older fashioned elevated road, and finally over the bridge that spans the Harlem River, isolating New York from the mainland of the long and slender peninsula, and so ran on through Van Cortlandt Park, where golfers were straying on the green. They turned to the right at Stuyvesant's direction after coming to hill-built Yonkers-town, and rove through open stretches of country, where, with the grass still green and trees all stark, there was merely a ghostly suggestion of the recent autumnal beauty. Far over to the eastward they encountered the old-time Boston road, where the post-chaise once made its lumbering way from the Dutch of New Amsterdam to the Pilgrims of New England. Out here, on the borders of Pelham Bay, there were cars in unexpected numbers endlessly humming up and down the splendid thoroughfares in idle pursuit of pleasure. The sun was inclining westward when at length they turned to head for the town and home. Down through the long straight stretch of Jerome Avenue they came upon cars in all manner of haste and colour, some of them crowded, others occupied by a single being only, and the vast majority, like themselves, bound homeward to escape the chill already suggested in the air. Thurley had pushed her throttle up a notch and advanced the spark sufficiently to accelerate their speed to a pace only just within the limit of the law. Then she and Stuyvesant were startled by a strange, piercing cry of warning from the rear, just as their car shot in upon a mile or more of narrowed road, where excavations and upthrown earth occupied half of the highway's ordinary width. Stuyvesant turned, and Thurley saw the blanching of his face, even before she could take part of a second necessary to cast one look behind. A rare and horrifying thing had happened. A car built for racing, with 3 helpless children sitting in the rear, was plunging down the crowded road with all the madness of a runaway locomotive, its driver suddenly stricken with death at the wheel. One of his hands still lingered on the throttle, and spark, which a jolt as he died had thrown forward. The other hand had fallen at his side. He sat in apoplectic rigidity, his glassy eyes staring unseeingly before him, his attitude that of some grim Nemesis, severe as stone, pursuing his living fellow beings as if for company on the long, dark avenue into the great unknown. He was going like the wind. Nearly a dozen cars had shot, veered, and skidded from his path before the warning cry had come so far as Thurley's ears. The children that rode with the grim chauffeur were screaming in agonized horror. Women's shrill trebles pierced the air above the hoarser shouting of men. By a series of things mysterious and not to be expected, the death-driven car did not swerve madly from the beaten track and crash into the trees at the side of the road, or into the equally fatal and thickly planted iron trolley posts lying down through the centre of the highway. It came on, rocking and swaying drunkenly, like a thing of life, diabolically intent upon destruction. The horror of the spectators, who felt rather than saw that the driver was a corpse, had been centred on fear for the children, thrown about in the tonneau in sickening violence. A few had feared for themselves before they could dart from the monster's path and feel it rocket by. Now, of a sudden, the alarm increased. Not only were the children in danger of instant death through collision with any of the numerous obstacles along the path, but everyone chasing in wild pursuit became aware of the car ahead, the car with Thurley and Stuyvesant, hedged in the narrower earth-banked road and unable to dodge to the side. "We're in for it now," said Robley quietly. "You'll have to race to escape it." Thurley glanced behind again and then at the road ahead. "We can't pick up the speed," she said calmly enough, making every possible move to give her more power, "and some trolley cars are blocking ahead, and a danger flag or something in the way." "Good God, those children!" muttered Stuyvesant. "It's they or us, or maybe both, in spite of all we can do." He expected that he and Thurley would be saved, not by their possible speed ahead, but rather by some frightful plunge the comet behind them must presently make, with no sentient control of the wheel. But still, by that singular perversity of inanimate things, the runaway mechanism clung to the road as if some unseen, ghostly hand was laid to guide it to the deadly course and reap a greater harvest. "Gaining!" Stuyvesant cried in helpless horror, while Thurley, bending every energy to urge the car faster and faster, abruptly saw a mass of rock and earth debris piled up from a broken water main across her only course. They shot past the first of the trolley cars stalled on the tracks, and were in a cul-de-sac. Passengers, conductor, and motorman shrieked as they saw the impending doom, where the dead man's chariot held lurchingly, almost malignantly, to the road and crept upon the rear of Robley's car. Stuyvesant was kneeling in his seat, helplessly transfixed by the awful stare of the dead man's face, now a few rods only away. He had never seen anything more frightful, more repellent in his life. A fearful intensity had set its mark on the mask of death, till the face bore a look of murderous hate which chilled the blood in Robley's veins. Thurley stood up, or half stood up, by the wheel. "I'm going to let it strike," she cried. "It's the only way." She meant the racer was bound to overtake them despite her utmost efforts. Disaster blocked the road ahead. The machine behind them had gone amuck, and death was at the helm. She dared not slack to receive the blow. Her only hope was to hold her speed, and so accept the impact with as small a jar as such momentum would allow. She was glancing alternately out ahead to steer, and behind to receive the plunging comet of steel and force so madly hurtling upon them, her face as grey as stone. Inch by inch the fire-belching engine of doom was creeping up in their dust. It struck a bump of something in the road, lurching horribly over, struck another that instantly righted in forward wheels, and leaped onward as if angered by delay. Forward, backward, Thurley's glance was flung, and then with a sudden twisting of the wheel she swerved aside for the breadth of a hand, and the monster behind rammed viciously up against her car. Its headlamp shattered with a crash of glass and metal, its two front wheels, as it were, closely sandwiched with the rear ones of Stuyvesant's machine, while its radiator crumpled on the springs and tonneau of the flying obstacle encountered. There was one huge jolt which sat Thurley down, but her hands were still glued to the wheel. She kicked off her clutch and lightly applied her brake. Her own motor, disconnected from the driving gear, raced in the wildest uproar. She held to the road, thrusting harder on the brake, till presently, driven only by the madly ramming machine behind, she was halting the interlocked cars. The weight of her own big tourer was slowing the racer at the rear to impotent snarling and inertia, when Stuyvesant clambered heedlessly over the tonneau, and all but leaped to the car where the dead man sat, and stilled the labouring motor. Ahead they had barely another 100 yards of road sufficiently open for the race. Thurley sank limberly into her seat, as weak and white as a towel, yet she faintly smiled as Stuyvesant cast her a look from his place where the children were safe. She had performed a masterpiece of receiving and cushioning a collision which, something akin to a miracle, had cheated of its prey. End of chapter 28. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 29. Baron Hochous. How long they had been delayed by the avoided collision, the ensuing excitement, and the forcing apart of the cars, Thurley could never have told. It seemed to her another afternoon a long way removed from the earlier hours, when at length she and Robley were once more gliding down the road with the lowered sun redly blazing upon them. She was driving automatically, reactionary steadiness having succeeded her nerve collapse. She was still a trifle pale, but had pulled herself together with amazing promptness. After the ordeal was over, and had stoutly refused the services of a dozen chauffeurs that Stuyvesant was ready to engage, they had not resumed their former gaiety of conversation. Indeed, they had scarcely spoken at all for the 15 minutes elapsed since once more getting under way. They came to the great iron drawbridge over another winding of the Haarlem River, where railroad structure, shipping, trolley, confusion, and a mighty exemplification of the city's activities abruptly blotted out all but memory of the quiet glades behind. "We seem fated for excitement," said Stuyvesant at last, "especially with this car. I wonder what the third will be, and when." Thurley glanced at him with one of her fainter smiles. "You believe in threes? You're superstitious?" "Oh, I don't know. I'm sure everyone has a few superstitions, I presume. There does seem to be a sort of fatality in trios. We may not get our third experience, of course, but then—" "Well, why ride in this old car any more?" Thurley interrupted, half in earnest. "I don't believe I shall." "If it's fated you will, you can't escape it," he assured her laughingly, yet a little serious nevertheless. We are mere helpless puppets of our destiny, and it works both ways. If we can't escape our cataracts of disaster, neither can we sidestep our zephyrs of joy." Thurley looked grave. "I think I prefer cataracts of joy and zephyrs of disaster." "May they come that way," he said devoutly. "I would order them so if I could." "Oh, it looked like a whirlwind of death a while ago," she said after a moment of silence. "Please, if you must have a third of our experiences, begin to tame it down right away." There was no particular pleasure in the threading the uptown streets of Gothem, as Thurley presently discovered. By Stuyvesant's direction she wound across and down strange thoroughfares with all her ordinary skill, however, till at length they rolled through Lenox Avenue, and so once more to Central Park for the final charm of their journey. The last of the orange sunshine was casting a ruddy glow of day-end splendour on the trees and lawns of the still populous roadways, as they joined the homeward roving procession of motors and open carriages. Thoroughly intent as before on the guidance of the control of the car, where a moment's reckless driving might precipitate some huge disaster, had barely taken time to enjoy a glance at the sun's soft glory and the cheering ruby background for the trees. She did not note the rapid approach of a carriage wherein two men were riding and inspecting all the crowds. Stuyvesant beheld the conveyance, or rather felt his glance attracted to one of the men on its cushions. The man was stiff in his poise and leaning angularly forward in his seat, as he stared with concentrated intensity at the girl driving the car. It was Baron von Hochous, Ambassador Extraordinary from Herzegovina, and Wenk at his side. In a vain, rapid search for the missing Grand Duke, they had finally adopted this expedient, trusting that they might perchance discover him riding in the park. The little man, more iron-visaged than before, with this vision of Thurley to set the lines of his countenance, saw nothing of Stuyvesant, or at most had given him a glance, but Robley returned his intensified stare, instantly puzzled to know where it was he had seen this face before. The exchange of scrutinies lasted but a moment, when the auto and the carriage shuffled into moving pack of life and parted by the ceaseless manoeuvres of the traffic, and the Fates continued each its own way. The Baron turned galvanically as one on a pivot in his seat, and Stuyvesant craned his neck to the limit, and the incident was closed. "Did you see him? See that man?" said Robley, wheeling at once to the girl. "He stared at you as if he had seen a spirit." "What man?" said Thurley. "I didn't notice any one at all." "Who in the deuce? I've seen him before, but where?" continued Stuyvesant. "He's someone in particular. I wish I could think. I know him well, but where or how?" "New York has a large staring population," Thurley ventured. "Perhaps he's just the star starer, or star gazer, if you prefer, of the town." Stuyvesant smiled, but his thoughts were far afield. "It always worries me to forget a thing I ought to remember. It seems to me he did me a favour sometime. Couldn't have been at Newport or here in New York. Doesn't a thing like that get on a fellow's mind and stick like a ghost?" Thurley saw no necessity of taking the matter so seriously. "Are ghosts really known to be sticky? Ah, I remember, of course." He suddenly turned to the girl, a new sort of gravity depicted on his face. "If you had only seen him," he added. "No wonder he stared. I mean, he was Baron von Hochous of Herzegovina, one of the biggest men in the kingdom." For a moment Thurley met his gaze blankly. till of a sudden the full significance of this intelligence, in the light of what Robley believed of herself, burst in upon her swiftly moving thoughts. She coloured instantly, visions of the Grand Duke Karl and 100 kindred incidents and lucubrations crowding thickly upon her. "The Baron?" she started. Stuyvesant, noting her confusion, was instantly contrite. "Oh, I beg your pardon. I hardly stopped to think. The abruptness of the meeting, my memory. I hope I have not distressed you unintentionally." "Oh, it's not worth mentioning," Thurley murmured, still somewhat nonplussed nevertheless, and wondering what, if anything, the visit of another dignitary from Herzegovina might imply, and how much his presence in Gothem might affect herself and Alice. "You met him on the Continent? You've been to Herzegovina?" "No, at Berlin. I've never been to his country, but hope. Well, he did me a very great service 2 years ago, and was good enough to say I had done him a greater. We became very friendly. I liked him through and through." Thurley was silent for a moment. When she spoke, her companion was aware that the subject was dismissed. "I believe I shall not drive all the way down through the park," she said. "I begin to feel a little recurrence of something from what we went through." Stuyvesant, having hoped all afternoon from one of the little familiar exchanges of a word or a glance between herself and him, something that would hark back to their initial meeting, perhaps, or to some of the few sweet occasions since, was loath to realise that their day was at an end, with nothing said between them to arouse his oscillating hopes. "It's a pity the sun must sink a day like this," he said. "I wish it might reverse its motion and begin things all over again." "Oh, no," she expostulated warmly. "It has been far too strenuous for me. I'd rather start a new one, please, and leave a few things out." "But not our ride and sense of comradeship." She looked at him quietly, softly, despite her sense of judgment. "It has been like that, hasn't it? I mean, shall I drive you home again?" It was just a flash of that wondrous afternoon when joy had eased his pain. His heart bounded lightly at her look and smile, and the shadowy presence of her softer mood, before it was merged into something else, elusive and evanescent. "Oh, no, my man will drive me home," he said. "Would you wish to have him take you away again and leave you somewhere in the park?" "I enjoyed that visit to the park," she answered, and speeding up the car, she drove it down the avenue to which they had emerged, and was presently halting by the curb before the Van Kirk abode. He assisted her out, and, thrilled at the clasp of her little hand for a moment entrusted to his own, for a second he held her gaze. "Shall I see you again, Miss Thurley, soon?" She arched her brows in her quaintly piquant way. "I hardly expect to vanish or become invisible. Good bye until we meet again. I've enjoyed it nearly all." She ran up the steps and waved him adieu, and her smile made his heart rejoice. Then presently he was gone with his waiting chauffeur, and thoroughly encountering Alice on the stairs, paused halfway up, as if the weight of her news could be carried no farther that day. "More startling things for you to hear," she said. "Who do you think we just passed in the park?" "I know," said Alice, instantly mimicking soldierly rigidity. "Baron von Hochous, all sorts of things from Herzegovina. Am I right?" "Good gracious," said Thurley, once more a trifle pale from over taxations of the hour. "But how—" "He has already been here this afternoon. He is coming again at 8 o'clock, and has asked to see you alone." Thurley sat down on the stairs. "Aren't they getting thick?" she said, faintly smiling up at Alice. "But What's the use of worrying? Mr. Stuyvesant and I were nearly killed by a runaway automobile." It was Alice's turn to feel a wilting of the heart. She too sat down on the stairs. "Thurley, you're pale, child. Tell me all about it." "Well, it didn't last long, thank the stars," imparted Thurley, and, reducing the story to the minimum of facts and horrors, she related what had occurred. "It happened to end all right," she continued presently, "but it made me a little weak. The other car was damaged pretty badly, but we were barely scratched. Of course, there were plenty of people to take the children home, and the awful dead thing away." "Made you a little weak?" repeated Alice. "Good heavens! Robley couldn't have driven you home. Who did?" "Oh, there was no good reason for hiring a man," said Thurley simply. "I was soon all right again." "You drove the car after that?" "Why, of course." Alice swallowed hard at her emotions. "I think you are safe enough to meet the Baron alone." But she put out her arms, slid down a step, and strained Thurley tightly against her bosom. "You frighten me, dear," she added maternally. "I some way feel I'd rather you wouldn't ride with Robley again. There's a hoodoo on his car." Thurley laughed in sheer relief from overstrain of strength and nerves. "Robley said something like that himself. But I almost love that car. He said we'd have to look out for the third time and its charm. Dear girl," Alice added in her tender mood, "I have launched you in violent waters, apparently." "Mostly Florida waters," Thurley laughed. "I'm the luckiest girl in the world, after all." Alice kissed her, rose, assisted Thurley to her feet, and with one arm snugly about the slender waist, went with her up the stairs. Chapter 29. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 30. A Plenapetentary Begs. For the third time Thurley faced a species of dread behind the reception-room door. The Baron was there, alone. "He's as little as a Christmas tree candle," Alice assured her, smoothing the girl's wondrous golden hair by way of allaying her nervous apprehensions. "You needn't be afraid of handling him. Just as you wish. You could blow him out with a whiff." "If you could only help me a little," Thurley said, her smile rather faint and forced, "you would know in a moment whether I'd better tell him or not that I'm sorry I just look so like the Princess." Alice patted her affectionately on the cheek. "If a girl who did what you did today cannot trust to guidance of her instincts and judgments, she ought to be abandoned to her fate, that's all. You'll know what to say and do, and whatever you decide, be sure, my dear, I'll accept it and be content. Now go along. I'll finish reading of your heroic contact in the Evening Star." "Oh, it isn't half true, not half of all of that stuff," said Thurley, reddening guiltily at the thought of the lurid account already in the New York press concerning the collision on the road. "I don't see where they ever get so much." "Go along," said Alice, "and remember, this little clothespin of a baron is not a 60-horsepower automobile." One of the servants opened the door to the room where the Baron was in waiting. Thurley entered in girlish trepidation, instantly convinced that the Baron was 8 feet tall and 150 horsepower at least. The man was little only in his stature. His genuine size could not have been concealed or calculated. He was standing in the centre of the room when Thurley entered, his hands behind his back. He had halted from pacing up and down at the slight sound at the door. He came half the distance forward, regarding Thurley piercingly, as she, half dazed and wholly fascinated by his personality filling all the room, gazed fixedly upon him while advancing. "Miss Thurley, I believe," he said in German, the iron of his face relaxing in a mobile way as he discerned and comprehended her timidity of spirit. "May I hope I am welcome in your home?" "Oh, very welcome," Thurley said impulsively, transformed at once to her frank and easy self by something cordial in his manner, and she held forth her hand in token of sincerity. With an older, more finished grace than that of the Duke, he took it and raised it to his lips. "I honour myself in the privilege of coming," he assured her, looking her once more squarely in the eye. "You were a little prepared for my visit?" "I have been prepared for almost anything recently," Thurley blurted honestly. "I mean, of course, Mrs. Van Kirk informed me when I returned this afternoon." "So. Will you not be more comfortable seated?" Thurley inclined her head. "And you will also be comfortable?" He drew up a chair as she sank on a slender bit of Chippendale, and then sat only on its edge with a certain military alertness, as if expectant of the bugle's call and the hastening into action. "You are perhaps a little aware of my mission here in America," he said, with no further preliminaries by way of introducing his subject. "You know I have come as an extraordinary representative of the Court of Herzogossa." "Yes," answered Thurley, a little faintly, "I knew something of your dignity, your mission, of course. Mrs. Van Kirk informed me." "You know that the kingdom of Herzogossa is very much distressed, almost disrupted by the unprecedented disappearance and absence from the court of Princess Thurvinia and the Grand Duke Karl Wilhelm?" Thurley wondered whither his line of queries might be trending, but she saw no course but to answer straightforwardly. There was no sign as yet to guide her along a special path. "I could scarcely be in ignorance of what you have stated, of some of it, I mean." "But you may not know the gravity, the acute anxiety of the situation," he told her quietly. "I wish in particular to impress upon you the fact that Herzogossa is appalled, is politically stricken to its utmost foundation by this calamity. That disaster stares her in the face. Absorption, disintegration, I might say degradation and ruin, if her princess and the duke are not restored to their kingdom. I wish to arouse your profoundest sympathy with these facts, and to play upon every noble attitude of your nature thereby." He spoke with a feeling even deeper than that betrayed by Wenk in this very room, as the former representative pleaded with her to return to Herzogossa. Wenk had obviously believed herself to be princess. It did not seem credible for half a moment that Baron von Hochous could be similarly deluded, and yet she could not, from his impassioned speech, extract the slightest clue to his mind. She was much affected. Her sympathies were thoroughly aroused. She hardly knew what she must answer. She was almost on the point of revealing then and there her entirely American identity and helplessness in Herzogotha's situation. You certainly do arouse. I mean, you make me wish to help you all I can," she said. "I only wish—" "You can help me greatly, here, to-night." And he interrupted eagerly, the predicament of his country having wrought a miracle of transformation in the man to make him thoroughly human. "I was certain of the goodness of your heart." Thurley flushed. "Thank you, but I'm afraid you were not first. Let me ask you, you have seen the Duke here last night?" "Yes, Mrs. Van Kirk and myself." "Could you possibly tell me what he did, how he acted when he saw you, what he said?" "Why, he acted like anybody else." "Was he pleased, surprised?" Thurley's colour mounted redly to her throat and cheeks. "He said he was pleased, I think. He seemed to be glad. It is very hard for any young woman to claim, to boast, to make a statement about anything like that." "Naturally," agreed the Baron, "but he kissed your hand. He kept his eyes upon you. He enacted the rôle, pardon the query, of the accepted fiancé." Thurley's colour became fairly scarlet. "Why, I hardly know what anyone else might think. His eyes were very bright. I couldn't help noticing that." "They were upon you rather constantly?" She nodded. "But he was here a short time only. Yet he was not sad. He said he was not, in the least." "Ah, perhaps he said he was happy." The Baron's anxiety in the Inquisition increased. "Most any man feels obliged to say as much as that," was Thurley's naïve reply. "Could you possibly repeat exactly what he said in that regard?" "Why, he really made his remark to Mrs. Van Kirk. He told her that when he arrived at noon he hated New York, and that night he loved all America." "Ah!" The Baron slid back in his chair, and his look of anxiety growing more pronounced. I had a fear of this." Thurley was intensely sympathetic. "You fear he will not return?" "Tell me," he answered, his face slightly twitching as he spoke, "did he express the slightest desire that you go with him to Herzegovina?" Thurley was certain the game, begun in innocence, was going much too far. She felt that to meddle in affairs of state, where a kingdom's agony was vividly revealed, was not to be warranted another moment for anything she and Alice might desire. "The Duke suggested something like he seemed to think," she faltered, observing distress more and more plainly inscribed on the Baron's lineaments. "Oh, I think I ought to tell you, Baron von Hochous, that a startlingly loud and imperious knock on the door interrupted her speech, and startled Thurley to her feet. The Baron, too, had risen instantly, his face once more an iron mask, as he faced about to the door, which had opened from without. Wank shot in with a military galvanism accelerated by some worry, almost foaming in his eyes. He was fearfully congested with something new that the Baron must instantly hear. The Baron, for his part, divining that something untoward had occurred, was keyed to a high celerity of speech. "Pardon," he said to Thurley jerkily, "may I crave your permission for a moment apart with Herr Wank?" "Certainly," Thurley answered, herself wide-eyed with wonder at it all, and she went to the farther end of the room, while Wank continued from his place by the door to bow and redden in her presence. The Baron was at his side at once. "What is it?" he demanded. "Find your voice. No new ill tidings of the Duke?" "Ill tidings for them both," almost wailed poor Wank, his utterance a rasping whisper for only the Baron to hear. "Zagorski with all her brood Pelvin Jan and others is here in New York, their agent already shadowing her Highness, and doubtless his Excellency night and day. You must make them to flee, or all for the kingdom will be lost. Zagorski. I feared it, said the Baron, instantly calm, now that the worst was thus baldly presented. We could find no trace of this woman on her usual associates after the Princess had gone. Have you further news of the Duke? None. But this has overwhelmed me. Our customary safeguards are impossible here. The chances for violence are many, unless you can now persuade the Princess. There is hope, said the Baron, interrupting, another change abruptly coming on his face as he cast a quick glance in Thurley's direction. No sacrifice now could be too great to retrieve this runaway pair. Leave me now and wait to go in half an hour. Wank hesitated. But is there nothing I may do, no assistance I may offer? I must only wait. You will thereby serve. Then go. Forgotten Herzegovina, said Wank, his face betraying his emotions, and saluting, he bowed himself backward from the room. The Baron returned to his former position, and Thurley glided up from the farther window, thoroughly determined on the course she had felt to be imperative. Baron von Hochous, she said at once, resuming precisely where she had been interrupted, do you not discern that I am not Princess Thurvinia? If you do not, I must tell you so, and tell you how weak I am to help you. Perhaps I resemble your princess. It would seem I must, for all New York, and even Herr Wank, have thrust this new identity upon me. Neither I nor Mrs. Van Kirk ever started this absurd mistake. If we have a little permitted others to delude themselves, it seemed an innocent diversion, but with all this serious entanglement, this menace to your country, I cannot consent to another moment of this grave misunderstanding. The Baron was watching her face with penetrative, keen discernment of the character that lay behind her looks and words. He had shown not the slightest sign of surprise, nor the change of a muscle in his face. "Thank you, Miss Thurley, for your candour, your spirit," he said to her quietly. "I knew at once that you were not a princess. You will pardon a grey old man, I am sure, for saying you are perhaps more beautiful, even more endowed with charm. It was because I knew you were not Her Royal Highness that I ventured to hope for your assistance." Thurley felt her tension instantly released. "Oh, I am glad you know. I've been so puzzled. I have felt so guilty. I've hardly known what I ought to do in such a situation. But as long as it seemed a harmless joke, it was fun, a temptation to let it go on." "Your position requires no explanation," he assured her. "I understand it perfectly. I am certain, moreover, of your sympathy as well as your honest intent. I am here to implore your aid." His gesture and the tone of his voice in that final sentence went straight to Thurley's heart, she knew not why. "I can help you? But how? What is it I could do?" "Much, perhaps, very much indeed." His gravity was obvious. "First, let me ask you, did the Duke request that he might return again?" "Well, yes, certainly. You see, I couldn't understand whether he'd been engaged to a princess without having ever seen her first, as they sometimes do, I'm told, or whether he really thought—" "Exactly," the Baron interrupted in his quiet way that masked a certain eagerness to proceed with the matter in hand. "I appreciate all of that also." "Did you tell him he might return?" "Well, there seemed nothing else to do. I hardly knew how to refuse." "You had no personal feeling, no suddenly ignited feeling toward in the interview, its outcome, his evident pleasure at some meeting, his desire to renew his addresses. Why, he was nice, very interesting. It was flattering, I suppose. Thurley faltered, rosy of face again. I hardly had time to think, except that he was handsome and pleasant, and a duke. The Baron motioned her once more to her seat, then occupied his chair edge as soon as she was settled. He altered his course to secure the information for which he was delicately feeling his desire to know how much or how little Thurley might have fallen love's victim to the looks and titles of her recent suitor. "To day I saw you riding in the park with Mr. Stuyvesant," he said. "Once I knew him well. I regard him as an exceptionally able and splendid young man." "Oh," said Thurley, surprised at his swift abandonment of the former subject. "He said he saw you at the time, and mentioned meeting you once in Berlin." The Baron nodded. "Do you feel a particular interest in Mr. Stuyvesant?" "Pardon the question of an old man, greatly concerned in everything at present pertaining to yourself. You doubtless have many admirers, but perhaps there is one." He left the sentence incomplete. Thurley had reddened as before. "Would it help in your dilemma to to know? Won't you please tell me exactly how I may be of assistance?" "I will be very frank," he answered, becoming aware that the open way was Thurley's way, and candour the most expedient. "If the young Duke should fancy himself in love, if it should be no fancy, what would you say to his addresses? What would you do?" Thurley laughed. "Oh, he couldn't do anything of the sort unless he thinks. Oh, why, he's only a boy. He's not an American. I should feel very sorry if it went so far, and I'm sure it never will." "Ah!" exclaimed the Baron, "I felt certain of your aid. Is it possible now to tell me when he will come?" "Well, I have no means of knowing that myself." The Baron rose and paced about a little uneasily. "Of course, but come he will, and we shall learn. I arrive now at the point, Miss Thurley. I shall make a very important request." Thurley met his gaze unflinchingly. "Yes, it is something about the Duke?" "That part presently. It is, first, that you continue, as before, to enact the rôle of Princess Thurvinia, that is to say, that you do nothing, state nothing, confess nothing, that in any manner disabuse the minds of those who now credit the story that you are her Royal Highness." Thurley almost gasped. She had been prepared to abandon everything in any public manner the Baron might have desired. She had thought no other course tenable after tonight. She had even feared the imposition of which she and Alice had been passively guilty had wrought great harm to Herzogovina, possibly, and constituted grave peril to its princess. "Go on with this pretence," she said. "You wish me to occupy the place? Do you mean to everyone?" "To everyone." "Not confess to the Duke when he comes?" "Even that would be quite unnecessary." "But why continue the fiction after this?" she inquired wonderingly. "Can it do any possible good, to be of any benefit or service?" "Perhaps a very great service indeed," he assured her earnestly. "I am not at liberty to explain, except to say that you are already accepted almost officially as Princess Thurvinia, and that Herzogovina may be immeasurably served and indebted if you will kindly consent to proceed as before. Disturb no beliefs already excited as to who and what you are. This you will promise to do?" Thurley smiled at him girlishly. "Well, of course, I've enjoyed it." Any young woman would. If you knew how novel, how wonderful it has been to me. I've done almost nothing to bring it about. I admit I'd feel a little regret to, well, be stripped of all of it so suddenly, but I made up my mind to do anything to help Herzegovina, for all her troubles are real and serious, and mine are all pretence." "Not all pretence," he corrected her kindly. "They are just as real, just as poignant as those of the kingdom. But may they be fewer and briefer." He held forth his hand, took Thurley's in his firm, dry clasp, and raised it as before to his lips. "You deserve your throne and coronet," he added. "I trust they will come one day." "Thank you," said Thurley, "but I feel as if I am being absurdly overpaid for having a very happy time." Her smile went straight to his heart. He knew of the dangers besetting the unsuspecting girl, and felt a momentary pang at the element of heartlessness he was practising in shielding the genuine princess, and perhaps Herzegovina's integrity behind this innocent instrument of the fates. Then the overwhelming gravity of the situation, and his own relentless and absorbing patriotism, for which he would have sacrificed a score of lives, his own included, this steadied him back upon his course like an iron device on its rails. "I could wish your happiness in absolute triumph always," he assured her sincerely. "Be sure that every possible exertion will be made, so far as I and my associates are concerned, to secure that end. I have your agreement to continue as you were, the reputed Princess Thurvinia." "If you wish it, with all my heart." "To everyone, no matter what may occur?" "Of course, it could be no other way." He kissed her hand again. "Auf Wiedersehen," he said, and she presently heard the hall door close when he and Wenk had gone. Chapter 30. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 31. The Cauldron Bubbles. Gaillard came into his office a trifle pale and more than a trifle agitated. The news received at his bank had been staggering, yet had served to arouse a rage in his breast that stiffened all the sinews of his being. The first intimation of Faishi's double dealing had come thus belated to his ken. He found himself practically undermined before his least suspicion had been aroused. His secretary glanced up at him instinctively, wondering if the warning note received that morning from the bank had been confirmed. He saw that it had. Gaillard threw down a bundle of papers and leaned on the desk. "I might have known better than to deal with that Dago count," he said. "They are born to fatten on the world at large, and the U.S. in particular. Has the list improved since noon?" The secretary rose and went to the ticker, where the white paper tape was coiled yards long in a basket. "It was going off when I looked at it last," he imported, scanning the figures printed on the narrow strip of ribbon. "Still dragging a little heavily." "I'd expect that as part of the luck," said Gaillard, seating himself beside the desk and idly strumming with his fingers. "It's something, I suppose, to have found out as soon as this what my olive oil associate is doing. I'll put a crimp in him for this that the devil himself couldn't iron out." "I hope you will, sir," exclaimed his secretary earnestly.
I have felt all along that you were trusting the Count too far, putting too much of the management in his hands." Gaylord scowled. "Without him and his uncle's connections in Paris, we couldn't have put a finger in the pie." "Quite right, sir, but hasn't he got you to put in more than a finger? I mean, in the past few days?"
"That's the joker," Gaylord admitted. "My share before was comparatively small, all he would let me have. Now I've got an arm in the pie, and maybe part of my shoulder. He must have held me off before to make me eager, and now he has let me in up to the hilt for this."
"But what about your note, sir?" said the eager assistant, returning from the ever busy ticker that was blithesomely tapping out fortune or ruin on the tape. "They have not fallen into his hands?" "That's the one uncertainty. I shall not be able to determine where they are for several days. Tyson has let them go, the ingrate. If Faishi gets them at all, it will be in a roundabout manner. I doubt if he'll take them personally. He'd prefer to have someone else put on the screws." "But you'll beat him, of course, at the final moment." "To a pulp," said Gaylord, rising and striking the desk with his fist. "I'd rather go stone broke and get out in the street to dig sewers than have him down me now, the treacherous hound." "Perhaps," said the secretary timidly, "you might be wiser to let me sell your curb securities while the loss is reasonably small."
"Not a share," Gaylord told him decisively. "I've taken losses enough. This is merely a dip in the market. That's well known everywhere. I shall need some profits on that Q&P to fight this business through, and metal reductions is due for a rise on the dividend payable this week. I'll take a profit on them both." He went to his inner office restlessly, closed the door behind him, and began to pace the floor. His thoughts had gone straight to Thurley and Faishi's aspirations for her hand. He was instantly hot all through, recalling a scene of the princess and her count together at Alice Van Kirk's. He had likewise read of her adventure with Stuyvesant's car, and this had increased his impatience. He thought of his letter, written and sent to Thurley after their drive in the park. There had been no answer. He turned to a heap of mail that was neatly piled on his desk, and pawed it over rapidly in search that availed him not at all. Again he paced the room. That Faishi had mixed their business with affairs concerning Thurley, with purpose to eliminate himself, had not yet occurred to his mind, but now that the die was cast by the Count, the plan to beat him thoroughly in their financial deal, and so perhaps forcibly eject him from Thurley's circle, was royally welcome to his mind. He paced for an hour, working out his plans, then started for Alice Van Kirk's. He encountered Faishi outside the office door, the Count having just arrived for a moment's conversation. "Ah, so very early you depart your business place," said he. "It is not impossible a trifling conference?" "I'm rather in a hurry," Gaylord answered. "Anything new? Perhaps you can tell me here." "Very good. The building is your office, eh?" And Faishi shrugged resignedly. "I have only to inform you this option which we hold. It is demanded we shall cable the money not later than the 17th, and this is important, you shall know." Gaylord coloured wrathfully. "But you said the end of the month." "Ah, yes, this was my wish, my hope, but also I am helpless. This is the cable from Paris." He produced the cable in question, and Gaylord read it with a blur of red before his eyes. He felt convinced that his friend the Count had requested this demand for no other purpose than that of destroying all possible chance for him, Gaylord, to meet his obligations. He saw more than words upon the yellow slip. He saw ruin smoking about him, and his structures prone on the ground.
Yet one gleam of hope still shone through it all, and with characteristic American stoicism he accepted the outlook with scarcely a sign that Fieschi could have enjoyed. "All right," he answered carelessly, handing back the message. "Is that all you can think of to day?" "It is enough for me," replied the Count mirthlessly, smiling. "I shall be obliged to call upon all my resource, everything. Yourself, you Americans have such untold moneys. Still, I have no more intelligence. I must also go." His gentle hint that Gaillard must command a very large sum of money within a week to meet his obligations or be wrecked was not at all lost on his business associate, who felt the barb of the Count's little shaft diffusing poison through his system. They went to the elevator together, parting below in the hallway of marble that led to the Broadway entrance. Each was anxious to escape the other, and both took cabs a block apart and started to race uptown to the Van Kirk mansion. They were doomed to double exasperation. Not only did they once more meet at Alice's home and exchange the venom of jealous hatred, disgust, and distrust, but Alice and Thurley were away for a ride in the park, and had left no word as to when they might return. Both men went off wrathfully to inundate the place with flowers. Alas for plans! The quiet ride intended by Alice and Thurley for a little slipping away together, for a much needed calm and subsidence of nerves and pulses, had been metamorphosed almost at the moment of departure into one more extraordinary experience. Grand Duke Karl Wilhelm, youthfully confident that American manners were absolutely informal and different from those of civilized community, had translated Thurley's hospitable remarks with a literal license positively touching. He had come unexpectedly this afternoon because he wished to come, and he had found an earlier arrival on the scene in American tailoring a bit impractical. Indeed, he apologized profusely for this somewhat tardy appearance, when the dictates of his heart and sentimental system would have urged him to the scene the very next morning after his formal introduction. Alice and Thurley, with one accord, had invited him into the carriage. He sat himself down by the Princess, and with alacrity that could leave no doubt of the happiness he declared to be his portion, he forthwith desired to know of Thurley and Madame Van Kirk if their tongues were accustomed to French. His joy could scarcely have been concealed when he learned that Alice was helpless and Thurley fluent in the Gaelic language. Nevertheless, he continued for a time to address them both in German. He was a pleasant youth, despite the fact that he had fallen hopelessly in love. His observations, as quaint as a child, amused his companions immeasurably. The buildings, the American women, and the brilliant winter sunshine astonished him in nearly equal degrees. He announced, however, that of the three he preferred the women. "Is it very difficult to become an American citizen?" he asked quite seriously. "Could one be made of me?" Alice replied that 5 days usually bestowed the manners, clothes, and money madness, and 5 years the vote upon all foreign aspirants to this red, white, and blue preeminence. "Ah," said the Duke, "and how far from New York are the Mormons?" "About 5 minutes' walk from Trinity Church," said Alice gravely. She added that the sect of Brigham Young and his followers was 3,000 miles to the westward. "And so many beautiful women here," said the Duke, solemnly shaking his head. "One must live here longer to comprehend the American men." Thurley regarded the Duke amusedly. "And should you like to become a Mormon?" His eyes glowed with all his youthful fire and pent-up eloquence as he turned them reproachfully upon her. "Princess," he said in French, "after this discovery of you, her colour mounted with the undulating beauty of a zephyr over a meadow of clover. "I thought it was your discoveries of our women, you know, that aroused your interest in that obsolete religion." Her answer was in German. He adhered to the tongue that he knew obscured his observations from Alice. "For the others, yes. For me, ah, what happiness I have known since I came upon you in your home. But you shall tell me, Princess, must you live always here to be content?" Thurley smiled and replied in the Teuton tongue, "I hope to be contented wherever I may live." His eyes became imploring. "Have you no little word for me alone in French?" "How little," she answered. "There is always non, you know." "Ah, how hopeless I am," he declared. "Those who have travelled far to find you, do you treat them always thus?" She could not resist the temptation. Her answer was in the tongue he desired. "You are certain you came to New York to find me?" He reddened, but did not for a second drop his glance, held magnetized by her own. "How could it be otherwise? Have not the fates quickly brought me to your side, and given me back my joy 1,000-fold?" "But, your Excellency " "Not Karl, when I asked it so earnestly? When I searched no farther in all America to satisfy my heart?" "There are so many things to talk about before you return to Herzegovina," she said, her own glance falling in the uninterrupted ardour of his eyes. "Do you not very soon return?" "How shall I say, unless you say it for me, Princess? There are beauties of the land, beauties of the people, beauties of the life in Herzegovina, as you would be certain to know. Will these not appeal to you and call you presently there?" "Call me there, your Excellency?" "You shall make me yet to curse that word Excellency, gracious Princess though you are," he told her warmly. "Why shall I hesitate to confess to you the love grown wild for utterance in my heart? Is it treachery to your love of America for me to beg that you go to Herzegovina at my side, my princess and duchess and companion?" "Good gracious," said Thurley in English, turning suddenly to gaze outside, where carriages by scores were rolling by. "Oh, your Excellency, perhaps it is someone you know." His eyes followed hers to a landau wherein two women were bowing and smiling. "You know them," said Alice, bowing as she spoke, "the Custers? We'll have to be careful, my dear, or our friends will think we have cut them." Thurley immediately began in her animated way a description of various friends in whom the Duke was interested less than in Mars, theoretical policemen. It was anything to interrupt and forestall his uncomfortably ardent declarations. Alice, with her customary grasp on the situation, rose to the moment's requirements superbly. She had readily divined more than half of the cause for Thurley's abrupt discomfiture. She had seemed absorbed in the passing show, but all her faculties had nevertheless been focused on the looks and speeches of their guest, whose obvious madness over Thurley had much more amused than alarmed her. She was naturally in possession of all the facts and developments resultant from Thurley's interview with Baron von Hochous, and far more than her protégé was pleased at the turn of affairs. She was planning such a dinner as Gothem swelldom had never yet experienced. She meant it to be the one sensation and triumph of the season. Already a brilliant success was promised, and now she felt as if the gods of chance had cast to her hand the most amazing combination of drawing cards conceivable in her princess and the Duke. She thoroughly expected sagacious New York to discover his Excellency, with its normal celerity for obtaining and printing news. She had scarcely a doubt that even this ride would discover his identity in a measurable degree. It did. In the briefest time their carriage was attracting such attention as almost to interfere with pleasure's traffic. In their eagerness to have a second, a third, or even a fourth good look at the brilliant young couple, delightedly conversing as they rode, a dozen women ordered their drivers back and forward most eccentrically to give them their coveted view. It became the topic of the park. The topmost notch of Thurley's skill, more than ably abetted by Alice's manoeuvres, was required to subdue and manipulate the young Duke's ardour sufficiently to conceal it from outside observation. Thurley talked like a fountain spilling crystalline water of roses. It was like that, a fragrant, bright nothingness of conversation as nearly endless as she could make it, and all of it chaining the senses of the Duke more and more by its unintentional charm. The drive became a trial before at last it was ended, and his Excellency went his way, duly shadowed by one of Zagorski's brood, who had waited for hours for his man. Mindless of everything and boyishly joyous, Karl Wilhelm, already made acquainted with the New York habit of wooing through the offices of roses, proceeded at once to send such a mass of fragrant beauty back to Thurley as even Alice had rarely beheld. To conclude a day hardly less exciting than some of its predecessors, the late edition of the Evening Star appeared with a wondrously ingenious sensation to the effect that Princess Thurvinia and her fiancé, Grand Duke Karl Wilhelm of Saxon-Herzenheimer, had been riding that day in Central Park. The young Duke, so the story stated, had chartered a vessel to break all transatlantic records in hastening New Yorkward to the errant princess known to have run away from Herzegovina recently. She fled, it related, from a mating repulsive to her spirit, inasmuch as she had never seen her royal suitor. Their dove-like happiness had now been established in the prettiest royal romance known in years. The results had been brought about, continued the bend of fact and fiction, by the timely arrival of some mighty potentate from Kaiser Wilhelm himself, said to be Baron Hochous von Sieglitz from Berlin, who was still sojourning in Gothem. A wedding journey back to Herzegovina soon in the private yacht of Kaiser Wilhelm was the next development to be expected. End of chapter 31.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 32. A Baited Trap. The wonderful weather broke. The days had been like jewels of a rosary, and were counted to the cross. Grey skies, a bitter wind, and a snow that turned to rain and sleet marked the first of the winter's footsteps treading north. Behind this desolating bleakness there were scores of jewel days to come, granting forgetfulness of all but sunshine, yet all the world seemed an endless dreariness in face of this attack. There had been another of the crowded days and nights for Alice and Princess Thurley, with another session at the opera and supper afterward, made more than merely interesting by redoubled efforts on the part of Thurley's undiscouraged admirers to alter a royal romance. More flowers had come, more letters, more declarations, and even a sparkling gem of poetry from tireless Algy Dearborn. Saturday morning
pinching and acrid with dirty remnants of snow still clinging in the shadows and protected spots where the wind had hurled the flakes, brought about two incidents of exceptional significance in the fates of all concerned with Princess Thurley. At 10 o'clock a giant liner in from Liverpool landed 4 of the pick of Germany's and Herzegovina's Secret Service officers, who were met by Baron von Hochous. They had followed him as swiftly as possible, and without delay were placed in charge of several men engaged by the Baron himself, and began at once the search for the truant young woman whom Thurley so closely resembled. The Duke had already been found, and was kept in sight and guarded day and night. The Baron also made an effort to protect Thurley from the lawless creatures known to be upon her trail. The second incident appeared to be far less pretentious. It was simply the arrival of a letter for Thurley, sent through the Major's office in the well-known calligraphy of Edith Steck. It bore no sign of forgery. On the contrary, it convinced the Princess instantly that her cousin had written every word, and written in anguish and alarm. "Dear Lady Bountiful, you will never forgive me, I know, for what I have found myself obliged to do, and for being once ill. I am back in New York, as you will notice from the date and address above. Don't be angry with me, please, for I was simply obliged to come. I was robbed in Lakewood, robbed of every penny I had in the world, all that you and your beautiful friend provided. I hardly even know how it happened, simply that it was taken from my room while I was absent, and that, despite the efforts of all the hotel officials, nothing could be found of the thief or my funds. I had done quite well for several days, but was feeling a slight relapse to my former complaint when this occurred. A kind and generous woman here gave me money to return to New York, and I have come to the old address for shelter, knowing of no other where I would be even slightly welcome. I am ashamed to write you such a confession, and should have tried to creep back to my old quarters and work and conceal the facts, were I not so ill and incapable of giving any sort of promise of rent to the woman here who has once more received me under her roof. I do not ask you to come, but I felt I must at least acquaint you with these melancholy facts. It seems so needless for the world to be filled with women such as I. God bless you for all you have done, is the prayer of your grateful Edith." A more clever adaptation of words, phrases, and characteristics culled from a bright and cheerful letter could scarcely be imagined. It was Edith throughout, as Thurley instantly conceded. A great gush of sympathy, affection, and compassion surged to her heart. In such bitter cold as this, for Edith to be housed in the wretched old hovel where Thurley had found her before was insupportable, and for Edith so to blame herself and apologize for being overtaken by calamity was poignantly affecting. It was like her self-denying ways, to attempt this return to New York and work, instead of informing any one of her plight before she left the warmth and comfort of her place among the pines. "Oh, I'll scold her for that," said Thurley to herself, "treating me as if I were an ogress, when all the poor dear had to do was let me know of her trouble. She's got to go back at once." She went to Alice immediately and gave her the letter. Alice was horrified. "Merciful heavens," she said, "what awful things happen to the poor! Why couldn't some rich old woman have sustained this wretched loss? Why couldn't they come and rob me, for instance, instead of a girl like that? We'll send James down at once." "To drive me? Of course, if you wish to," Thurley answered, but I went before in the cars, and I'd just as soon do so again. In fact, to arrive there in a carriage, it's hardly the thing that Edith's cousin would do." "Very well," said Alice. "If you must go, child, a morning like this, you may let James drive you somewhere near, and wait to drive you home." "Perhaps that might be better," Thurley agreed. "I'd like to take a few things, anyway, just a few flowers and things, and I wish I had an oil stove. Her room must be colder than a barn a day like this, but perhaps I can send her one in." "But she mustn't be there long," said Alice. "Send her right back to Lakewood to-day, if she's well enough to go. Poor dear, she deserves it now if she didn't before." Thurley was feverishly eager for the start. She changed her dress while Alice was phoning for the carriage. In a wild, stinging sleet once more hurled upon the city, she was presently driven away with a promise to return by 1 o'clock. The ride was long and cold, but Thurley was warmed by the tender emotions of her being, and her indignation at the unknown thieves who had brought about Edith's discomfort. She alighted at last a block from the house she had visited before, and trudged sturdily down the slippery walk, entirely unprotected from the storm, so filled were her arms with bundles. The place seemed forsaken and forbidding, its windows curtained, its aspect one of chill and dreariness. Thurley shivered for Edith as she mounted the steps and rang the bell. After waiting a time that seemed very long, she rang again, and a faint sound of stirring within renewed her confidence that her cousin would soon be discovered. Then the door was opened, and a little old woman blocked the way. "Miss Steck," said Thurley. "I came to see Miss Steck. Is she in? May I go right up?" "Third floor, rear," rasped the housekeeper shortly, and turned at once to disappear in the darkened hall below. Breathlessly Thurley stumbled up the dimly lighted stairs, coming all rosy and panting to the door she remembered as having been Edith's before. Not a soul had she seen, not a sound had she heard in all the ghostly place. It had never occurred to her mind to be daunted or to hesitate a moment on her way. She waited a moment only to catch an easier breath, then knocked on the soiled, disfigured panel of the barrier. "Come in," said a weak, half-muffled voice, and Thurley, overburdened with her flowers, fruits, and comforts, entered impetuously. Instantly something heavy, blinding, and pungent, with a stifling odour, was thrown about her head. She dropped her bundles, obeying an instinct to fight for air, and struggled in a blanket held roughly round and over her face, while her arms were pinioned to her sides. "Edith!" she called, or tried to call, more and more stifled, and fast succumbing to some dizzying, engulfing lethargy. She felt a sense of being closely surrounded by and gripped in the jaws of countless wolves before blackness descended upon her. Her last sensation was of the room turned hideously ebon, crushed in upon her walls and ceiling, and then she knew no more. A large automobile with a limousine body closely curtained had driven up to the curb outside and halted there. 5 minutes later, 3 wrapped figures, supporting between them what appeared to be a helpless invalid, descended the steps, made a hurried entrance to the car with their charge, and were rapidly driven away. End of chapter 32. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen.
Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 33. A Still Alarm. At 1 o'clock, with the storm increasing in fury and threatening to become a blizzard, Alice Van Kirk was already impatient and blaming herself for having permitted Thurley to respond so recklessly in person to the needs of her unfortunate cousin. She remembered the dread with which she had permitted Thurley's visit to the place on the former occasion. With a sense of uneasiness and indefinable premonition expanding in her more subconscious self, as she thought of the weather, of Thurley's unprotected condition, and her beauty that marked her at once for attention, she rebuked herself anew for permitting the girl to undertake another of these doubtful excursions alone. She stood by the window, commanding a view of the avenue as well as the cross street running east, eagerly scanning every carriage that might contain the princess. Countless important trifles were neglected. She owned herself frankly worried even before she might in reason have expected Thurley home. By 1:30, with the avenue all but deserted in the fury of the gale and driving snow, Alice was fidgeting, feverish, and thoroughly distressed. She felt so utterly helpless. She was aggravated by the knowledge that the house where Edith lived was a horrid place, without a telephone and without proper heat for such a day. Thurley would be certain to contract a cold if nothing worse occurred to make this adventure the last of its kind that should ever be permitted. Alone with her servants, Alice felt more than ever isolated and haunted by multiplying fears. At 2 o'clock, unable to endure the uncertainty longer, and possessed of all manner of suggestions and suspicions, she ordered one of the servants to go at once with the car to the place of Edith's residence and determine what had happened. "Phone me at once before starting home," she instructed, concealing her agitation as best she might, "and insist that Miss Thurley return without delay, even though her task is unfinished." She was certain Thurley would come before the man could reach the house. She told herself she felt relieved now that something had been done. Nevertheless, she oscillated back to the window times innumerable, straining her eyes to peer far down the avenue gloom to detect the form of James and the dark maroon of her carriage. When the phone bell finally jangled its demand for attention, her nerves were all on edge. She hastened to the instrument. "Well, hello, is that you, John? You coming home?" Like the voice of a ghost, hard riding on the storm, the hollow reply came back. "I couldn't find nothing of her, ma'am. Not there, ma'am. The house was apparently empty, ma'am. No one to open the door. Nothing alive about the place, ma'am." Alice felt a sudden, overwhelming confirmation of her nebulous fears. Something sank in her bosom leadenly. "Are you sure you had the right number, John?" And she gave it again with most distinct particularity. There could be no doubt that John had applied for admission to the house that Edith had named. Alice all but moaned. "But," she demanded, "where is James?" "Driving up and down, ma'am, to keep his horse from freezing. He hasn't seen nothing of Miss Thurley. He's stopping where she posted him, ma'am, to wait." Alice hesitated, a settled conviction of disaster to Thurley taking unopposed possession of her being. "John," she called, "why didn't you ask at the other houses near? Go and do so at once, and phone again." "So I did, ma'am," John replied across the wire. "I knocked up 3 of the neighbours, and 2 knows nothing at all, ma'am, and the third old person says all the parties in the house I referred to moved out and went away this morning, ma'am, taking a sick one with 'em and going in a car." "When?" cried Alice sharply. "Was it after Miss Thurley arrived?"
"The old party didn't say, ma'am, not having seen Miss Thurley arrive, but 4 persons left before 12 o'clock, one, as she says, being apparently queer, and so weak she had to be carried." "Oh!" Alice swayed where she stood, but grasped at the mastery of self and voice with all her strength. "You and James may both come home." She did not hear his "Thank you, ma'am," as she hung the receiver on the hook. She simply stood stock still and stared at the instrument, which had crystallized her alarms. She was utterly faint, and felt a sense of helplessness, together with a wild, unreasoning wish to rush at once to the house herself, do something, anything, pervading all her being. Her conviction that Thurley was the victim of some fiendish plot was absolute. She had felt a premonition from the first, and its warning had been unheeded, so vague and senseless had it appeared. Yet it did not seem possible that anything actually harmful, malignant, could have come to the girl in a time so brief as this. "It's the Princess business," she exclaimed aloud, in a sudden lucubration where her mind was groping for a reason. The Baron, the Duke, the others, she thought, were some way responsible. There was something political, something hidden, in a matter involving so much to Herzogetha. But what? Why take Thurley, whom the Baron knew to be an American girl? Her thoughts ran wild as she stood there, big-eyed with fear and helplessness. The runaway princess might have died, and the kingdom require her double. So much was at stake, as the Baron had said, as he himself had requested Thurley to continue in her role. But what to do, and how to discover anything, and how to save the trusting girl she had grown so dearly to love? Her natural thought was the chief of police and all the scions of the law. She even started toward the phone to alarm every station in town. But she halted instantly. To advertise the disappearance of the girl like this might be exceedingly unwise. It would warn the possible conspirators who might have committed some act of violence. It would wholly divulge the final facts as to who Miss Thurley was. Moreover, it might not be a case for the bungling police, especially if the Baron or the Duke was concerned. But something must be done, and done at once. To stand here inactive, paralyzed with dread and fear of some terrible thing that had happened, was the action of a child. There must be something, there had to be something to do. Yet to whom could she turn, and what could she say, and how act swiftly and effectively to get the princess back? The phone bell rang again, and she started galvanically, her hand flying quickly to her heart. A wild hope surged through her fears. It might be Thurley. With a nerveless hand she caught the black receiver and placed it to her ear. "Hello!" "Hello!" said a cheery voice across the wire. "Is that you there, Alice? This is Robley. It's such a gem of a day, I thought perhaps I'd find you in, and you'd let me come, just to celebrate putting my wrist back in commission. What do you say?" She had never felt so glad in her life for the thought of a man to give her help. Of all persons in the world, including her absent husband, none could have been more welcome in her helpless plight than Robley Stuyvesant. "Oh, come at once," she answered in the instrument. "Come just as soon as you can." She would trust no more to the wires, which not infrequently leak, but sank into a chair already made weaker for the very thought of leaning on someone else. She had nearly 10 minutes in which to calm herself before Robley was admitted below. He was directed at once to Alice's one particular real home room, where he had no sooner entered than he realized something was amiss. "Alone?" he said, as he gave her his hand, the right hand, offered for the first time since his accident. "You're pale. Not ill, I hope?"
"Sit down," said Alice, so absolutely colourless and smileless that Stuyvesant was alarmed. "Something dreadful has happened, Robley, and Heaven must have sent you to the phone. I need you so." "Nothing has happened to Miss Thurley," he said, his own dearest thought thus prompt to apply the worry accurately. "What is it, then?" "Heaven knows. I wish I knew," she said, and rapidly, briefly, she reviewed the entire morning's events, including the statement of the servant John, who was due to arrive at any moment. I don't know what to think or how to act," she presently concluded, having risen to walk erratically and nervously about the room. "I am simply convinced she was lured to the house in question on a blind, and has been abducted, spirited away, if it isn't something worse. I hailed your coming as a godsend. Now tell me what to do." Stuyvesant's face had assumed a set expression of intensity heightened by pallor. The depth of his feeling for Thurley had never been gauged before, and the grip at his heart could not measure it now, as it was at length to be measured. Who in Heaven's name could have a motive, a reason for desiring to abduct her, he asked. That is the first thing to know. "You have read in the papers that Grand Duke Karl and Baron von Hochous are both in town," said Alice, "both having come to America in record-breaking haste to search for Princess Thurvinia." "Yes, but these newspaper rumours—" "Both the Baron and the Duke have been at this house," Alice interrupted. "The Duke has all but insisted that Thurley go at once with him to Herzegovina." Stuyvesant stared at her blankly. "They've both been here? It's not a newspaper yarn? The whole thing might be a sort of political intrigue? The Baron also demands or requests?" "Requests entirely," said Alice, who had checked herself at the very brink of revealing the truth concerning Thurley's origin. Don't you see that almost anything terrible could have happened, that it must all have been a trick?" Stuyvesant had risen, even as Alice once more sank in her chair. "Perhaps I haven't any right to interfere," he said, "but Thurley chose a life for herself, perhaps even escape from her country and the Duke. She is more to me than perhaps you realise. Her wishes and her rights to freedom and the liberty to go unmolested, to give her kindness and sympathy to the afflicted, have got to be respected. Such conduct as this would be unpardonable, even in Emperor William himself. I mean to get to the bottom of this, no matter what sacrifice or who may be involved. I will find her, I'll help her, I'll get her back, if they shoot me down for my pains." "But do something now, this minute," said Alice, "before it is all too late. We haven't any time for walking up and down and talking. What do you advise?" "The first thing to do is to make ourselves sure that something is wrong. Some plot, some trap has been laid. The letter, you say, was from a girl she sent to Lakewood some time ago?" "And Edith Steck, who wrote that she had been robbed, and had therefore returned, and was ill and greatly in need, at her old address, the address where Thurley had gone to see her before." Stuyvesant went to the phone and snatched the receiver from the hook. "Give me the Western Union Telegraph Company in a hurry," he demanded a moment later. "I haven't time to look up the number." "What is it?" said Alice. "What do you mean to do?" "Wire to Edith Steck at Lakewood. You said she's at the Pines. If she's there, all right, we'll know it was all a job." "But her letter mailed right here in town." "Perhaps a clever forgery. It's possible. Hullo, Western Union, take a message, please, and make it a special with paid reply, and charge me any price you like, but get it off and the answer back in an hour. Yes, Robley Stuyvesant. All right, ready? Miss Edith Steck, Hotel Pines, Lakewood, New Jersey. Kindly wire your condition at once. Important. Reply paid. Sign it, Robley Stuyvesant." And he added Alice's address. "Thank you. Rush it, please. Goodbye." "But why the girl's condition?" said Alice excitedly. "What will she think?" "Anything she pleases, perhaps. That some situation depends on her health. The main idea is to find out at once whether she is there or not." "Then why not use the long-distance phone?" "Oh, I am an ass," he declared, and back he shot to the instrument and was presently making his demands. Fully 20 minutes of time were consumed before the connections could be made. Both Robley and Alice were pacing restlessly to and fro in the meantime, speculating, surmising, attempting to deduce from the little they knew what might be lying beneath the deed so boldly and unexpectedly committed. James and John had both returned and were neglected while Stuyvesant waited on his wire. Then at length the bell rang out its call, and the Hotel Pines was on the farther end, the clerk's voice sounding so clearly that Alice could distinguish every word. "Miss Steck is here, yes, sir," said the voice. "Stood at the desk not 5 minutes ago, asking for a letter. Shall I call her to the phone?" "No, thank you, no," said Stuyvesant. "Is she well?" "Oh, she said so, and she looks it." "Thank you. Kindly let her know a wire is on the way asking about her health, and tell her the phone was a second thought and not to bother with an answer. This is Mr. Stuyvesant speaking. Thank you. I think of nothing further. Bye." He turned to Alice. "My suspicion is confirmed. Thurley was lured to the house by a forgery?" "Without a doubt. I want to see James and John a moment, then I'm going myself to the house." "I'll get you the letter," said Alice. "I'm sure it was left in Thurley's room." End of chapter 33. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 34. A Shattered Hope. New York is filled with houses of indifference, degraded and degrading old shells, where anyone of however dubious of a calling may rent a shelter, alleged to be furnished, and be certain no questions will be asked, no matter what the use to which the apartment may be adapted. The house where Edith Steck had found her miserable lodging was one of this character, as Stuyvesant realized as soon as he entered the door. He was therefore handicapped at the outset, since no one resident therein would divulge the slightest fact that might be concealed or evaded by ignorance or art. The same dull little female creature who had admitted Thurley opened the door at his knock. She was either half deaf or half idiotic, or an excellent actor of the part. By dint of repeated questions and not a little flattery, Stuyvesant elicited the information that she was not the landlady, that the latter was out and had been for 2 or 3 days, and also that some perfect lady had occupied the room once rented to Miss Steck for several days. The perfect lady had been veiled when she came, and had never been seen by this informant, who was merely a servant in the place. This was deception number 1, for she herself was proprietor of the utterly neglected house. Stuyvesant paid her $1 to take him to the room in question, alleging that a young woman friend had called there that morning and left a trifle behind. The trifle was on the floor when he came to the place, the bunch of roses Thurley had carried to comfort a comfortless soul. Convinced that no one else could have taken them there, Stuyvesant took them eagerly, then glanced about the place. It was simply a wretched little back hall cave, dirty, ill-smelling, abominably furnished with rickety old junk, and littered everywhere with half-smoked cigarettes. There was nothing, absolutely nothing, to furnish the slightest clue as to recently departed occupants, save the roses already secured. What other parcels Thurley had brought had been carried away with herself. When Stuyvesant left, he possessed the meagre intelligence that the perfect lady of the vale was tall, and that several men had called to pay her their respects at various times. His most skilful corkscrew methods could extract no more than that. As a matter of fact, the wizened little woman knew almost no more herself. She had seen little of her recent guest and nothing of her departure. Stuyvesant acknowledged to himself that he was almost as much in the dark as he had been half an hour earlier. He felt certain that Thurley had actually been in the room and dropped her roses at the moment of some attack. He was convinced it was she who had been seen placed helplessly in an automobile, but concerning the motive, Thurley's condition when abducted, where she was taken, and the perpetrators of the outrage, he was helplessly at sea. He telephoned to Alice, relating the little he had managed to discover, then informed her that he would call by 8 at the latest, deliberately set to work to discover, if possible, the abiding place of Wank and Baron von Hochous. Some hazy idea of comforting the Baron, and possibly surprising from him even the merest hint concerning Princess Thurvinia, was in his mind, together with a wonder at himself for daring to presume so far as to meddle with the state affairs of a foreign kingdom and its royal truants. He only knew he loved this glorious girl who had come to his assistance in the park. He only knew he must serve her now, if it lay in his power, with the final drop of blood in his heart. But his search was vain. For more than 2 hours he was driven up and down from one small high-class hostelry to another, before at last he was rewarded by the information that 2 Germans, neither one named Wank or Baron Hochous, but who might have registered under pseudonyms and might have been the parties sought, had stayed in this house 2 days. They had gone together, but no one knew where, as neither received or expected letters here, and had left no future address. It was nearly 8:30 at night, and the storm still raged savagely, when he came again to Alice Van Kirk's, to be mocked by his evening's search. Both Wank and Baron von Hochous had arrived 5 minutes before him, and Alice had just come down. Tempted to send in his name and request admission to the conference, Stuyvesant curbed the impulse and went to the great empty drawing room to wait impatiently the outcome of this wholly unexpected development. Alice, in the reception room, had scarcely more than greeted her distinguished visitor, concealing as best she might her state of agitation, when the servant, acting on instructions, quietly announced Robley's arrival. She hesitated a moment on the point of asking Stuyvesant in, then resolved on a course whereby she might a little sound the Baron, and possibly discover vital facts by the policy of permitting him to reveal the purpose of his visit, while she continued to act as if nothing had occurred. The Baron was labouring under rigidly suppressed emotions. Grave fears were entertained by himself and Wank concerning not only the young Duke Karl, but also Princess Thurvinia, still missing and perhaps never to be found. At most, his Secret Service officers had learned that some young woman, exceedingly beautiful and unknown, had recently succumbed to sudden illness in Jersey City, under conditions that vaguely suggested she might have been the royal runaway they sought, and Grand Duke Karl
readily run to cover upon his second visit to the Van Kirk mansion, had madly proclaimed his love for Miss Thurley, whom alone he wished to wed. The baron was thus doubly bewildered and harassed. If the princess still lived and was discovered, these two must wed and be returned to Herzegovina forthwith. If it should be discovered beyond peradventure, on the other hand, that Princess Thurvinia had paid for her folly with her life, it might not be altogether preposterous to persuade Miss Thurley, as her double, to assume her royal place. The adjustment of the matter, so delicate, was not a simple affair. The baron was not in the least discomfited now to discover Thurley temporarily absent from the scene. "I shall approach the subject of my appearance frankly," he said to Alice, as soon as mere conventional greetings had been exchanged, "and perhaps it is as well to request permission to ask a few questions of yourself at once." "Please feel quite at liberty to do so," said Alice, making her excitement and feeling of doubt with a smile. "Perhaps I may be able to assist you." "Please acquit me of any desire to intrude personal curiosity in a matter most exceedingly grave," he begged courteously, "and permit me to apologise in advance for the necessity of pursuing my country's requirements in a matter of some delicacy." Alice nodded, and he continued: "Perhaps Miss Thurley was already acquainted you with the substance of our last conference?" "Oh, yes, to some extent." "That is well, and should save considerable time. May I now inquire what attitude of mind Miss Thurley expressed or betrayed concerning his Excellency the young Duke?" "Why," said Alice, "I think she hardly knew herself." "He was honoured by a carriage visit with yourself and Miss Thurley recently?" "He drove with us, yes." "I am aware of his instant infatuation with and high regard for your protégé. Is it possible now, or might it ever be possible, for Miss Thurley to requite his esteem, his love, in a word, should occasion arise to make such an outcome desirable or expedient?" Alice was certain now the genuine princess was dead and thoroughly politically required. She was almost equally convinced that Thurley had actually been abducted for this reason, and the baron was here to make all possible amends without, however, relinquishing his captive. She answered incautiously: "Was this the reason you desired and requested her to continue in the role somewhat thrust upon her by an overzealous public?" He coloured slightly. "Certainly not. At the time of that request no such necessity seemed even remotely suggested. Believe me, madam, there may be no such necessity now. Perhaps I am premature in preparing for any such emergency. I have merely asked you the question." Alice felt a little the constraint of his position. She resolved upon a bolder stroke. A young woman like Thurley might learn to care very dearly for any handsome young man, but not Baron Hochous by force. He looked his genuine surprise. "By force? Most certainly not, my dear Mrs. Van Kirk. Miss Thurley's entire cooperation, if not voluntary, spontaneous response to the young Duke's exalted emotion, would be an absolute essential to the furtherance of any such development as fancy and necessity might presuggest at this perhaps untimely moment." Alice had almost hoped for proof that the baron had procured Thurley's spiriting away. She could have been certain, at least, of the girl's comfort, security, and freedom from violence or danger. Now she underwent a doubt, so entirely candid was the baron's speech and demeanour. Yet she tried another tact. Is not the question, after all, one to be answered only by Miss Thurley herself?"
"Most certainly, in its finality. Yet I welcomed this opportunity of questioning yourself, her confidant and friend, as a diplomatic forestep should occasion arise for any such negotiations later. It is highly probable that such a proposition may never be broached again. I sincerely trust there may be no such necessity. Indeed, my next inquiry may occasion some astonishment for its opposing character."
Alice was thoroughly puzzled, and losing a species of hope to which she had clung, since if Thurley had to be carried off because of foreign politics, it were better far she should be in the hands of the Baron than caught in the toils of conspirators wholly unknown. She grew impatient to demand all the Baron knew, yet still she smiled. "Your next inquiry," she said, "directed also to me?"
"It is perhaps just as well directed to you." He leaned a little closer. "In the event of our State's desire in the matter, would it be too much to request Miss Thurley to refuse to see more of the Duke, to discourage him finally, once and for all, dismissing this friendship at most, bidding him return forthwith to Herzegovina, there to resume the obligation of his life?"
Alice gazed at him blankly, amazed at such a question on the heels of what had preceded. The Baron gave her no time to reply. "I perceive I have too far presumed upon your relationship with Miss Thurley," he hastened to add. "May I beg the privilege of an interview with Miss Thurley herself?" Alice's final hope was gone, and with it her wish or need for further concealment. She rose abruptly. "But, Baron von Hochous, Thurley is not here. She is gone. She has disappeared. I have the most terrible fears for her safety, her life. I hoped that you had abducted her, caused her abduction, anything but this horrible uncertainty and dread." The Baron, too, had risen. His face betrayed his complete astonishment and shock. "Gone!" he repeated. "Abduction! You do not mean to say—" "She went this morning to assist an ailing friend, or so she thought. The letter that summoned her was evidently a forgery, a blind. I am fearfully distraught. Mr. Stuyvesant has been the only one to help me. He has just come in from a fruitless search of the house where she went this morning." The Baron's distress was more than mere compassion, it was grave concern. He had feared for some such development. He had known of the dangers impending and surrounding the putative princess when requesting Thurley to continue the rôle. He had even made efforts towards the discovery and apprehension of Zagorski and her following, but had felt the discovery of the genuine princess and the protection of the Duke Karl to be more immediate pressure upon himself and his men. Now that this outcome had established the menace to princess and duke, he was startled as well as afflicted with a sense of guilt, yet he dared not betray his convictions as to what had happened to Alice van Kirk's protégé. "I am shocked at this intelligence," he said in all sincerity. "Believe me, I shall make every possible endeavour to assist you in discovering and recovering your companion. Excluding myself, you have no suspicions as to who might commit such an outrage?" "How could I have?" said Alice. "She hadn't an enemy in the world. I was certain it must be something political, something I may have brought upon her by permitting a silly world to believe her your Princess Thurvinia." The Baron took a quick, impatient turn down the length of the rug and back. His perturbation was obvious. His rage against Zagorski was consuming. "That such a thing could happen in daylight, here in your city," he said. The punishment should be so swift and terrible for crimes of this dastardly nature. You shall have my help. Did you say Mr. Stivern has come? I esteem him your friend. I may see him now?" "I wish you to see him, please," said Alice, "but he is not aware that Miss Thurley is not Princess Thurvinia, a matter which I prefer to leave undisturbed if possible." "The suggestion meets my entire approval and desire," said the Baron, and Stivern was summoned to the room. The meeting between himself and the Baron was cordial. Then, in the briefest time, he was made acquainted with the Baron's innocence in the present matter, and his earnest desire to promote the greatest possible activity for Thurley's return to her friends. Hochous did not, however, cast an illuminating ray upon the facts in his and Wank's possession concerning Zagorski, and Wank, remaining in the farthest corner of the room, was barely aware that important complications had developed. Stivern related all he had found at the house and room where the trap had been prepared, adding a brief account of the means whereby he had discovered that Edith's deck was still at Lakewood. Reflecting that death could have claimed Princess Thurvinia, the Baron was thoroughly disturbed and incensed. Convinced that an effort would be made to entrap or even assassinate the Duke, he became a wary, sagacious element in the game, primarily actuated by his country's needs and relentlessly pledged to the conservation of its integrity, no matter what the sacrifice to other beings or their nations. And yet, for the adequate punishment of Zagorski and her lawless followers, he would almost have given a hand or an arm to be lopped from his sinewy body. His agitation seemed to Stivern a confirmation of Thurley's royal character. There was nothing to be done that night, however, save to counsel Stivern to avoid the municipal police and report for a conference the following day with the secret agents imported to search for the princess. The address for which Robley had searched all evening was readily supplied, together with the names under which both the Baron and Wank were registered, after which, with every assurance of his lasting friendship and zealous action in this calamity, Hochous withdrew, leaving Alice and Stivern as well, blindly groping for a hope or a clue upon which to proceed in the morning. End of chapter 34.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 35. The Ice Blue Eyes. When Thurley awoke, the day-end sun was obliquely breaking through the clouds and storm, and streaming coldly in at the window of a barren room, the features of which suggested the hazy continuance of an ugly dream. Her mind was dazed and uncertain. She was ill and faint. Only the dimmest shadows of memory came to restore the morning's occurrences. Vaporous ghosts of her last sensation at Edith's room haunted her half-illumined mind. She closed her eyes, vaguely convinced that she was lying in her bed, and must soon arouse and prepare to go down to her work with Major Phipps. She felt she had overslept, dreaming some wondrous experience like a modern fairy story, wherein she had almost been a princess, almost been. She opened her eyes again, feeling something strangely hard in her hand. It felt like a chain, but she did not immediately raise it, or raise her head to see. She was still too weak, too indifferent. The sunlight pained her eyes.
What a strange room it was, after all, with its broken ceiling, its ragged walls, and the shattered chair and table. A pain went through her head as certain functions of her heart and blood resumed their normal ways. With a hurtful throb, a frightening memory surged through the dullness of her brain. She sat up suddenly, turning actively and staring with blazing eyes at a woman who sat upon a second bed a foot removed from her own. Confusion, rushes of blood to her brain, disordered recollections and new alarms plunged pell-mell into the cavities of her skull, congesting her brain with illness, pains, a tumult of thoughts and emotions. A sickening sense of revulsion overwhelmed all else momentarily as she recognized, but failed for a second to place, the eyes at which she was gazing. Then she knew them, those poisonous ice-blue eyes, so intently fastened upon her that night in the horse-show box. A shudder of cold and weakness and disgust passed rapidly through her frame, for the woman smiled, and her smile was worse than her eyes. "Oh," said Thurley, as she sank on the pillow of the couch once more, racked by pains and haunting dread. "Come to at last," said Zagorski in German, her utterance one of sneering contempt. "Didn't know where you were at first, or how it happened. Think how you can pass the time guessing where you are and why you come." She laughed abominably. "It wouldn't be so comfortable and warm if I didn't have to stay in the room myself, I can tell you that. So thank your fortunate stars I am here." The vapours and ghosts of memory in Thurley's mind became real substance with painful clarity. All events of the morning crowded back in their sequence like a series of shocks, and again she felt herself being stifled and blotted from existence. She was wholly at loss to understand the situation or the reasons for anyone's attack upon herself, however, and found the woman here so utterly repellent that nameless fears were her portion. Once more she became aware that something foreign lay in the grasp of her hand. She drew the hard thing upward as she once more rose to a sitting position. It was a light steel chain secured to a girdle of similar metal fastened about her waist. She was still fully dressed. A new sense of chill went down her spine. "What does all this mean?" she said, her hand going up to her cheek and forehead. "What have I done to be chained here like an animal?" "You've been one," laughed the woman mirthlessly, "a pampered, pretty animal, useless if not even dangerous. If you have the brains to understand me, which is doubtful, and quite properly chained at last." The other end of the chain was fastened to the bed, which was of iron. This Thurley comprehended in one discerning glance. Half-formed fears of what it might all imply became inescapable dreads as she once more faced the poisonous light balefully gleaming in the woman's eyes. The sun ray was withdrawn as a cloud obscured the great cold orb, and a chilly draught that an odorous oil stove could neither dispel nor greatly modify swept like another inimical presence across the girl's warm cheek. "Have I ever harmed you?" she inquired, ill again with an intention that appeal, query, or reason would be wasted on this malignant-looking being. "Have I ever harmed anyone at all?" "Harmed? Ha!" Thurley tried another tack. "Will you tell me where I am?" "Didn't I tell you to guess and occupy your mind?" All that Thurley could recall seemed very far away. She wondered how far it really was. She asked, "Is it permissible to inquire the time of day?" "Nearly 5 o'clock." "Thank you. Saturday?" "Saturday." Thoughts of Alice and how she might be worrying crept between the baffled conjectures, alarms, and turmoil in Thurley's brain, and aroused her to something approximating anger. "This is infamous," she said. "It was cowardly, inhuman." She remembered Edith. "You haven't brought Miss Steck here too, in her wretched condition?" The woman revelled in her captive's impotent warmth. "Miss Steck is still in Lakewood, useless to the cause." Thurley looked at her, puzzled alike by this statement concerning Edith and the reference to a cause, her active mind swiftly flashing from one speculation to another in her effort to fathom the feeling of animosity against herself which the woman manifestly harboured. "Still in Lakewood?" she repeated. "But her letter Oh!" A dim and wavering light was vouchsafed her groping mentality. She comprehended first, in the somewhat hazy manner, that Edith had never written the letter, that a trap had been laid with Edith as the bait, that something lay behind it all too profound for immediate solution. It wove in fantastic, elusive forms about the masquerade, the belief of all New York that she was Princess Thurvinia. Yet why, even then, this clear, vivid memories of the woman's eyes at the horse show, this woman's chilling eyes, the intensity of her gaze, the hatred in her face, and the awe and creep she had then inspired, blazed up with singular intensity as if to reveal much more, but faded again and left the mystery black. She was tempted for a moment to cry out protestingly that she was not Princess Thurvinia, merely a poor Cinderella, granted an hour of butterfly existence from a life monotonously grey and dull before. But she banished the thought at once. She knew it would be so utterly in vain and futile. The story would not be credited. It would appear the merest childish subterfuge of anyone similarly situated, precisely what the real princess might attempt in hope of escape. Subconsciously aware that the chain and the woman's watchful presence argued unusual precautions against her escape, therefore unusual importance doubtless in her capture, and remembering also the baron's request that she continue in her role, she was momentarily more and more convinced that something political lay behind the affair of which she was the victim. The baron had said she might perform a great service to his country. Her fright gave way to thinking, planning impossible things, wondering why she was kept alive at all, speculating as to Baron von Hochous and how much he might have known of dangers surrounding the princess. Indignation succeeded a number of lesser emotions in her being, and yet she was weak and could not long retain anger adequate to the indignities here thrust upon her. What to do was the question, not what might have been done. Was escape by any means possible, chained as she was, and probably under the constant watchfulness of this icy-eyed woman who suggested some species of vampire yet unnamed? She sank on the pillow, ill again, in a slight degree from the reflex action of the drug employed to blanket her senses. She could think of little more clearly thus, and realised the uselessness of questioning the woman who would certainly reveal nothing of the slightest importance. The day was fast greying into gloom. She could see far out through the dirty panes of the window across the dreary landscape of denuded trees and snow.
She had known it for open country at the first waking glance. The wind was swaying the trees, snow wraiths drifted homelessly across the desolation, there was not a house in sight. She looked about the wretched room on that particular side of the couch without a motion of her head, wondering just how far above the snow the earth was the window. Her thoughts went straying off to Robley Stuyvesant involuntarily. Some way she felt that if she could only let him know where she was, he would come, though death itself should bar the way. She knew she would go to him in such a plight, and the thought warmed her heart like a flame of sacred fire. If she only knew where she was, if she only knew, if she could only tell him. Her secondary drowsiness overcame her, and she slept there like a child. It was less than an hour before she once more started to her senses, this time wide awake promptly and blinking at a smoky lamp on the rickety table near the wall. The windows were heavily curtained. Not a ray of light could have found its way to the outer darkness of the land. Two figures cast great shadows on the floor, one the woman's, the other a man's. The latter bore some steaming dishes in his hands, and on his arm, with a waiter's universal skill. It was he they called Pelivan, an accomplished being with a mind, he always said, above the roles for which the world had cast him. At the slight sound made by Thurley in propping herself on an arm, the woman turned. "Get up," she commanded. "I am hungry. We dine." Thurley was staring at Pelivan, whose face was sure betokened better things than a questionable association with this woman. He did not turn, however, till he had placed all the dishes on the table. Then, as he went, he cast a look on the captive girl that seemed, she fancied, friendly, if not indeed compassionate, all while Zagorski's back was turned. "Will you drink tea or coffee?" asked the woman, arranging the dishes on the table. "You see, I'm generous, a good provider." "Coffee, if you please," said Thurley, who trusted it might be as good as the bare suggestion promised. She was painfully hungry. She rose from the bed, discovering her chain to be fully 10 feet in length, even as the woman strode to the door and bawled to Pelivan to bring 2 cups of coffee. Then presently, with Zagorski seated close to her side, Thurley assuaged her appetite on mutton stew with bread and butter. The fare, though exceedingly limited as to variety, was nevertheless acceptable, being well cooked and comfortingly hot. The coffee, in 2 large heavy cups, was brought a few minutes later, and once more Pelivan disappeared. It seemed to Thurley utterly incongruous to sit here calmly eating with such a being under such conditions, but she was a healthy, hungry young woman, and to starve would be the greatest folly. Zagorski was not a communicative or loquacious person. Thurley felt that queries, entreaties, or demands would be alike wasted on the creature, and therefore, both being greatly in need of bodily sustenance, there was nothing said during the progress of the meal. The same inherent shrinking from the adventures was constantly present in Thurley's subconscious thoughts and movements, yet a sheer determination that she would not needlessly grieve or otherwise waste her strength possessed her absolutely, and supplied her with courage, hope, and a wisdom rare and helpful. When at length she pushed her empty cup away, there was new resolve and a steady renerving resentment in her being. She took one look at Madame Zagorski, almost as if with a thought in mind of pouncing upon her, fighting it out, and then perhaps leaping from the window. But the wild idea faded instantly, leaving her sober sense of throne and aware of the heavy odds against her.
She rose from the table, and her angry glance, which was also girlishly wistful, sped along the twisted links of the chain that bound her to the bed. She almost started at the sight of a link supplied by strands of wire. The chain had either been broken, or two short pieces had once been spliced together, the wire being passed at least 4 times between the iron links, then twisted hard and nipped off close and bent down level with the strands. Thurley's breath came faster, merely with the thought of things perhaps made possible could she once but tamper with the link. Then Zagorski faced about, and Thurley sank on the edge of the bed with her eyes averted from the woman's. Despite all the sleep she had taken that day, she presently felt herself heavy again. She made an effort, at first rather slight, then more determined, to cast the feeling off. A few minutes later she was exerting the utmost will power and mental goading of which she was capable to divest her brain of the lethargy creeping upon it. The effort was in vain, her struggle impotent. She felt herself dimmed as by some heavy cloud expunging her life. With her last protesting lucubrations she realized that the drowsiness was wholly unnatural, and was helplessly certain the coffee had been drugged. With one despairing fear of what the night might bring upon her, a fear that fought but had not the force to battle down the narcotic, she felt herself drooping head downward on the bed, and was once more inert and unconscious. End of chapter 35.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 36. An Offer of Help. Zagorski, being herself a heavy sleeper, once that condition of inactivity was achieved, proposed taking no chances with her captive. She had no mind or inclination for sitting up awake or otherwise assuming needless responsibilities with an important captive while drugs were cheap and certain. At length, made certain that Thurley was wrapped in the folds and weavings of the baleful stuff employed, she closed the door upon her, went actively down the stairs, and strode unexpectedly in upon the 3 of her following, smoking in the kitchen of the house over the dishes of their dinner. Inasmuch as she nearly always approached them in this stealthy manner, the 3 were not unduly surprised. Pellivan quickly rose from his seat and offered her a chair. She sat near the stove, for the night was cold and the house leaked air like a sieve. "So," she said, eyeing the men before her with her penetrative stare, "you are all convinced I know nothing of my business, and are all of a mind to murder the girl and get away?" She had heard no more than a word on entering, yet had diagnosed the state of their minds unerringly. "It was not yet certain," said the man called Max. "I was willing the matter should be discussed with you to decide, or at least show cause for this dangerous delay." "Ah," said Zagorski, "you were willing that I, the brains and all of this enterprise, should squeak like a mouse at the conference of lions?" The fellow Jan was in a sullen mood. He was not to be immediately browbeaten into his customary submission. "We shall presently have the whole pack down upon us," he said. "We are not in Europe. They manage things differently here in America. Have I not reason to know? We should be satisfied to obliterate this much of the power and oppression of Herzogenaurach now, take no chances of her escape, and work for the Grand Duke afterward."
"You mean to murder and run with our business half accomplished," corrected Zagorski malevolently. "It is your usual cowardly method. I say I shall get them both by midnight of to morrow at the latest. As for escape, chained logs do not vanish in smoke through a keyhole and re-embody themselves outside to roll away." "She is a bird in hand," insisted Jan, averting his gaze from the ice blue eyes he dreaded. "If you find the task too severe for delicate hands, it is business that must be done." "Do you threaten?" asked the woman quietly. "Let one of the three of you dare appear above the head of the stairs between this hour and 8 in the morning, or all the three, if you have the courage between you." "But 8 o'clock," said Paladin, "this is very late." "I sleep late," answered Zagorski. "Have I inconvenienced myself for years to bring this capture about only to disturb myself for no reason now? When at last I have earned my morning's repose? I repeat it, 8 o'clock. The girl may sleep till 9. Jan continued sullen and wedded to his topic. "Instead of the Duke appearing at the broken mill, you will have a posse on our heels, and even though it may be different, what purpose does it serve to keep the princess here alive?" "Several purposes, best known to myself," answered the woman, leader of the business. "Even you should perceive there may be a final necessity of showing this girl to the Duke at the window of the mill before he will enter the trap." "But mark my word, he will not come alone," insisted Jan. "One potentate in the grave is worth 2 in a cordon of police. Think you Hochous is unwary? Think you Karl Wilhelm goes about unprotected, free to blunder to our trap?" Max took his pipe from his mouth. "He is still in hiding from Wenk and the Baron," he supplied. "He is little minded for more coercion here in the land of the free." "I have only one question to ask," said Zagorski calmly. "Who engineered this capture of the princess? Who brought about its success? Who have been the failures heretofore?" She rose and stood facing the table, her back to the stove. "Bah! Of the three of you, Jan, you are the least endowed with brains in this association. Yet I had not thought even you reduced to common hurried murder in your utter lack of finesse." "I know my duty," growled the man. "We'll see what we shall see." "A threat?" she demanded as before. "If it comes to that, at least fling it out like a man." "I make no threats," said Jan, sullenly puffing at his pipe. Only she waited, but he did not complete his sentence. "I understand," she said, more soothingly, herself a little fearful of this blood-desiring man. "When the hour arrives, it shall be you, no other, that has the deal, the honour, the glory of the stroke." He glanced up quickly. "Is it a promise? All agree?" "I am all, and I agree," said Zagorski in a way of magnificence all her own. "And that being settled, an hour for consultation." The council sat till midnight, resolving there by the glowing stove the plans for assuring the coming of the Duke to meet a waiting doom. There were no more hints of mutiny, but all agreed that instantly upon the possible appearance of deliverance sent for Thurley, the knife in the hands of Jan should do its work, no matter what the after consequences to any in the band. Zagorski retired a little after 12. Thurley was sleeping like the princess of legend, bound by a magic spell. In its corner the oil stove, rank with emanations, glowed all night like a beacon set to lure trusting ships on the reef. At 8 in the morning a thunderous and long-continued pounding on the door roused Thurley from her torpor, while still her captor rasped a song of sleep. It was Pelivan, ready to bring the breakfast, but desiring the dishes of the meal of the evening before. The door was locked, a precaution Zagorski had taken on her own initiative, lest Jan be overzealous in the night. She was roused at last, reluctantly and heavily emerging from her hibernation, which Thurley duly noted. The day had officially begun. It was destined to be a day of dullness, dread, and desolation, broken but once in the morning when the breakfast things had gone. Zagorski was summoned to the room below, and Pelivan returned for the earthenware cups over which the woman had lingered. The door had been left a trifle open, Zagorski desiring to hear any sounds that might be of moment above. The man, thus alone with Thurley, abruptly placed the utensils once more on the table. He turned to the girl with a face transformed to one of contrition and shame. "Ah, your Highness," he whispered in a tragic undertone, suffused with intense emotion, "I can no longer bear that you shall regard me also with the hatred and dread, the suspicion and horror these others may inspire. I have waited to tell you, declare my loyalty, my friendship, my wish to assist you to escape." And down on his knees the fellow sank, his hands held imploringly before him. Thurley was startled more than surprised by the abruptness of his actions. Something in his face the previous evening had a little prepared her mind for some such declaration. Yet she hardly knew what were best to do in the moment that might be vouchsafed them. "Oh, if you could, if you only could really help me," she said, her voice barely more than a whisper. "But what can I possibly do?" "Your friends," he said eagerly. "Let them know. Your royal fiancé. In an hour I must go to the village for meat. A letter, a note to the Duke, the brave young Duke. Let me take it, if only a line." "But I have no paper, no pencil. My other friends," she answered eagerly, "if I tell them all " "To ruin everything," he interrupted imploringly. "If so many come or seen from here, your life must pay the forfeit on the instant. This is predetermined. Let the Duke come alone, he only, and I can help. A part of a letter." He had snatched an old letter from his pocket and torn away the second sheet. "But a stub of pencil only." This he likewise produced, with grime from a pocket of his vest. Write it quick. There is not a moment to lose, and already I know where to find him." The tears rolled swiftly from his eyes. "It is so little I may do, but your life shall be saved. I shall not have lived in vain. I shall have not suffered shame, degradation for nothing." He dashed away the tears. "But write." Thurley was deeply affected by the fellow's outburst of emotion. She felt new hope in the day. Quickly kneeling by the table, she turned once more to the man. "Where am I? Where shall I tell him to come?" "The village of North Winnig, Long Island," Pelivan whispered rapidly. "Tell him you are captive in the old mill, 1 mile out to the eastward, where he shall come at 9 o'clock tonight, but come alone on peril of your life. Tell him you will go with no one else, and to bring no help nearer than the village." Thurley started to write in feverish haste. She paused. "But to-night at 9 I may be drugged again and fast asleep." "I am the cook," he whispered. "I shall leave out the drug. You shall then pretend to sleep, and leave the rest to me." She wrote again, but stopped to inquire, "This house is a mill?" "At the front, which you have not seen." "Ah, if we waste the time." He had risen and now tiptoed to the door and listened there intently. "It is nearly done. I must appear below." "There, there," said Thurley, signing the note, and she placed it at once in his hand. He read it hurriedly. It was written in German. "Dear Carl Robley, I am captive in an old mill 1 mile out to the east from village of East Winnig, Long Island. You must come alone to save me. Bring no one with you nearer than the village, and at 9 tonight. It is important that you come alone. You must remember that, or it seems I am sentenced. Yours thoroughly." "Carl Robley?" he said inquiringly, but his name thoroughly reddened. She had thought by this means it might be possible to get the intelligence also to Stuyvesant, who, far more than all the dukes in the world, might move effectively. "A nickname," she told the man without the slightest hesitation. "No one calls him so but myself." "The better, then. Then he will know it is from yourself," agreed Pelivan hurriedly, tucking the note in his pocket. "The blessing of the god, if I shall be able to help you, my princess." Again the tears welled swiftly to his eyes, and kneeling he kissed the hem of her skirt, then hastened to his dishes, made a noisy clatter at the table, and sprang through the door to stumble awkwardly down the stairs which Madame Zagorski was ascending. End of chapter 36. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 37. The Baron and a Knight. That morning brought little of comfort or hope to Alice Van Kirk, and nothing of relief to Robley Stuyvesant. No news had arrived. The mystery of Thurley's disappearance and whereabouts remained absolutely unbroken. Stuyvesant felt doubly despairing. He had learned sufficient from the conference with the Baron to realize that Princess Thurley was tremendously essential to the integrity and future of Herzegovina, and was thoroughly convinced that should she be discovered and returned after this, she must soon complete her alliance with the youthful duke and completely withdraw from his own existence. Nevertheless, his fanatical desire to serve her, to be, if possible, the one particular knight to reach her side and deliver her out of whatsoever dangers might impend, increased upon him hourly. If the fates decreed that his love must be for ever hopeless, it would not be thereby lessened. Come what might, that day in the park had knitted a bond between them that nothing could ever wholly sever. A strange conviction that Thurley's doom hung close and loose above her head had haunted his thoughts since the very hour when he heard of the way she had gone. He had fretted with wild and increasing impatience because of this conviction. He was nearly beside himself, to be baffled, impotently ignorant of what he ought to do. This enforced inactivity and stupid waiting while a night went by seemed enough to drive him crazy. Of what avail was his eager love when he made not the slightest move? Stifling an hourly repeated impulse to seek the aid of the city's police, he could scarcely wait, this Sunday morning, for the time appointed to meet the Baron at his rooms. When he came there at last, the Baron was no wiser concerning Thurley than at Alice's the previous night. 2 of his men were still to report. He could only advise further patience. Wank was still away. At 11 o'clock his 2 men came with vital news, and were interviewed in private. They had found Princess Thurvinia.
That royally erratic young person was lying dangerously ill, unknown and unsuspected, at the home of some loyal if humble subjects of Herzogetha, living in unromantic Weehawken. She was unaware of the presence either of Wank, the Baron, or the Duke in New York, and was too reduced to care. Vastly disturbed by this intelligence, and yet in a measure relieved, Hochous was still tremendously concerned with the fate of Thurley Ruxton. The princess might yet succumb and leave his kingdom bereft, while the young duke, ignorant of Thurley's disappearance, was still persistent in his declarations that he loved no one else in the world. There was nothing to communicate to Stuyvesant. Indeed, the baron's perturbation grew with the very fact his men had brought him no report concerning the abducted girl. He had much to do to maintain the secrecy, hedging the princess about, to provide her the finest medical attendance, to arouse the duke to his highest sense of duty, and, if possible, aid with all his power in saving the girl he knew to be in imminent danger of her life, if not already slain. He could only tell Stuyvesant to wait. Later he went to Weehawken, skilfully disguised, since he felt convinced that his movements were closely observed by Zagorski's agents, doubtless on his trail. At 3 o'clock a message from out in Long Island arrived for the young Duke Karl. It was quietly intercepted by the baron's agents and brought to his quarters at once, Karl Wilhelm none the wiser. Half an hour later the baron returned, and the message was placed in his hands. Stuyvesant, having been twice to Alice's, was once more waiting, and growing momentarily more desperate. Wank had not only appeared, but had not sent the slightest word. No sooner had Hochous glanced the message over than he strode to Stuyvesant's room. He was thoroughly aroused, but incisively keen of wit. He had leaped at the truth of things as a tiger leaps on its prey. "Stuyvesant, here it is at last," he said, as Robley sprang to his feet, prepared to blurt out his impatience with methods so lacking in action. "I rather thought that something in this manner might appear, but I didn't expect. Man, what do you think of this?" He held up the note to read. "What is it? Something from Miss It's a bit of correspondence addressed to Grand Duke Karl, and intercepted by my orders," interrupted the baron. "Listen. Excellency, I have found Miss Thurley, and send you immediate words that you may hasten to her rescue. For you alone will she trust, so great is her present apprehension for her life, and so great is the warrant for her fears. She is a captive in the hands of political enemies of Herzogetha, at a small village called North Winnig, on Long Island, 100 miles out near by, and is at an old mill 1 mile to the eastward of the village, where she informs me one of the band has revealed a secret loyalty and desire to render her assistance, though through him only will her rescue be possible. You must come alone to-night at 9 o'clock, bringing no assisting friends nearer than the village proper, lest you excite suspicion and thereby sacrifice her life on the instant. Be under the window at the stroke of 9, the window at the rear of the mill, and do not, for the love of heaven, attempt her rescue by force of numbers, or come otherwise than alone. The one man loyal to her Highness is expected to go out to-night and return at 9, hence one man approaching will arouse no suspicion. I shall await your advent myself in the village. For God and Herzogetha, Otto Wank. Postscript. I enclose confirmatory note from Stuyvesant, white with excitement, and crouching as if for a spring of action, snatched the paper from the baron's fingers. "Pardon," he said, "but where is it? Where? Village of North?" "My dear young friend," admonished the baron quietly,
Wait, don't you see? Wait, said Stuyvesant wildly. I've done nothing but wait all day. I want to get started. Don't you understand? I do, said the Baron, perfectly. There is more. You have not heard at all. This also was enclosed. He held up Thurley's note and read it, puzzled at once by its presence in the letter and the method of the address. Dear Carl Robley. What? Cried Stuyvesant, more excited than before. It's half addressed to me. Perhaps she thought that Baron, I'll take a force of men. I mean that I shall go in my car to fetch her back. There may be no railway in miles. Can your men be ready at once? Mr. Stuyvesant, sit down, commanded the Baron sternly. Can't you see this is merely a trap? Stuyvesant halted in the act of throwing on his coat, and the sable trailed on the floor. A trap? It's Thurley's appeal, and it's half addressed to me. I don't understand. There's nothing to do but get there as soon as the Lord will let me. Why should you call it a trap? This letter was sent to the Duke. I told you that. It was, but right here. Robley. His name isn't Rob. It's signed here, Otto Wenck. Your man, I know, but nevertheless. That's the lie of it, man, the Baron interrupted. Wenck, it is true, is over there somewhere and has made no report, but he's under another name and on no account would send me a line or a line to the Duke with his own name actually attached. You mean? I mean. That was my orders, absolute orders. Furthermore, he would never, in a case like this, send a line to anyone save myself, while it is perfectly preposterous for him to urge the Duke into such a noose as this. A trap, a clumsy trap, and this sort of bait I've expected. Stuyvesant paled. But, good heavens, Baron, how could this note from Thurley, not a forgery, you think? I am not prepared to say. It may be genuine, it may be all a lie. This Wenck note is a forgery, and clever as the fiends. It sums up all a trap, my son, to compass a double murder. Stuyvesant went white about the mouth. Murder? Sit down, urged the Baron more quietly. This is a matter of life and death. To the beautiful woman I feel you would serve to the utmost limits of your strength. My life, I mean it, sir. Then, in the name of the heaven you implored, be calm a little, and assist me as far as you may. You think she's alive? She may be there, that village, North Winnig? It is the barest hope in the world. It is far more likely she is far away in another direction. God alone knows where, and yet it is all we have at present, and you might at least investigate, though the dangers, I warn you, are great. The younger man was confident. I'll simply take a dozen men, picked fighters, gunfighters at that, and clean up. So I feared. It was dryly remarked, and the Baron screwed up his mouth. If she is there at all and alive, your course would ring her knell the instant your men appeared. It is no idle threat, that part of the letter that warns the Duke he must be certain to come alone. His friends no closer than the village. Of what avail are friends a mile away? Then I'll go alone, though all the demons out of the Hades, and be quietly captured there beneath the window. When they find you are not the Duke, what then? And you wouldn't expect, with a letter as false as this, that Miss Thurley, as you call her, would be standing at the window waiting to leap into your arms? Stuyvesant saw the situation, yet clung to a species of hope. Good heavens, man, do you expect me to do nothing?
If she's there at all, and in momentarily danger of her life, I've got to take a chance, that's all." "And give yourself none," commented the Baron dryly. "If you mean to help in this affair, go over, if you please, to North Winnig with your car and your man, and ascertain, if possible, whether or not any strangers have recently come to that neighbourhood in particular circumstances, and are occupying any old mill. And then report to me, or at most adopt some sane expedient for the safe delivery of the captive, should you find her actually imprisoned and alive thereabouts." "But you?" demanded Stivern. "In the meantime you are certainly as deeply interested, perhaps more deeply interested. Where will you be with your men? What will they be doing?" "Scouring the darkest, farthest corners of all New York," said the Baron laconically, "endeavouring to retrieve any time we may lose by sending you off to this village." "Then you think she isn't there?" The Baron smiled. "It would be almost too good to be true." "I shall go and see," said Stivern. "God grant I may find her safe." He flung on his coat, which had fallen to a chair. "Amen to that," answered the Baron, his fine old mouth slightly twitching and his eyes suspiciously moist. Then he placed his hands on Robley's shoulders. "Don't take the slightest unnecessary risk, my boy," he added. "Serve her as far as you like, with your life if you must, but be certain first it is a service. My affection for you is great. To sacrifice another life, youth, take no risks that can do no good in the end." Stivern was greatly affected. His fine young face took on an expression approximating sublimity. "I would go through anything to serve her," he said simply, "and because she has written Robley here, I am certain she lives, and sent this note and expects, well, someone at 9 o'clock to night." The Baron could say no more. He wrung the young man's hand with tremendous intensity and watched him go out at the door. Then he sank on a chair, limp and wretched, staring at the carpet. He knew what the dangers were into which this youth would plunge, the dangers into which, he confessed, he had feared Thurley Ruxton would fall. "God help us all," he murmured. "I must serve Herzogossa first." Chapter 37.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 38. The One Weak Link. The day for Thurley was one long monotony of fear, disgust, and helplessness. The windows had been finally uncurtained late in the morning, but the day was grey and dreary, while the atmosphere within was murky and foul with odours from below and the reek of the stove that kept the room slightly warmer than freezing. Zagorski remained at her captive's side almost constantly. She seldom spoke, and Thurley would never have addressed her voluntarily, since questions and pleading would have been of no avail, and conversation was impossible. As often as she encountered the ice-blue stare of the woman's eyes, she shuddered anew with repugnance and the certainty of a gross, malevolent mind behind their baleful glistening. She had found herself wrapped in an exceptionally long grey cloak, patched and dirty, but at least of wool, and therefore slightly comforting in this leaky old hovel, long before abandoned as a human habitation. She spent her time lying or sitting on the bed, or walking the few feet rendered possible by the meagre length of chain. She did not sleep again. From time to time she heard a murmur of voices, where the men below were repeatedly protesting against the delays of Madame Zagorski. Now and then the woman descended on the trio to soothe or to domineer as occasion might demand. Never for more than 5 minutes at a time did she thus leave Thurley to herself, and the girl was aware of the utter futility of attempted escape in such interim or in the glare of day. Twice she had dared snatch up her chain and try with her fingers to loosen the wires where the twisted ends were nipped and bent over on the link. She had no intention of doing more than barely prepare the stubborn splice for possible tampering later on, but even this seemed quite impracticable to fingers fashioned delicately and unprovided with a tool. On the last occasion, nevertheless, she found an edge on the iron bed where the twist of wire, being once engaged, was readily bent backward on the link. It did not break, being tough and malleable, and she barely had time to bend it once more to its former position when Zagorski again returned. There were no more opportunities to labour with the wire, and at most it was merely possible for Thurley to sit there planning how, if her chance should come, she could bend and bend that metal prong till its point should finally snap. She planned all day at 1,000 things, impossible and even extravagant. No thought had entered her mind again of attempting a struggle with the woman. She knew her strength could avail her nothing in a combat so entirely unequal, and the noise would disturb the men. Her hope attached itself with childlike confidence to the man Pelevan hour after hour. Her only fear concerning him was that of his ability, surrounded as he was by other men, to render the necessary hope at the vital moment. She had doubts again of the arrival of the note addressed to the Duke and Robley. It seemed to her she was very far from all the world of Gothem. The note might be lost, intercepted. The day being Sunday, it might easily fail of delivery, if no one should come that night at 9. A fever of anxiety, hope succeeding doubt, eager planning for herself, and increasing dread and illness in this fetid room was flaming her cheeks and eyes. The day was so frightfully long, the unknown fate impending, and the mystery as to why she had been thus entrapped were so baffling and frightening as the hours wore slowly on. She could not have known that Pelevan, clever actor that he was, had tricked and deceived her with shameless duplicity, playing on her feelings and credulity to procure her note to the Duke. Yet she finally doubted even him. It was merely the accumulated despair to which she was victim, making its pessimistic inroads to her courage. She doubted everything at times, and was hopelessly haunted by instinctive alarms, as if the violence hovering in the air and lurid with murderous desire was some way communicated to her more receptive self, which could not interpret their meaning. Yet back to her hope in Pelevan she fled, as if aware it was all she had, no matter how tenuous its substance. He had promised not to drug her coffee. If he should lie, she might be wiser to refuse the draught and take no chances. But the action, on the other hand, might readily excite the woman's suspicions, even against Pelevan. Her fever rose with the waning of the day, and when at 5 the sun went down in a red streaked sky, suggesting blood and fire that some way were not warm, she felt the landscape's desolation creeping coldly to her heart. She had risen from the bed so many times in the spirit of restlessness increasing steadily that she feared the woman must note her condition and pounce upon its actuating cause. With all the power of her mind's volition she remained at peace, attempting to convey an impression of sleepiness again and dullness for lack of air. "May we have the window open for a moment?" she finally asked. "The air will be better for freshening." "It suits me well enough as it is," said Zagorski. "Once I heard of a man on the gallows who was given a glass of beer, from which he blew the froth. Someone questioned why he blew it away. He said it was not healthy, and then he was hanged. Ha, ha, ha!" She laughed uproariously, shaking with mirth at the grimness of her joke. A sickening conviction of doubt settled at Thurley's heart. Ominous night and ominous threat seemed brooding together in the shadows that fell upon the snow-bound world and house. There was nothing to do but wait, and wait for God alone knew what. Evidence of more uneasiness increased below the stairs. Something seemed amiss. Zagorski was up and down repeatedly between the hours of 5 and 6. There appeared to be no preparations for dinner, or even a thought of eating. It was all concerned with Pellevan, not yet returned from sending Thurley's note with his own to the young Grand Duke Karl Wilhelm. It was 7:30 when he came at last, and the news he brought was satisfactory. Dinner was served to Thurley and the woman a little after 8. It was precisely the sort of meal supplied the previous evening, in fact, part of the stew still remaining unconsumed. Coffee was provided as before, the man Pellevan snatching at a momentary opportunity to nod at Thurley reassuringly while the cups were being placed on the table. The man had no more than retreated through the door than Zagorski was on her feet. "Pellevan!" she called, and, following actively, half closed the door behind her as she gave him some manner of instructions delivered in Russian and barely above a whisper. Instantly, for no absolute reason she might at the time have explained, Thurley conceived an extraordinary plan to exchange her cup for the woman's. She did so before she could halt the action or reflect as to why it was done. Her heart, however, swung like a wind-swayed bell in its tower. Her hands shook as if with ague. She knew it was not with some sudden distrust of Pellevan she had acted. She had merely obeyed some blind intuition and prompting to be doubly safe should treachery lurk in the drink. Zagorski returned almost immediately. The trifling sound that Thurley had made, transferring the heavy earthenware receptacles, had alarmed her frightfully. She was certain the movement had been heard and the ruse would be detected. Partly to hide her confusion, partly to complete her action and force her own cup upon Zagorski, she drank the portion now allotted to herself without even waiting for sugar. She was drinking indeed when the woman came and resumed her seat at the table. Zagorski glanced at her only once, a grim expression of satisfaction betrayed for a second in her eyes. She had feared Thurley might refuse the coffee altogether. In the wildest flutter of excitement and fear, Thurley watched for the woman to drink. Her heart continued its tumult, which she was certain Zagorski must hear. She rose from her seat and proceeded to the bed, watching from the corner of her eyes. Below, the men left silently to proceed to an old abandoned grist mill a mile to the east of North Winnock. Zagorski drank, draining the cup to the dregs. "Horrible water, unfit for cooking," she said, as the drugged taste left some impalpable tang on her palate, and she rose and went over to the stove, renewing the oil in its tank. Then she stood above its heavy gush of heat, while Thurley, watching with blazing eyes,
presently remembered that she must seem to droop and sink into sleep as before. She began the symptoms against which the previous evening she had struggled helplessly. Zagorski, attributing her sense of comfort to the warmth of the stove and dinner, crossed to the door, bolted it fast, and returned to the ruby glare so impotent to dissipate the cold. She was watching her captive narrowly, a thing that Thurley felt. Rising, Thurley shook herself, rubbed at her eyes, and briskly chafed her hands. She staggered a little where she stood, winking her eyes in the heavy manner compelled by the drug before. Back to the bed she sank, maintaining all her show of drowsiness, and at length was prostrate on the pillow, her whole tingling being startlingly awake and trembling with suppressed excitement. The drug worked slowly on Zagorski. Sleep always came to her reluctantly and remained over long, the morning hours invariably increasing her torpor. Nevertheless, her feeling of placid contentment now rose and engulfed her lurid brain. She sat in a chair beside the stove, somewhat exulting in the thought of a good night's rest ahead. She nodded there, her sense of peace possessing all her body. Dimly she thought of 9 o'clock, and of work to be done by Jan and the others when the trap should close its jaws. What need to bother herself? When that was done, the rest could follow quickly, and then, if a flight by darkness seemed advisable, a bit of sleep to start on would be well. She rose by making an effort and moved across to her bed. An hour at the most she might nap serenely, and then she dropped herself down, or rather drooped, possessed of a sudden with a wild suspicion that something might be wrong. A flash of vivid glaring light was seared across a portion of her brain like a lightning stroke that fails to reach the earth. The zigzag halted in the dullness, shutting out her intellect, and faded on her night. She tried to rise, to cry to the men who were gone, as she fully remembered. She could neither lift the leaden mass of her shoulders and weighted skull, nor utter forth more than a gurgle. The sound she made was terrible to Thurley, lying there quivering with her life. It was such an animal, savage sound, as of some wild beast that struggled with suffocating death, expecting almost that the creature would come staggering, possibly, but horribly vital and stubbornly active in her sinister intent. Thurley dared not move and dared not remain, and held her breath in fearful alarm as she listened to hear the lightest tread. It did not come. Zagorski was down, her brain like a blackened frame where fireworks, having expended their flare, die suddenly, with here and there a streak or a star of unattached and meaningless red glowing vividly a moment on the velvet gloom that its previous brilliance has intensified. She was still awake in a manner, sinking as one who drowns but is not yet wholly unconscious. Then oblivion claimed her for its own. It was not until nearly half an hour later, when the woman was breathing with the stentorious gasps and irregular percussions of a gasoline engine, that Thurley dared to move. She rose, then cautiously glancing at once toward the inert mass the woman had become. The house was still, the silence, save for Zagorski's breathing, was intense. Thurley went to the lamp and turned it low, then crept to the window and tried to peer through the snow-lighted darkness of the night. There was nothing to be seen. She had no means of determining the time, but felt it must be fully 9 o'clock, when perhaps deliverance should come. Once more at that, the clear, bright light of her reason was cast illumining upon the facts. Pelivan was a proved liar. The coffee he had promised should be harmless had been obviously drugged.
Undoubtedly, all his sympathy and loyalty had been a sham. New forms of suspicion and dread rose before her vision as she thought of the uses to which her note to Robley might be put. She was terrified anew by the murky conception of some hideous network of duplicity and crime, with its meshes about her vouchsafed to her vividly working mind. She must save herself, she realized, or the blackest of fates would doubtless be her portion. Alone with the silence and the sodden woman labouring in her sleep, she stood undecided, overwhelmed for a moment with a half-clear glimpse into things appallingly obscure. Doubts as to where she really was assailed her, together with consuming fear of the creatures heard at times below. But to leave this house without the slightest unnecessary delay was the first demand of action. Quietly, furtively, she glided toward the bed, catching up the iron chain that bound her like a slave. Her hand ran past the wire link in her trembling anxiety for haste. Then she found it, and, moving it to the metal edge employed in the afternoon, bent the twisted strands upon it and began to force them down and up by the feeble glow of the lamp. It seemed as if they would never snap, so tough was their substance, so soft her hands, and so great was her fear of creating a noise that would rouse Zagorski from her sleep. In feverish desperation she strained at the wire, and was torn through the skin of her finger. Her hand was presently reddened from the wound, but she worked more hotly than before. The wire gave way. Excitedly assailing the bright-tipped strand, she pushed it and drove it back through the link that it coupled to a mate, finding it harsh and resisting to her efforts. Her hands were stabbed and cut anew, but the loosened ends were forced to yield, till presently the chain was parted, and an end fell down and struck the floor sharply. Thurley could have moaned. Zagorski started in her slumber, some of her stubborn instincts of suspicion and watchfulness responding automatically to the noise the chain had made. End of chapter 38.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 39. A Desperate Flight. Scarcely daring to breathe, facing the room with dilated eyes and expecting an almost immediate demand for admission to the room by some of the men, Thurley stood holding one end of the chain like a goddess released from bondage. She was almost prepared for a fight for her life had the moment demanded a fierce and desperate stand. But nothing happened. Her colour, having fled, crept back once more as her fever and hope burned anew. She was free in part. She must take advantage of her moment. The window was her only concern. To attempt escape by the stairs and door was a thought far too frightening for a moment's entertainment. She was certain that some, if not all, of the men were below in their usual quarters. The room afforded nothing in the nature of a rope. She knew from her former examination that the window was far too high from the frozen ground and snow for a leap, or even a drop. She had heard of captives tearing the sheets of a bed to form an escaping strand. Wrapping half of the chain about her waist and securing the end with the wire, she tumbled the bed clothes over wildly to find there were no sheets. She remembered the fact for a moment, forgotten in excitement. But two of the blankets were old. She dragged them out and attempted to part them with her hands. The hems at the ends resisted stubbornly.
She bit and tore them with her teeth. Once they were severed, she made headway faster, using jaws and hands together. The blankets were torn into 3 strips each. Then she knotted their ends together. Zagorski stirred and partially rose, goaded by some latent force that frequently possessed her in her sleep, rousing her even to walking. "Paladin," she said, apparently staring at Thurley. In sickening fright the girl let fall her strips of cloth as the woman sank back in her bed. Cold moisture broke on Thurley's brow. Her heart throbbed like an engine in her breast. It seemed as if the horrid inefficiency of a nightmare numbed and paralyzed her actions, yet she soon resumed her task. Fear had electrified her ingenuity as courage had steeled her nerves. She tied her rope to the table leg that was nearest the window at last, and slightly raised the sash to drop the end. The window came down again immediately, its loose old skeleton rattling in the frame. Once more its noise awoke the peal of alarms in Thurley's bosom. A gush of the wintry air sweeping in had struck like a zone of chill across her heated body. She glanced about, aware she should need protection from the night and its wind and snow. The grey old cloak was on the bed. She caught it up and put it on, when a crack and a thump on the stairs below made her gasp and start with dread. She stood there trembling, suppressing her breath, and pressing both hands above her heart, as if to stifle its clamour. Again all was still. She thought of the lamp, and blew it out as a measure of precaution. Groping her way to the window again, she thrust aside the curtains, raised the sash, and put out her foot to crawl out backward. Her one hand closed in frantic grip upon her strand of wool. A horrible voice abruptly woke the silence, Zagorski talking in her unsurrendered restlessness of spirit. "You, John, shall strike the blow." A fearful gurgle sputtered in her throat. She rose from the bed as Thurley could hear, and floundered about the room. Unable to endure the frightening thoughts that suddenly swooped upon her, Thurley supported the sash with her shoulder, dropped backward from the sill, and was suddenly out in the clean-smelling cold, swaying 20 feet up from the ground. The window had closed behind her, falling with its rattle to the cushion of wool where the blanket lay across the frame. Down, down slipped Thurley, nearly thrust from her hold, when a knot in the strand was encountered. Her hands were all but scorched by the rope, as the last few feet slid through her tender palms, and she landed on and fell to the earth. Up in an instant, unhurt and remarkably revived in strength and nerve by the tonic of the air, she paused for a moment to glance about and listen before she moved. The entire side of the building was dark. Not a gleam of light was revealed from a single window. There was not a sound in all the world, it seemed, nor a sign of other houses. A few stars gleamed in wells of vast profundity between huge masses of cloud. The great brazen dipper blazed heatlessly as it swung about the polar star immovably studded in the north. It seemed to Thurley like a guidance divine as she recognized this mighty constellation. It told her the way to go. The village of North Winnig, she thought, must barely be a mile to the west. She did not know the abandoned mill was not this structure. She was quitting, but was miles away in the opposite direction. Raising the cloak, which would have dragged and caught upon her feet, she faced the wind that had blown all day across the wintry continent, and was presently plunging through dry drifts of snow and over barren earth too hard to receive her tracks. The wind sent scud where the drifts were piled, and this filled in the imprints of her shoes and so concealed her trail.
She glanced behind as she hastened on, but neither a shout nor a ray of light did the sombre old hovel surrender. Nevertheless she felt pursued, a haunting sense of her insecurity peopling every shadow with a sinister form, about to leap out and retake her. She presently ran, as increasing distance from the house made the echo of footsteps far too faint to travel back and betrayed the fact that she was gone. She came to a fence and clambered through, tearing the cloak which she held as close as possible about her chest, where the wind sought the thinness of her garments. For the very first time since the moment of entering Edith's room, she missed her furs, her muff and scarf, which Zagorski must have taken. They did not matter. Nothing mattered now but escape, to escape the village and beg for protection and shelter from the first warm house she should find. Running and walking, feverishly pushing forward, she took no heed of distance or the roughness of the field where she was travelling. She felt a glow of warmth and life responding to her rapid locomotion, and at last she came upon a road. It led apparently westward, doubtless, she thought, to the village she was seeking. Perhaps North Winnig was now no more than half a mile away, and still no sign of pursuers in the rear. It was a strange, still world of grey and black, with skeleton trees against the restless sky, and huge abysses of shadow in the far-off woods, and lakes of dull snow in the meadows. It was frozen to lifelessness, stilled to the silence of death. Thurley went on. It seemed endless, this road, and its course was altered at a curve here and there, till directions were all confused. Dark clouds had blotted out the stars, and from time to time a flurry of snow was driven fiercely earthward on the wind. Thurley was certain she had come a mile at the end of half an hour of ceaseless hurry. She had gone more nearly 2, and by then was 6 from the nearest town and leaving it further behind. She had nothing by way of plan save to go and go till she came to North Winnig. She had slowed to a steady, active gait, but doubts were beginning in her mind. An hour out she halted, glancing about her in bewilderment, wondering whither she had come. Long before this, as she felt convinced the village should have been encountered, a realizing sense that she must have chosen the wrong direction came discouragingly upon her. She dared not return and so approach the house from which she had escaped. She felt a little weariness and a dread of being lost. The chill of the breeze would not permit long halting in the road. She must go and keep on going, she knew, but where? "I shall come to something finally," she told herself in bravery, and onward she trudged as before. At midnight she was all but exhausted. The chain about her waist was cold and heavy. A new despair was at her heart. To go on all night was hardly possible. To sink by the road in such a bitter atmosphere would mean to perish long before dawn. She felt the road must terminate at last at a farm, if nothing more. Anything now as a shelter from the wind would be as a haven of rest. The snow was deeper in the road, and her feet were heavy with its weight and constant retarding. She went on and on. It seemed to her a time that was never to end. It was nearly 1 o'clock in the morning, with the wind assuming a colder, brisker search of all the land, when out of the darkness loomed the low, squat form of a shed or outbuilding standing by the road. A note of gladness escaped the girl as she prodded her lagging limbs to vigorous effort. She was certain of a house which should be near at hand, and her theory was right. There had been a dwelling once at the place, and its ruins were there when she came to the sight, the mute, gaunt bones of a structure consumed in the autumn by fire. Thurley could have wept from weariness and disappointment. She stumbled back to the shed-like building, once a blacksmith's shop, effected an entrance where a board was torn away, and, sinking down where a few old shavings had escaped the pencils of snow, flung in at gaping cracks, she sheltered herself as best she might in a broken box beneath a workman's bench, and was thankful to God for rest. End of chapter 39. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 40. A Night of Toil. Alice Van Kirk on Sunday afternoon felt as if the suspense and strain of uncertainty would completely break her down. The morning had been sufficiently insupportable. She had barely slept all night, and with Stuyvesant reporting no progress after 10 o'clock, her cup of anguish had seemed full to overflowing. But the afternoon, as mockingly barren of news or hope as any hours already endured, brought calls and callers innumerable with inquiries as to Thurley's health, invitations for the week forthcoming, and astonishment and curiosity on the part of those who discovered by personal attendance at the mansion that Thurley was away. Alice had not revealed the truth to any one save Robley and the Baron. She feared and dreaded the rumours and gossip, the exaggerated tales, and the inescapable suspicions that knowledge of the Prince's disappearance would immediately engender. Nevertheless, to maintain a smiling composure and to parry insidious queries was taxing the utmost of her ingenuity, and all but driving her distracted. Major Phipps, who had been away recuperating from his literary labours for several weeks, was one of the callers. He came with Kelsey Woods, and was annoyingly insistent in his probing as to Thurley, her whereabouts and prospects. Willie Stetson, with 20 different bunches of flowers for Thurley to accept or reject, but to exercise her wholly untrammelled choice upon, was early on the scene. Algy Dearborn brought a brand new limerick. Captain Fowler and Beau Bremer of the diplomatic service arrived almost together. Lady Honour Calthrop and Count Fieschi came together, as they had on a number of occasions. Gaylord came later with floral contributions, and by great good fortune did not collide with the Count. Fieschi was sufficiently persistent in his reiterated desire to be made acquainted at once with Thurley's whereabouts. He cornered Alice by herself at the moment when the others were engaged in a mild debate on woman suffrage, and repeated his wishes anew. "It is not that I shall be considered as one of the limpid others," he explained. "My nature is one of fire and action. So impatient to move, to surround. Miss Thurley herself understands. She would wish it for me to be informed where she is, what she does away from her home, where I shall send my eager thoughts to remind her of the pleasant times whenever we have met." "I quite understand," said Alice, distraught by her haunting fears. "If I were to tell you, Count Fieschi, that she is far away and in peril, what would your fire and action do?" He grinned. "I should be aware, dear lady, that you are a humorous people, you Americans. I shall wait. She must presently return. My longing shall bring her back." "Perhaps," said Alice, "but I would pray God to send her a humorous American man with a good strong arm and fearless heart.
no hothouse absent treatment. She rose and joined the others restlessly, her feeling one of negative guilt that she talked and smiled with guests like these and did nothing at all for Thurley. She was glad when they went, particularly glad to be rid of the glib Faishi, shamelessly boasting of the heat of his heart that she knew to be colder than brass. But if the Count was insistent, Gaylord was fairly intolerable. The man was at the brink of ruin, his nerves were as brittle as glass. He was pale, irritable, strung taut as a rope between two twisting screws. Faishi had crowded him fairly to the edge, and he felt already that the slightest push must hurl him downward to the pit. Some way in his desperate plight he felt the necessity for Thurley Ruxton, a summon of the other days, to whom to open the gates of his soul and relieve the pressure within. She had not replied to his letter, that note amounting to a curt demand that she permit him to announce their engagement. Irrationally he told himself that if she had only sent him word, definite word, even a negative reply, the entire fabric of his luck must have undergone a transformation. He was not prepared to accept her no for his answer. Today, however, it was anything to find her, and perhaps compel her to consent to be his wife. He felt it would conquer Faishi. To discover that she was absent from the scene, and to receive no adequate explanation of what her absence meant, increased his annoyance and impatience. "See here," he said to Alice in his domineering way, the moment he could snatch her away from the others, "we both understand that my position with Thurley is unlike that of anyone else. I've a right to know where she's gone." Alice was nettled. "I wish it were such a right as might keep you better informed, more vitally in touch with events, and then perhaps you might assist instead of goading me." "What do you mean?" he demanded. "You're not declaring your ignorance as to where she is?" "And if I were, what then?" He narrowed his gaze upon her, countless suspicions flashing briefly in his brain. "You're sure she hasn't gone to New Haven?" he said. "It isn't some attempt to erase all final traces of the past?" Alice could almost have slapped him. "Her past with you?" she queried, as she had on previous occasions. "I am sure there is no occasion, Mr. Gaylord. If, as you say, you occupy a peculiar position with regard to Thurley, what would you think your duty should anything arise to menace her happiness, her freedom, her life?" She had masked her intensity of feeling, or, if she had not, Gaylord failed to penetrate her thin veneer of calm. He smiled again in his mirthless, sardonic manner, the manner of one desperate no matter where he turns. "Is this some trap for me?" he inquired. "Does it snap upon my answer?" "It does, to some extent, though my question was not intended as a trap." "Precisely. May I exercise the privilege of avoiding the trap?" "You may think the trap avoided." He ceased to smile. "I suppose you mean I am trapped no matter how I answer." Alice shrugged her shoulders. "Your fate is of your own making, not of mine. Suppose Thurley needed help. You claim you occupy a special position in her destiny. How far would you be willing to go? What would you sacrifice to find her and give her assistance?" Gaylord wondered if perchance the game was over and thoroughly sent away, whether Alice Van Kirk had begun to fear detection of their game, and had brought it to a sudden termination. His attitude was altered by the thought, so lightly did his weather vane respond to a zephyr of change. "If she's out of town," he replied, "I'd do what I could, do anything in reason, except, of course, to leave the city just at present. God knows my whole career may depend on my being here now every minute." "Exactly," said Alice, and that was her final word with the man, but not her final disgust. She sounded nearly every man who had hung on Thurley's words and moves, while flowers and speeches were the price. There was none in them all, she felt convinced, with the manhood, the courage, and the self-denial to risk his comfort, far less risk his life should the princess require such sacrifice to defend her, perhaps from death. In the final analysis, not a few regarded Thurley as already the prize, and therefore the charge of the young Grand Duke Karl Wilhelm. They would gladly flirt with his affianced bride, but her dangers were all for him. It was late when Stuyvesant found at last that a faint star of hope had risen. His message was brief and excited, the merest statement that a hint had arrived at the baron's headquarters, and that anything further that might develop would be phoned in later on. He was going, Robley added, to a place far out from Manhattan, to investigate a vague report that might prove utterly groundless. It was something, at least, on which to act, and midnight would tell the tale. To all of Alice's eager questions he returned the vaguest of answers, presently hanging up the phone. If disappointment lurked beyond, he preferred to accept its brunt himself and not raise beaming expectations to dash them later in the night. It was late when he started his car with his man in the driver's seat. He had ascertained that no railroad trains ran nearer than 15 miles or more to the west of North Winnig. He was dressed in furs, which differed but slightly from those of his mechanician. Wolfskin robes were heaped in the tonneau's hold, should occasion arise for their use. Their lamps were lighted on the ferry boat. Half an hour later, with nearly 4 clear hours ahead of them, in which to cover a distance calculated at something under 70 miles, the car was going like a huge projectile over roads hard as flint. The darkness descended swiftly. The night was moonless, but the film of snow that lay on all the lifeless world reflected the dim refulgence of the heavens, clearly defining the pike. For more than a quarter of the distance the big dark device of modern power and velocity shot through villages, past fields, and over bridges like a thing made glad by its own sheer might and perfection. Then it blew out a tire, and a long, heart-racking siege of disasters had been ushered in as if at the beckoning of fate. A cylinder began to miss, almost upon the resumption of the journey. For fully an hour both Stuyvesant and his man sought vainly to locate the trouble. When they came upon it finally, they found it somewhat serious, a valve rod sticking every other minute, and then for a time running normally. Filing and oiling aided materially, but the lost minutes were totaling fast. When once he could drive ahead again, the chauffeur urged such terrific speed that wreckage was constantly threatened. One violent manoeuvre resulting from this recklessness stripped out the gears of the intermediate speed. A battery connection shaken loose brought on the recurrence of the missing, for which the valve rod was for long mistakenly attacked. One crushing, delaying complication after another arose. The great machine, now racing, now barely toiling in the highway, performed every known depravity of steel and spark and gasoline. Another tire went the way of ruin. Impatiently, wildly, Stuyvesant strove to redeem lost time, but in vain. It was one interminable series of delays, repairs, and exhausting efforts to keep the machine on its legs. 8 o'clock found them far from anywhere, with 40 miles to go. Calamity overtook them almost while they reckoned that, with luck, they would still be late no more than half an hour. At 9 they were down and out again. Stuyvesant groaning in vain. He had looked at his watch 100 times, and now, with more than 30 miles to travel, was sweating in the frozen wind to think of what might be happening where Thurley waited, peering through the night for the help that could not arrive. How they limped along toward North Winnig, Robley could never have told. It seemed a veritable nightmare of helplessness, wherein he struggled furiously to get ahead, only to be baffled, hindered, stalled by things intangible that may not be engaged or overcome. It was midnight and past when they came at last to the village. They had gone astray from the road among their other accidents, and expended an hour getting back. The little settlement in which they found themselves at last seemed part of the frozen world. Not a light was shown from any house, where all appeared like spectral things, merely mockeries of men's abodes, with glassy eyes lifelessly staring. Leaving his man in charge of the car, Stuyvesant hastened off at once to find the abandoned mill. He came there at last, discovering an empty old ruin through which the wind was howling dismally. Armed as he was, he nevertheless approached it with caution, only to ascertain that a burial place would exhibit more cheer and life. He knew that if Thurley had been here at all, she had long since gone away. Bitterness and self-accusation and impotent bickerings at fates and accidents consumed him there in the wind. It seemed so utterly puerile to have come this far and be obliged to turn about and return, the way he had travelled, crowned with defeat and disappointment. There was nothing about the structure to give him the slightest guidance or hint as to what he should do. He could only turn disgustedly away, reviling himself for failure in Thurley's hour of need, and face the cold and desolation between himself and his car. Harassed, even tortured by worry and apprehension as to what his delinquency might have involved, he could only wonder vaguely how possible to serve the princess now. He could think of one thing only: remain for the night at North Winnig, and by search and inquiry early in the morning redeem a little of his effort. He came to the village street some distance from his car. Up the road he went as rapidly as possible, wondering soon if his man had curled himself down in the furze to keep himself warm as he waited. He had rather expected the man to be walking about on the road, warming himself by motion. "Banks," he called as he came in speaking distance, but no reply was returned. He came to the car, glanced in at the tonneau, discovered it empty of anything save the furs, and was passing along the front of the hood when he all but fell over his man. He was lying loosely crumpled in the road, his hat a little thrown aside, his face marble white on the snow. "Banks!" cried Stuyvesant, kneeling down, but the man, unconscious, left there for dead by Pelavin and Max, returning from their long cold wait at the mill, neither heard nor felt nor moved. End of chapter 40.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 41. The Gold of Morning. It was not till an hour afterward, with the village astir and the neighbourhood agog, that Stuyvesant paused for a moment to wonder why his chauffeur had been attacked. He was unaware that Banks, in the night's dim starlight, resembled the Grand Duke Karl somewhat strikingly. The task of dragging and carrying Banks to a house, arousing the inmates, and inducing the frightened men and hysterical women of the immediate vicinity to help him save his mechanician's life, had occupied all his strength and thought. Underlying all of this was a dull but throbbing consciousness that Thurley was somewhere near or far, disappointed if alive, and doubtless in the hands of assassins allied with those who must have beaten Banks. It was never possible for even the part of a second to forget that the princess had called him, sent him her brief appeal, expected him here or somewhere at the fateful hour of 9. He felt that now, in the hours left of the long, disastrous night, he should be in his car, driving hither and yon, moving, doing something definite, something to find her and help her. He groaned at the necessity of serving Banks while neglecting Thurley, though the loyal impulse of his nature urged him readily to give all he could to his man. Banks had sustained a frightful blow on the skull. That the arch of bone had not been more severely fractured or even crumpled inward was a miracle, due perhaps to the thickness of his hair. He had not revived till nearly 3 in the morning, and then for a moment only. A local physician, summoned tardily, had exhausted himself and his resources early, while the ministrations of the women served to better purpose. It was daylight, and Stuyvesant was still tirelessly assisting and directing operations, when his man at length gave assurance of assuming his normal functioning, so suddenly interrupted, and so near its termination. The man, however, would be too ill and weak to be moved for several days. The name of a skilful woman, nurse, was supplied in answer to Stuyvesant's demands. She lived in a larger village 20 miles away, whither no one could go in a hurry. There was no alternative, as Robley knew. He must go in his car and drive the machine himself. He drank 3 steaming cups of coffee, thoughtfully provided by the one calm woman of the house, and started on his way. The sun arose in clouds and blew together its first frost, brightened rays appearing to press upon the earth a colder wave of air. Far off, on a lonesome snow-strewn road, Thurley had meantime roused from an inactivity which could scarcely be described as sleep. She had shivered and chattered all night in her box, drawing shavings and her tattered cloak about her chilling limbs and shoulders, and had risen at times to beat her hands, tramp up and down the shop, and otherwise struggle with the numbing cold that crept to the marrow of her bones. The first faint streaks of dawn had readily addressed her senses, alert for signs that the night was past, since its darkness and drag had seemed to be centuries long. She had slipped from the shed-like structure only to find the half-dim world a scene of chill and desolation. The wind had sought her instantly, as if in greed for a victim long denied. To face the road thus early was utterly disheartening. She was not even sure of the way she had come. Back to the darkness of the partly sheltered shop she hastened, to hunt in vain for a match whereby a fire might be lighted in the forge. When at last the sun put a finger through a crack, a slender golden finger, cold but comforting, smouldering hope took flame again in the heart of the weary girl. Her courage was endless. She felt that if only she could find a house with any sort of welcome in a space of 20 miles, she would walk and make no complaint. No sooner had she issued forth, however, and ascertained her right direction by sight of the fire-ruined house, than all the old fears of the previous night, plus 100 more, returned to reignite her fever. The darkness, after all, had been her friend. By the morning's light those terrible men and the frightful woman at the house she had quitted would soon be infesting every road.
They could not long remain in ignorance of her escape if they had not indeed discovered her absence early in the night. It seemed almost as if perhaps her greater safety lay in remaining at the shop. Yet there they might also presently search, and there she could starve or perish with cold, before she might perchance be enabled to hail some passing vehicle and beg for aid and protection. And how should she know from whom to implore assistance, since of all the men she had heard at the house she had seen but one, Pelivan? She knew she must simply hasten on as fast as stiffened, aching limbs could carry her down the road. If only the chain about her waist could be dropped, she should feel such tremendous relief. She was powerless, however, to remove it, and breathlessly expectant that any moment she might be startled by a shout as pursuing men espied and bore down upon her, she faced the bleakness of the lifeless road and trudged bravely onward as before. She had certainly gone far less than a mile, and was coming to a wooden bridge that spanned a black little stream, when out of the crispness of the morning air came a series of sharp percussions. She knew them at once, the rapid-fire discharges of a motor car with the muffler cut out open. Her heart leaped like a doe discovered by a hunter. The car was somewhere down ahead, but was not in sight where the road curved in the woods. Instinctively certain that pursuit alone could arouse men at sunrise, she darted swiftly to the bridge, leaped down a frozen bank of gravel, and was presently crouching in the shadows by the stream, holding her breath to still her heart, which she felt must betray her with its beating. She had not long to wait. The car, thus early disturbing the silence, sped with a snarl of power to the bridge and over its planks, rattling down dust and bits of snow on the girl as grey as her cloak. It was gone as quickly, its two eager occupants, Max and Jan, wildly searching the road, copse and field as they rounded the circle back to the house from which their intended victim had escaped. They had made their discovery shortly after 2 in the morning, returning from their wait at the mill and their murderous assault made upon Banks, who had been discovered too late to be another person than the young Grand Duke. They had striven in vain to arouse Zagorski, till the door had been forced and the truth abruptly discovered. At daylight the search on foot had begun, then the car brought into requisition. They had taken a road where some tracks in the snow had been left undisturbed by the wind. The tracks were not Thurley's. Now their circle brought them back again, calculations convincing both the men that their captive could scarcely have gone so far, even by walking all night. When they came to the old-time blacksmith shop, they halted and broke in the door. Thurley, meantime, not having dared attempt to look when the car was passing, remained in her place of concealment till the faintest sound had died away in the distance. When she emerged to clamber once more to the frozen road and hasten on more feverishly than before, she was suddenly afflicted by a second thought which made her sick with disappointment. It might have been Robley in his car from whom she had hidden at the bridge. He might have received her note at last, and have come as soon as possible, arriving only at dawn. It was highly improbable, after all, that creatures such as she had seen at the house of her imprisonment would employ an automobile. She could almost have cried, she could almost have turned and run where the car had disappeared, but the thought of proceeding in that direction was instantly frightening. She could only plod ahead. How far she had trudged when once again she heard the lively puncturing of the air by a motor's exhaust, Thurley neither knew nor cared. She was once more possessed by alarms and excitements, the instincts of precaution, the hope of deliverance and friends. The car she heard was behind her. It was not yet to be seen, so winding was the road. She had halted opposite a more than usually desolate area where trees had been cut, earth hauled away, and stumps left strewn in dismal neglect. She darted to the cover that the nearest one afforded, and concealed herself behind its blackened bulk. The car was coming rapidly, still hidden by the earthy bank where excavations had ceased. It slowed to take a furrowed bit of road, its muffler purring quietly, then rolled into view with the sunlight gleaming from its brass. "Robbly!" cried Thurley, leaping to her feet and stumbling and pitching grotesquely to catch her balance where a frozen clod had caught her foot. She saw the startled, whitened face of Stuyvesant turned upon her, and felt as if her very soul must leap from her bosom in joy. He had halted his car as if it had struck a wall. He leaped from his seat, and as he had that day when he fell, and ran to catch her in his arms as she lunged once more to fall from weakness and the stiffness of her body. "Thurley," he said, "Thurley, in God's name, how? Oh, get me away! Don't stop!" she interrupted wildly, clinging to him helplessly. "I've walked so far, and they may be coming any minute. Oh, you've come. I don't see how you could have ever found me, but please don't wait, don't talk, let's go, just as fast as ever we can." "But, Thurley, let me help you in," he said to her, leading her promptly round the car, where she climbed to the seat beside his own. "There's no one on the road. You're cold. Good heavens, what you must have been through! You must take these robes. Perhaps you'd better ride in the back. Which way do you wish me to go?" So many words, explanations, and questions were on his mind that he abandoned coherence in despair, and thoroughly weakened by sudden relief and reliance on his strength, could only sink in the cushioned seat, muffled with furs, and reply in broken sentences. "I'd rather ride here. Oh, to see you, anyone, after it all, the horrible dream. But they'll come, just straight ahead, anywhere but back the other way, somewhere to get a train, or reach a house and demand protection. They'd stop at nothing now. Just please make it go." The car started slowly down the road. "You're safe," he assured her, gaining in calm as her weakness increased upon her and the need for his strength arose. "You're excited, Thurley, naturally. God, to think—" "What's that?" she interrupted wildly, her eyes tremendously dilated and blazing in his own. "What's what? It's another car. Oh, if it should be!" She had turned to look backwards on the highway. Suddenly round the turn shot a big red limousine, 2 men on the seat in front. One of the men half rose by the wheel and let out a yell like a fiend. Stuyvesant's car had already responded to his urging of spark and throttle. He felt thoroughly slump in sickening fear, and understood the situation as no spoken word could have told him. He crowded on his utmost power. The monster beneath him lurched forward like a liberated locomotive, and a furious race began. End of chapter 41. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 42. The Race. There was certainly less than 300 yards between the cars when Jan and Max, who had turned 5 miles back on suspicion to pursue the Stuyvesant machine, were obliged to slow for the briefest period where the ruts would have wrecked their motor. Stuyvesant, glancing back at them quickly, was confident of winning should his car behave its best, but his face was grim. "These men have no right, wouldn't dare," he started to cry, but he realized they would halt at nothing, as a vivid conviction was flashed on his brain that doubtless they had
struck the blow that had all but killed his man. "We're gaining," cried Thurley, her strength and courage reasserting themselves with wonderful resilience. "Can you give her any more?" For his answer, Stuyvesant jammed the muffler cutout with his heel. A terrific series of detonations instantly followed. The car plunged forward with newer zest, and trees shot past in a blur. In the moment's advantage caused by the ruts that held the pursuing monster at the rear, they nearly doubled their lead. Then on came the giant limousine, like the fragment of a meteor ripping up the road. It was Jan driving, his rage prodigious, his lust for murder now a mania broken from its bounds. The car was one of enormous power, a racing model, equipped with the limousine for winter use, but little hindered by this bulky superstructure. Its 6 big cylinders were pouring might and Gatling fusillade upon the road. It roared like an engine of doom and destruction, hurtling and rocketing to overtake the fleeing machine ahead. Stuyvesant's car was low to the ground like a greyhound eager for work. For some inexplicable reason, the motor that had balked in the night was running like a dream, its mighty pistons hurtling a cataract of power upon the shaft and wheels. Despite the superior dynamic of the car behind, it continued to creep away. Snow, frozen dust, and a stifling cloud of fumes seemed scorched from Stuyvesant's path when he leaned a little forward and gave more oil to the swiftly heating motor. Din, crazy speed, and appalling velocity marked the course where the huge devices raced. A knife-edge wind seemed hurtling down upon Thurley as they split the frozen air. The road became a torrent, rushing incredibly under their wheels, its grey and snow-white blended in the froth. They swung about an angle in the highway out upon a wider pike which led straightway to a village small in size. For one brief second Stuyvesant dreamed that to halt in the town and demand protection might be advisable, but he almost as quickly abandoned the thought as an invitation to death. Not only was the settlement insignificant and the hour too early for its officers to be astir in the street, but the fiery projectile behind, belching red flame and scorching the very snow from its path, was heating to new efficiency and making perceptible gains. There was nothing on earth that Robley could do by way of giving more power to his car or heaving out freight to make it lighter. He could only attempt to hold his lead by absolutely reckless driving, hoping that some deserved catastrophe might overtake the minotaur of evil there behind. They shot through the village like a fury of battle hurled by a monstrous hurricane, frightful echoes of their Gatling fire thundering back from the houses, a sharp staccato like a pistol shot in the uproar of red-hot exhausts, pierced through the roaring of the car behind and told of a miss in one of her 6 great cylinders. 2 men and a dog had spun dizzily past, the sole signs of life in the village. Again that barking explosion came, and Stuyvesant's heart and his stampeding car leapt like animals together. He knew his pursuers were in trouble. By yards and rods the limousine was falling to the rear, lamed by the one bulking cylinder, now running, now dead for a second or less. It relinquished speed like a marathon runner facing a hill on the final lap of his race. A gap of nearly a mile extent was swiftly opened between the two, as Stuyvesant held to his speed. Exultation burning in his pulses, flaring in his motor, and roaring in his wake made hot his frame, despite the biting wind and brightening of his eyes with triumph. He shot to the cover of a stretch of woods where the road wound westward like a river. A crack like a rifle's incisive note rang out on the air, and his car swerved wildly from the road. A tire had gone from the right fore wheel, and a spring was snapped as he wrenched her back and saved them from destruction. It was madness to drive at speed after that, and he groaned as he slowed her to reason. He had to keep on despite his flattened casing, and his wrist all but failed as he clung to the wheel, holding the cripple from plunging away on a tangent of death for them both. Almost simultaneously with the accident, the startling roar of the huge six-cylinder came vibrantly and clearly on the wind. It was back in tune, with no more missing to cut its power down. "They'll catch us, Thurley," he called to the girl. "We've done for now on speed." She knew precisely what had happened. She knew how utterly mad it would be to race with a flattened front tire. On this rutted road it was not to be attempted for a moment. It would be fairly suicidal. She could think of nothing to say, and Stuyvesant shouted, "What shall we do?" The car was still racing, but slowly now, her speed perhaps sufficient to elude the pursuers for 5 or 6 minutes or more. "We couldn't hide?" cried Thurley, and Stuyvesant glanced at the woods. "There's just one chance," he called above the din, releasing the muffler cut out for the purpose. "Give me your cloak. You take my cap and furs. I'll get out and run so the devils can see me, and you drive on. They'll think it is I still driving, and you are running to hide. Slip off your cloak and be quick." He halted the car as he spoke. "But oh, if anything," Thurley started, when he interrupted quickly. "No time to talk or argue. It's the only chance. Your cloak." He had dropped off his great fur coat and clapped his cap upon her head. She rose, and he stripped her of the old grey garment, helping her swiftly into his furs and urging her into his seat. "If they catch you, Robley," she started as before. "I mustn't let—" "I love you," he said, in the stress and white heat of the moment. "I'd give my life to serve you. Quick, there isn't a moment to lose. Open her up as wide as you dare to drive, and don't stop for anything on earth." He leaped from the car and started for the woods, covered from heels to crown by the long grey cloak that Thurley had trailed in the night. "Good bye," he called. "Don't wait, don't wait. They're nearly in sight up the road." "Good bye," she replied, the tears swiftly springing in her softened eyes, and starting the car with her firm young skill, reinforced by the courage demanded by the moment. She was going again at dizzying speed when the huge limousine, belching and roaring with malevolence and bloodlust, shot into view around the bend, and Stuyvesant ran to a bit of brush and crouched as if to hide. One yell of satisfaction, barely audible to Robley, ascended from the pursuing car and informed him he had been seen. Almost at once the detonations of the limousine ceased. The car was halted, for the roadway bent a trifle, and the way to the woods was shorter from here than from where the fugitive had started. Both men leaped from the heated monster and started across the snow and broken ground, rapidly approaching the spot where Stuyvesant was hiding. He leaped to his feet, and through dry weeds ran as if staggering with terror. One man fell, but rose again, cursing the root that had thrown him down, and drawing his knife as he once more darted forward. It was Jan, and he quickly overtook his less fiendish comrade, with the quarry now nearly in his grasp. Stuyvesant felt for his pistol and nearly collapsed with the sudden memory he had left it in the car. For a moment he nearly went wild with disappointment, then adopted a desperate plan. Nothing but quickness and the great advantage of surprise could avail to save him now, and this he knew. He seemed to struggle on, when out of the corner of his eye he could see his pursuer's shadow, and in his ear caught the puff and snort of the fellow's breathing. He suddenly halted, turned like a flash, and struck the man with all his might fairly in the pit of his stomach. Down he went like a stricken bullock, doubled with agony, to writhe on the earth in pain and loss of breath.
Leaping fairly across his helpless form, Stivern met the German, Max, with an equally unexpected and unparried blow on the point of the chin, and saw him quiver where he fell. It was all accomplished in the briefest span, a matter made comparatively easy by the wholly unlooked-for method of attack. Panting and white with rage and his effort, Robley regarded the first of the two with his eyes that gleamed like steel. The creature was helpless, rolling his eyes in an anguish that did not subside. "You curs!" said Stivern, taking up the knife that Jan had let fall from his hand, and starting at once to make further pursuit impossible. He ran and walked to their waiting car and clambered to the seat. For the first time then, as he made an attempt to grip the wheel with his hand, he realized that his wrist was gone from the blows he had just delivered. In its mending condition, it had been too weak to sustain the force of the shock. It was useless, though not again broken. He had hoped to take the limousine and continue after Thurley. Such a course was out of the question, but to wreck the car was well within his power. He made ready to leap, slipped in the clutch, speeded up as much as he dared, then, pushing the spark and the throttle forward, jumped out at the side and permitted the erstwhile roaring monster to rush unguided down the road. For a moment it clung to the straight bit of road like a thing endowed with life. Then, gathering speed and lunging forward like a maddened animal, it suddenly veered at the highway's curve and plunged with violence incredible down through a glade of the snow and ice, ramming a tree with an impact tremendous to behold. There was a crash of shattered glass, fierce grinding of sounds, the crunching of iron, and turmoil of twisting steel, and its wreckage and ruin were complete. Stivern started down the road where Thurley had gone on foot. There was nothing else to do, no other place to go. He merely wondered how far she might have sped, how far he must walk to come to a village and get a train at last, perhaps with the princess, and perhaps alone. He glanced back repeatedly until at length he came to a turn of the highway, beyond which was an opening through the woods, affording a view of all the open space where he had met his murderous assailants. Until the place was hidden from his view, he saw no sign that either man had risen from the earth. He was going rapidly, merely intent upon making all possible progress, and inclined to believe that Thurley might attempt to secure assistance beyond and return again to the scene, when he was thoroughly astounded to discover his car standing unattended in the road some distance ahead, a bit of bluish mist between the wheels revealing the fact that the motor was in motion. He hastened his pace, alarmed anew as he saw no sign of Thurley. Then he came to the side of the trembling machine and glanced hurriedly about. Thurley had disappeared. For a moment, possessed with the wildest beliefs that some new calamity met in this direction had accomplished her destruction after all, he ran ahead, came back, called out her name, and searched all the wooded copse with a quickly roving gaze. Not a ruffling nor a track did the snow in that direction afford. On the road's other side the wind had cleared the frozen earth, making footprints out of the question. But he hastened there and beheld in the field, quite a distance away, something furry that lay in the snow. It was Thurley. When she drove away and left the scene where Stivern, running and hiding, was inviting perhaps even death to overtake him, she had almost immediately suffered a sense of selfishness in attempting to escape while abandoning the man she knew she dearly loved. She had merely obeyed instructions hurriedly supplied. Then the limping car, bumping stiffly over frozen ruts, had presently added an element unforeseen. The seat cushion next to the one she occupied was jolted from its place. In a shallow receptacle where it had been placed lay Stivern's revolver. The car had arrived at the turn of the road, affording a second view of the field where Stivern was running. As Thurley looked, she beheld a man go down in a sudden encounter. She was certain it was Robley, viciously attacked by the creatures at her heels. She had halted the car, snatched up the revolver, and run with all her might toward the place half seen beyond. Then her foot struck a root. She plunged head foremost on the earth. The pistol was discharged, and she lay there motionless and white. End of chapter 42.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels.
Chapter 43. A Joy Resisted. Stuyvesant came running to the place, the gravest fears overwhelming his sense of reflection. One impression only was his mind prepared to accept. A second foe had accomplished what the others had earlier failed to perform. The pistol gleaming in her hand sent a newer shock to his heart. He bent down at once, and raising Thurley's head, made a quick examination which revealed no sign of a wound. The bullet had done no harm. Thurley had struck on a frozen clod, and the blow had stunned her senses. Stuyvesant could not determine, however, the nature or extent of her injuries, and feared they were the worst. His mind was possessed by the thought of menace in all that wintry scene. He felt the most urgent necessity for getting her back to the car and far away without another moment's loss of time. He attempted to lift her prostrate form, but his wrist was far too weak. He merely succeeded in rolling her over and raising her head to his knee, but that was sufficient. Thurley returned to consciousness with astonishing celerity. Once more her position was altered. She opened her eyes and looked at Stuyvesant wistfully, as if some fear that she had only dreamed of this deliverance were colouring all her thoughts. "You're hurt," he said gravely. "What happened?" She could not immediately answer, but she presently said, "I fell. I was running to you with something, with your pistol. That was it." She raised herself abruptly, staring about her with blazing eyes. "Where are they?" she cried a little weakly. "But how have you? I thought I saw you fall. Oh, let's not wait another minute." Her nightmare of fears and horrors had rushed upon her relentlessly with consciousness fully returned. She struggled swiftly to her feet, her aspect one of alarm and apprehensions. "We're safe, at least from pursuit," he said, glancing far across the field of snow to the place where the Nihilists had fallen, "but we'll go at once and try to catch a train." With the pistol recovered and placed in his pocket, he threw off the cloak that had served them both, and, supporting her arm with the left hand uninjured, conducted her back to the car. "I shall have to ask you to drive," he said, a grim little smile for a second curving his lips. "My hand is down and out again, from my hurry to get it back into use." Thurley was glad to take the wheel and start the car in motion. "What happened?" she said, still breathlessly excited. "How did you manage to escape? Oh, when I saw them after you, I felt the most awful sensations in the world." He told her a little of the happenings, and how he had wrecked the car. He placed the furs about them both to protect her from the wind, and at last he smiled again. "For the third fateful time you drive the car in my place, as I feared you might, but as neither could have expected." She looked at him once more in her wistful way, a way that went straight to his heart. "But you do think this is the last of these frights, that the charm is satisfied?" she asked. "There will be no more like this, with accident or horror in it all?" "No more," he answered solemnly. "And yet each time has drawn us nearer together." The colour burned up in her pallid cheeks superbly. a flash of the Thurley he had known and must love, though time and space and the greater abyss of hopeless separation attempted to dim its flame. Her eyes met his for a wonderful second, and both souls knew the deeps of love wherein they floated alone. The words he had spoken when they parted in the road, that swift declaration of his loyalty, love, and devotion, echoed anew in her welcoming heart, and filled all her pulses with joy. She thrilled to the words he uttered now, his grave recognition that the fates had drawn their two unwitting selves together, knitting a bond between their deepest spirits with a strength they could not resist. Yet even here, after all she had recently endured, she could not forget her word to Alice Van Kirk, nor fully accept this wonderful happiness vouchsafed in the wintry desolation. "We have had some extraordinary experiences together," she answered, smiling faintly. "It makes it seem as if we have known each other always." Stuyvesant had swiftly taken flame. Love bounded and surged in his veins. He felt that, more than any one living, he had rights in Thurley's life and happiness, rights that no other could assume. "We have known each other always," he said, "as two souls must, when life and chance, yes, nature and God, have wrought to fulfil such meetings, destinies, such comradeship as ours." He placed his hands on hers that grasped the wheel. "Thurley, I told you back in the road." "Oh, please," she begged him suddenly, her eyes swiftly brimming with exquisite joy and the need to curb his declaration, "would you please not tell me anything now? I mean, just tell me how you came." He felt that he understood, and yet he felt she loved him. Divine conviction of their oneness and their sublimated passion swept like a storm upon his nature, beating against the barrier he had felt and dreaded between them. Constraint, uncertainty, even pain and hurt were swiftly combined with the truths and necessities that he feared must still hold them apart. Yet, if he somewhat sounded the happiness and heart hunger for his love that throbbed in Thurley's bosom, he also felt convinced of her genuine wish to avoid the tender topic, and there, as in all else where her wishes lay, he was helpless to act in his own behalf, no matter what the penalty. His disappointment burned in his eyes along with the glow of his love. He could not take advantage of the situation that threw her thus helplessly upon his chivalry, and his heart, protesting, was dumb. "I came because I could not hesitate," he told her simply, and briefly he recounted all that had happened to himself, Alice, and the Baron since the moment the abduction was complete. Thurley broke out from time to time with a note of surprise, sympathy, of indignation when she learned of Pelivan's entire duplicity. Her worry and compassion had their expression when he told her of the long, hard ride with his man and the unseen attack that had laid his chauffeur on the earth. "You must send a nurse at once," she declared, when she learned the object of his early morning excursion. "Perhaps you could put me on a train for New York, and go back with a nurse in an hour." "I shall take you home," he answered. "You have told me nothing of all this atrocious business, how it happened, how you got away." She related everything, glad to share the horrors of her days and nights with one who would understand. She shuddered anew over all she had endured in those final hours of escape and flight and struggle with the cold. Her hand went out involuntarily a second to grasp the sleeve of his coat, so vivid were the moments lived again in her imagination. A sacred joy leaped exultantly in his heart at the little sign of her confidence. Then her hand returned to the wheel again and the duty of guiding the car.
It was still fairly early in the morning, with the sun warmly blazing from a cloudless sky at last, when they came to a city on the railroad, and learned that a New York Limited was due in 20 minutes. They phoned to Alice, devoured a breakfast of rolls and coffee, placed the car in charge of a local garage, and summoned a nurse to go at once to Banks in North Winnig. Then they were speeded home, missing the carriage Alice had sent to the ferry, where Robley had taken a taxicab at the moment of arriving. A white and fluttering fairy godmother, the victim of sudden reactions and relaxings of nervous strain, at last clasped Thurley somewhat hysterically to her bosom, and cried, for the joy she had felt was gone past all recalling. Robley was sent to his physician for needed attention to his wrist, and the princess was finally sent to bed, where she sank into slumber like a child. The chapter of violent occurrences was destined to achieve a fitting close. All North Winnig, tremendously shaken by the crime committed at their very doors, had aroused like a congress of sheriffs. At noon, in the old abandoned house where Thurley had been imprisoned, they came upon a dreadful sight, where Jan and Zagorski, still clutching knives, lay slain by one another. Pelavan and Max had fled. What duel of words, recriminations, and passions had preceded the deadly combat waged with steel, no witness was ever to reveal. Mute testimony of the fierce and savage conflict between the man and woman was supplied by everything about the room where they had fought, and the hatred of man and distrust of their kind, which alone must actuate the fanatical nihilist, was frozen indelibly upon their features as they lay there stark and cold. End of chapter 43.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels.
Chapter 44. Unexpected Aid. It was fully 2 days before Thurley and Alice were sufficiently recovered to resume their ways of life. That Thurley was not completely prostrated was solely to the credit of her will, her courage, and her magnificently perfect health. The news had gone rapidly about the circle that the princess had returned, and for once the daily papers were unaware of the vital facts in the story. No one save Stuyvesant, Alice, and the Baron had been authentically informed of what had taken place. As if all eagerness to regain lost ground and gratify desires and appetites merely whetted by Thurley's absence from the scene, her numerous admiring swains redoubled their former efforts for her favour. Whole shops full of flowers trooped fragrantly in at the mansion's doors, rivalled only by white-winged invitations to opera parties, cotillions, dinners, receptions, with which all swelldom inundated Alice and her protégé. Baron von Hochous, duly informed as to Thurley's safe return, desired to call at the earliest moment rendered possible by grave complications of his business. Count Faïschi was fired with pent-up ardour which could scarcely wait to be conventional or restrained for another hour. His insistence, indeed, roused Thurley to a sense of resentment most diverting from her recent terrifying adventures. But her one great happiness now was Alice. They two had been knitted to a sweet relationship that was second only to that of mother and daughter.
Alice had clung to her just a little wildly, accusing herself of having made the girl's dread experience possible, and declaring her frights, her despair, and her love repeatedly. She had hung upon every word and moment of the narrative, breathless and white with each succeeding anguish that Thurley had endured, and she had since become childishly loath to see her princess depart from her sight for so much as a moment. This was the partially restored condition of affairs at the great Fifth Avenue Palace, when Acton Gaylord, driven to final desperation, telephoned to Thurley on Wednesday afternoon for a private interview. "I have something important to say, to request," he told her, his voice harsh and hoarse on the wire. "It is nothing for myself, but something concerning a certain man who has thrust his attentions upon you, a certain Count. I beg you to let me come." Thurley had told him to come. He arrived at 4, a haggard, nerveless being, as remotely related to the Gaylord she had known as a dried and frozen rill is related to the boisterous and arrogant brook of the spring. She was shocked at his appearance, unaware either that Faishi had driven him finally to the blackest rim of ruin, or that matters of money could so undermine and sap a strong man's strength. "I haven't much to tell you after all," he said with a sickly sort of smile, when the mere conventions of their meeting had been satisfied. "But I felt I must beg this chance of warning you that Count Faishi is an utterly unscrupulous cur, with whom to associate is a degradation. I have known him a year. I have no wish to gabble of his shameless liaisons, his abominable affairs on the Continent, his glaring duplicities, or a score of transactions barely less than crimes, but I couldn't rest till I let you know a little of what he is. I have really come for that, and also to implore you, in the name of everything decent and American, to expel this charlatan, this leech and dog, from your circle." Thoroughly already sufficiently informed as to the Count Faishi's detestable characteristics, was nevertheless a little curious to know what Gaylord meant, and what he might also know. "Your indictment is very positive," she said. "You must be prepared to prove a case against him." "I could prove 100 with a little time," answered Gaylord emphatically. "I have made no preparations for any such exposure. It was neither my way nor my duty. He has been my business partner. He has used my confidence for my ruin. He has beaten me, ruined me, working on my business word and honour, all in his effort to thrust me aside from his path to you. It is not for that I am here, however, smirching the man behind his back. I can take my beating, the wreckage, everything, if only I can be assured that through it he shall not triumph here. And understand, I have realized at last my own mistakes of the past, and the place where I put myself, but I almost feel I could murder this whelp if he's also blinded you." His emotions were tremendous. They shook him as if they were masters. In his pale, livid face only his 2 eyes seemed alive, burning with the concentrated intensity of his angered being. Thurley gazed at him astonished. She had no thought of Faishi now as an element of menace in her life. She thought of him only as a monster in whose tentacles the man before her appeared to be strangely helpless. She felt Gaylord's helplessness, his surrender in some mighty struggle, doubtless waged with all his stubborn strength against some unseen treachery he was powerless to meet. Her resentment against Faishi, already vigorously and impatient, was like a metal fulminate requiring only a spark to flash out a shattering explosion. "Do you think," she said, with simulated calm she was far from feeling, "that the Count has dealt unfairly with you for any reason at all concerned with me?"
To put me out of the running, Gaylord answered hotly. That's the part I couldn't stand. When a man is my partner and does a thing like that, I'd do almost anything to snatch away the prize he thinks he has won. Thurley's eyes blazed and steadied as she looked upon Gaylord's face. Would you mind telling me a little of how he has beaten you in business? Gaylord failed to understand. He expected that Thurley at the end would attempt a defence of the Count. Perhaps for that reason he made more clear, more naked and complete, the revelations hotly poured from his lips. He told of his first discoveries that Faishi, supposed to be his friend as well as business associate and partner in the enterprise, had begun to undermine his credit. He added item after item of the Count's intrigue and hidden manoeuvres to compass his absolute ruin. I fought all last week. When I thought I was done, he added in conclusion, rising to pace the floor and halting to mark his point, and I made another loan. It was all I could get. I thought it would tide me over. Now he has engineered the final coup in buying up some notes of mine, of course through a friend, and insisting on payments that cannot be made, and so I rise to take the gaff. His smile was ghastly, mirthless attempt, such as one would expect on the lips of a warrior who, about to die, salutes great Caesar on his throne. He added, I suppose he who takes up the street must perish by the street, but partners should be square. Thurley was stirred to the depths of her womanly nature. Gaylord, she knew, had confessed his failure in the fight he had waged with a species of relief as to one who had once been something more than just a social acquaintance. She felt indeed that she was the only one to whom it could have been told, and therein she was right. She controlled her one great impulse by a splendid effort of will, but her course was as clear as the wind. "When must it end?" she inquired. "When must you meet your obligations or go under?" "Tomorrow afternoon." "And how much money would it need to pay, I mean to win? To win?" He smiled again and shook his head. "Nearly $25,000. Her excitement grew intense. The colour flamed upward in her cheeks superbly. "Then 30,000 would make it absolutely certain?" "Absolutely. However, I might as well wish for 30 millions. But why?" "I wish to let you have it," she interrupted feverishly, her eyes ablaze with the prospect of Faishi's defeat. "Please don't ask me why today, but say that you'll take it and win." Gaylord stared. "You wish me to beat Faishi?" "More than anything in all the... You'll take it? You'll let me help? But if I should lose, after all, be a year or more repaying..." "You mustn't lose. You shan't. You're too American. Will you take the money and come out on top in the end?" "I will, by heaven," he answered, a surge of colour leaping for the first time to his face. "Thurley, please." "Nothing but your consent," she interrupted. "I'll go at once and get the cheque." And presently Gaylord left the house, the bit of paper in his pocket, and wonder and fire in his soul. It was strange that even in his humbled mood he could not understand. He was certain a spark of her former love had ignited Thurley's heart. Thurley, on her part, as thoroughly convinced that her action would be instantly comprehended, went to Alice radiantly excited. "He's gone," she said. "I don't suppose you saw him. As pale as a pan of dough and frightfully nervous. I have lent him $30,000. Alice suppressed a gasp, but looked at her stunned with amazement. She merely said, "Acton Gaylord?" Thurley realised abruptly that the shock to Alice was staggering, though the reason escaped her intuitions. "Why, yes, do you very much mind?" she asked anxiously. "I guess I did it before I realised that the money..." "The money was yours to dispose of as you please," Alice interrupted, smiling peculiarly.
Do you feel like a drive to Mrs. Ashley Duane's? Lady Calthrop has something important to communicate, and hoped we'd come this afternoon." "Why, yes," said Thurley, a little afraid she had overstepped the mark at last, and sacrificed the confidence that Alice had heretofore reposed in all her words and actions. "Have I done something very wrong or foolish?" "Certainly not," said Alice, almost reassuringly. "But may I ask if Acton requested such a loan?" "Oh, not in the least," said Thurley, sturdily. "It surprised him as much as it seemed to astonish you." Alice kissed her to dispel a line of worry on her brow. "Then perhaps he's as fortunate as I, dear child. So go and be dressed in a hurry." Thurley went off to her own boudoir, much puzzled in her mind. End of chapter 44.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 45. A Drove of Lions. The elements essential to a logical climax of the innocent royal diversion that Alice Van Kirk had permitted, with Thurley as the central figure, were swiftly gathering when on Friday afternoon two widely opposed individuals made their appearance at the Fifth Avenue mansion. One of the visitors was Robley Stuyvesant, the other was Pelevan. Each had purposely chosen a moment of Thurley's absence from the palace, the better to further his ends. Pelevan came in the guise of a servant seeking employment as footman. He made his application in the region below stairs, where such an incident, though decidedly unusual, excited no particular interest, and certainly no disquietude. His desires were immediately communicated to the mistress of the house, who promptly, but in a spirit of kindness, replied that her retinue afforded no vacancies, wherefore she regretted her inability to accommodate another servant. Pelevan, as a matter of fact, had expected some such reply. During the few close-packed minutes of his stay, however, he had managed to acquire a number of important facts concerning the plan of the house, the number of its servants, their duties, and a little of the ways of life of those who resided above. When he presently departed, he was singularly undepressed, for one who desires for employment had met with so little encouragement. Even the servants to whom he had spoken were a trifle suspicious of his manner, but his visit was soon forgotten. Stuyvesant, bent on a mission as vital to himself as that which brought Pelevan, seemed to Alice a trifle constrained when he entered the room where she was sitting. It was her own retreat, the room in which she had always received him before, an apartment where the very atmosphere was charged with discussions of Thurley. It was destined to be charged anew to-day. "Well, Robley," said Alice, once more restored to her lighter, more jovial mood, "you appear as chipper and gay as a clam. Has someone died and left you another fortune?" Stuyvesant attempted to smile, but its failure verged on the tragic. "I'm all right," he asserted, but without convincing emphasis. "I just dropped in to ask if by any chance you and Miss Thurley may have received a letter addressed to me, intended for me, would be more accurate, and perhaps directed wrongly by mistake." "Why, yes," said Alice. "Thurley brought me some epistle this morning, and we sent it at once to your address. At least it was posted by noon. Why, was it anything unduly important?" "I must ask you what comprised its text?" "Oh, it was just a sort of business announcement, I should say. Something about some bonds, a special concession from the Paris Bourse. If I remember correctly,
It merely directed your attention to the fact that investments were now made possible in some sort of continental bonds. Did it come from the office of Acton Gaylord? His gravity impressed her inescapably. Why, yes, we rather wondered, of course. I felt convinced that some blunder of mixing envelopes. Perhaps you received some other note or letter addressed to Thurley? I did, said Stivern, his face peculiarly drawn. I have brought it with me, thinking it might be of value. He drew an envelope from his pocket, removed a folded sheet of writing paper, and placed it in Alice's hand. She took it with a sense of ominous impending. It was the briefest bit of scrawl. Dear Thurley, just a formal receipt acknowledging the loan of your $30,000. You must let me come Friday night as per my earlier request. With love, Acton. Alice read it at a glance, and the colour mounted swiftly to her face. A more provoking accident she could scarcely imagine occurring at this particular time. She looked up presently and met a somewhat stern and chilling gaze from Robley's blue-grey eyes. There seemed to be nothing adequate to say and nothing to do. She tried to smile. "Well?" "It's true," he said. "She has made him this loan?" Alice arched her brows. "My dear Robley, isn't that rather a matter of her concern alone?" He rose and rammed his hands in his pockets. "Obviously, you realize, of course, Alice, that I made this discovery through no fault or prying of my own." "Is it necessary to state that, Robley?" His manner altered instantly. "Oh, I'm hardly responsible for what I may say or do. This thing has jarred me, that's all." She looked out at the window. "Well, it jarred me." "You knew about it before?" "She told me she had lent him the money." "What do you make of it, if I may ask?" "I made a wry face over it," said Alice, "but what is the use?" "Then it doesn't make you happy?" "Very few of the world's occurrences seem designed for my particular joy." He crossed to another window and stood there, staring out at the park. "I admit I've been a fool enough to dream dreams," he confessed, after a moment of silence. "I could, I believe, have accepted philosophically anything that the needs of a nation at the hands of this young Grand Duke, anything that political necessity. Hadn't you seen any signs of this relationship with Gaylord?" "Oh, perhaps, but I thought—" She did not finish, but shrugged her shoulders instead. "Had he met her before?" "Oh, so I hear." "You weren't consulted first about this loan?" Alice smiled as before, without mirth or special meaning. "My dear Robley, we must neither of us forget that Thurley is of age and the mistress of her own affairs." "Oh, but this Gaylord!" he exclaimed impatiently. "I suppose he's coming here to night?" "I believe he is." He turned and looked at her squarely, his fine face re-chiselled in its lines. "I couldn't have believed it, Alice, if I hadn't had this accidental notice." "Accidental?" she echoed. "You don't really think Mr. Gaylord—" "The mixing of envelopes doesn't often occur in business man's office without express intent," he answered incisively. "Still, I may, of course, be mistaken." "He couldn't be such a cad," said Alice, "although I might have expected. Oh, Robley, let's not attempt to judge, to settle, to do anything about this unfortunate matter here this afternoon. Come and see Thurley for yourself." "To-night?" "Good heavens, no! I don't know how we're going to manage. Come to-morrow or Sunday. Come when you're calmer, anyway. It's so easy to make mistakes." "Alice, you really wish to encourage me to hope?" "To hope for what?" "You know how I feel towards your protégé, but I don't know how she feels towards you, and if I did, my dear boy, I've about made up my mind that the fates will have their way, no matter who it pinches, that's all. Now do say good-bye and go." He had barely gone when one of the servants brought her a letter delivered, he said, by special messenger awaiting to take reply. The letter was directed to Alice. It came from Baron von Hochous on affairs of the young Grand Duke. Alice read it with amusement of a kind. It was not, however, a humorous epistle. It was practically a warning that the ardent and somewhat unmanageable young Karl Wilhelm, Grand Duke of Saxe Herzenheimer, desired to honour himself by calling that evening, unless his visit should be inconvenient or untimely. In the midst of the letter's perusal, Thurley returned, fresh from a gallop in the park, with her groom and a special guardian on whose attendance Alice had insisted. Alice called her at once to hear the note, particularly the postscript, which read as follows: "I am practically powerless to avert this adventure on the part of His Excellency Karl Wilhelm, and I therefore take this means and occasion to state that Princess Thurvinia, recently discovered and found to be quite ill, is by the grace of God so miraculously improved that her immediate return to Europe is contemplated. You will readily understand, I am certain, and perhaps even pardon me, if I refer to a former conversation with yourself, in which I suggested the service possible to Herzogenaurach in a complete discouragement of the Grand Duke by one of the noblest young women it has ever been my pleasure to encounter. May I beg a little further indulgence in behalf of my worried and disordered country." Thoroughly already acquainted with the outcome of the Baron's former visit during the time of her own despair and anguish, was now amazed to learn of the finding of the actual princess. She was perhaps also a little startled concerning possible results. She entirely overlooked the point that appealed to Alice. "Does it mean that that discovery, does it mean very much to us?" she inquired gravely, looking at Alice in her girlish, wistful way. "You can take it as part of the joke?" "Oh, it isn't that, my dear," said Alice, lightly enough. "I was thinking how utterly absurd it is for Acton Gaylord, the Count, and now the Duke, to insist, as they have, on coming here all in one evening, all together, or one blend the other, perhaps, for I hardly suppose you'd enter the cage with all your 3 lions in a drove." "Oh, he does want to come to night, of course," said Thurley, still distinctly serious. "I had completely forgotten. But Count Fieschi's to come by 8 and be gone in 15 minutes. Mr. Gaylord arrives at 8:30, and—" Her eyes flashed fun and warmth. "Why not let the Duke be last at 9 o'clock? I think I'd like it. 3 within the hour." "I thought so, or thought perhaps it might be entertaining," answered Alice, aware of the general reception planned for the Count, but puzzled still by Thurley's attitude with Gaylord. "Shall I answer 9 to-night?" "You may as well," said Thurley. "I've heard there's a charm in 3s." How easy it was to remember the things that Robley had declared. How eagerly, gladly, and naturally her thoughts went forth to find him day and night. How she treasured the flowers that came from his hand among the houseful constantly arriving, and how often she wished she could tell him things, share with him all the long day's happenings, in the way that comrades should. "Charms and 3s," repeated Alice. "I should hope there might be some few charms distributed among this oddly assorted trio, but I greatly rejoice that the Counts have all been discovered." The Count, as a matter of fact, had been more than discovered recently. He had been a bit exposed, likewise a bit defeated, and was blissfully unaware either pertinent occurrence. Not only had Gaylord rounded on him brilliantly, recouping lost ground with a second burst of skill inspired by Thurley's unexpected help and attitude, but the all-important intelligence imparted by Lady Honour Calthrop at this tea was of such a nature that Alice was radiant with joy. The hour had come to mete out punishments for things endured under the laws of the social world, and Alice was a woman. Thurley had drifted far away on a thought of the young Duke Karl. "Some of his ways are very charming," she said. "I felt that you thought so too." Alice, who had spoken to the Count, betrayed new surprise. She felt she should never in the least know Thurley after all. "Why, yes," she agreed, "but there are charms and charms, and fortunately no man has them all. Poor little Zora Norton married a very charming creature 3 years ago. The last time I saw her she looked at me like a Dresden china shepherdess, and sweetly lisped, 'Doesn't a woman have to love her husband an awful lot not to hate him utterly?' I've thought it often since." "But," said Thurley, "aren't you glad you're married?" Alice smiled. "My dear, I like the changes of climate. I'm hardy enough to endure them, and they make me hardier for more. Now I think you better rest a while, for you're 3 in tandem tonight." Thurley felt a great excitement instantly assert itself, so much did the meetings presage. "I'll rest if I can," she answered, and went to the care of her maids. End of chapter 45.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels.
Chapter 46. Answering the Count. Thurley did not rest. Her brain was too alive, and the fever too active in her pulses. Mysterious arrivals, plus an air of hurry and excitement, pervaded all the house. She suffered herself to be dressed for dinner in a dainty gown that, with its softness and its frailty, completely belied the strength, the courage, and the resolution with which she was amply endowed. Major Phipps appeared in time for dinner. He was, if possible, more tanned, more explosive, and more hearty than ever before. His admiration for Thurley was likewise more pronounced. He bragged of her discovery quite immodestly, taking such mountains of credit to himself that Alice was thoroughly shadowed. "'Tis one truly noteworthy and creditable achievement of my career, by George," he asserted. "Re-establishes my mental acumen, it does, sir. I've said so repeatedly. But by the gods of battle, that satisfaction is nothing compared with the fatherly affection engendered in my breast, fatherly and brotherly and unclish and angelic," Alice supplied dryly. "It's very beautiful and touching, but will you kindly indicate whether or not you will have some peas, thereby providing a moment for Thurley's blushes to subside?" Thurley's colour, however, was destined for the briefest subsistence. The Major kept it flaming pleasurably for an hour, both during and after dinner, and 8 o'clock romped in upon them all. It seemed quite prematurely to ignite it again. Alice herself was nervously perturbed and a trifle feverish when one of the servants came to announce the arrival of Count Faïschi. The Major excused himself in haste and promptly disappeared. Alice, in one of her motherly moods, came swiftly to her princess and placed both hands on her shoulders. "Because he happened to demand that he see you alone is no reason why Faïschi should be gratified unless you wish it," she said. "I feel as if perhaps it might be much easier if I remained with you as chaperone all the time he is here." If the horrid creature should attempt what he did before. Thurley halted, vividly remembering the kiss that Faishi had dared to misappropriate. Of course he wouldn't if you were there, and yet if he's here to demand, perhaps the way we have planned it is the best after all. You're sure that everything is ready? Leave it to me, said Alice, a little pale, but smiling. I'll go with you now and excuse myself at once. They went together to the golden room, where the Count was impatiently waiting. He was flushed with a sense of victory over Gaylord and his own irresistible prowess with the woman. He had sent great masses of roses earlier, and was certain now that the single American beauty worn on Thurley's bosom was selected from his offering. He could never have dreamed it was Syverent's rose, worn as a token of their comradeship and also as a talisman to guard her heart from evil. To do him credit for mere physical appearance, the Count had never been handsomer in his life. His glossy black hair, his damask skin, and his long lashed eyes, which burned like molten garnets, dashed with liquid whirls of brown and ebony, were practically physical perfection. Only his mouth, over-red and sensuous, supplied a hint of the animal crouched behind his mask. He wasted no energy in passing the time of day. "Ah, the banishment of all the little fidgeting world!" he exclaimed in immediate rapture as Thurley and Alice advanced to give him formal greeting. "By division of yourself, I am transported, yes, as on the wings of ecstasy that for the highest exaltation shall exist," and he took Thurley's hand to raise it towards his lips, almost ignoring Alice, to whom he should have first addressed himself. Thurley smiled conventionally, withdrawing her hand with a firm, slow gesture, at once reserved and vigorous. "How interesting if visions took the place of aeroplanes," she answered lightly. "It is said the transportation business is very profitable." "Ah," said Faishi, "Madam Van Kirk, I am charmed likewise at this encounter. Yes." "Only charmed?" said Alice, arching her brows. "Not one little flight when you see me? Perhaps you wish to surprise me later." Thurley felt her heart give a knock at the hidden suggestion. "Ah," said the Count, "it is not a fault to be blind. It is one of affliction. Shall I not be blind when I thus behold Miss Thurley?" To give him due credit once again, Thurley was matchless, brilliantly, bewilderingly beautiful. The animation of suppressed excitement, plus the fire of resentment, outblazing jewel marvels in her eyes, her colour and her pulses vibrant with life, reduced to sheer loveliness and magnetism. Never had prettier partition grace enthroned itself in her carriage. Her golden hair was such a coronet as regal simplicity might choose for its dainty queen. Her arms and her shoulders were superb. Ariel, Titania, Diana, the exquisite beings and goddesses of all the ages, might have bequeathed her a tithe apiece of their own loveliness to make her the princess she was. "Blind?" said Alice. "I have often wondered if love is so blind that a married man cannot see another pretty woman." If the Count changed colour for a second, he instantly laughed it away. "Ah, this American wit," said he. "The rapier is not more quick, more certain." He was ill at ease with Alice in the room, but concealed his impatience with some degree of art. "Well," said Alice, shrugging her shoulders, "since I am not seen, perhaps I may be excused for a moment, by your leave." For she made little concealment of his pleasure, thus to be left alone with Thurley. No sooner was Alice gone than he strode hot pace to where the princess had taken a seat. She rose at once, not to be taken at the slightest disadvantage.
For this a moment I have lived, and could have died," he breathed with suddenly liberated fervour, once more catching up her hand and attempting to press his lips upon it, "if it were only that some word were sufficiently beautiful to name you in, some word more fragrant, more passionate, more enraptured than divinity. Ah, how my soul would leap to its birth, to lay it at your feet, my idol, my—" "Will you not be seated?" Thurley interrupted, her breath coming quickly, her anger rising as she felt the insult of his words and glances, while his eyes sought to rivet her own. "You mention in your notes some special reason for an interview? Ah, and you have not guessed? You have not been aware of my soul's desire, my famishing of the spirit, my heart's consuming thirst? I did not suppose even walls, the horrible tumult of the city, anything could upon it avail to close it out. But I have waited its accomplishment. How, God alone knows, this waiting. But I wished to come with my hands, my arms brimming with fortune. It is done. I have come tonight to tell me you have made a fortune. May I offer my congratulations?" Thurley was a little fearful of his ardour, fearful of some spring of the animal she felt behind his smile and eyes. She could only hope for a moment to dash his heats with the coldly commonplace. As well might she have attempted to dash a Vesuvian eruption. "The fortune, bah!" said Faishi more warmly than before, his hands fairly wrung and perspiring with impatience to clasp her hotly by the arms and to strain her lips to his. "It is a bauble only, to drop at your feet and forget. But the love I lavish, the adoration—" "Listen," said Thurley, interrupting desperately. "I thought I heard the bell. I must ask your pardon if I presently have to excuse myself. I am expecting another caller, who is likewise coming on business." "Business?" echoed Faishi. "Business?" Thurley's strength came surging to her aid. "What else could it be you particularly wished to say?" The Count was increasingly agitated. "It is not a business, the mighty demand of the soul," he cried to her fervently. "Yet I have tried to ask before, and I ask again, a definite answer from your heart, your lips. You are now already my soul's one choice, my all. But you will be my wife?" Thoroughly paled when it came, prepared as she was to hear his declaration and request. Anger and scorn flared quickly in her eyes, despite her efforts at control. "Your answer to that?" she asked lightly, clasping her hands and trembling with surcharged dynamics of the moment. "Your answer, Count Faishi, is here." A door behind him had opened at the signal. He turned like a cat as her glance sped past his shoulder. Countess Faishi, who had come here once to threaten, and if need be to fight for her rights, came haltingly into the room in front of Alice. She was white as paper. She put out her hand to support herself from falling, weakly groping for a chair near by, as her eyes remained fixed on the Count. "Volgame Dios!" breathed the suddenly wilted Faishi. "Por amor de Dios y todos los santos!" "It is my right to come," cried the trembling wife, by way of meeting the blazing anger, shame, and accusation flaring in his gaze. "Forgive me, José. It is my love. I could not bear to let you go." She went down abruptly on her knees at his feet and clasped him wildly by the legs. "God help me, if I love you so," she added, "for I was sure I had my love from God." "Oh, Thurley," said Alice quietly, "may I see you for a moment?" Thurley turned to the Count, who remained there, livid and helplessly staring at his wife. "You will excuse me, I'm sure, if I say good evening?" But the Count had been stricken deaf and dumb, as well as pallid and blind. He made no reply as Thurley and Alice quitted the room and left him fully answered. Later they heard the closing of the door that led to the outside world. A servant came to announce, in accordance with directions, that the Count and Countess were gone. The evening had fairly begun. End of chapter 46. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels. Chapter 47. A Thoroughbred. Gaylord had rarely in his life felt more assured, more confident, restored, or at his ease. The man was amazingly transformed. There is no such tonic as victory with a dash of self-approval. He had entered on his flight against Faishi with a vigour so reinforced and dominant that the Count could scarcely have recognized the man he had encountered. He had smashed his way to supremacy in the situation with a power that astonished himself. Tonight he was firmly on his feet again, and looked the part. His skin was clear and ruddy, his eyes were steadied and apparently hardened to a new blued steel species of temper. With composure regained and buoyancy reasserted in his step and carriage, he felt himself once more master of his destiny and able to cope with the world. Thurley was honestly glad to behold a change so complete and unexpected. She had once felt untold admiration for the qualities crystallized in Gaylord's composition. A slight recurrence of her old-time appreciation of his better self stirred in her being tonight. She knew he had beaten Faishi, and for that she rejoiced as a friend. "You see, I couldn't wait, and my wish to tell it all in person," he explained, holding her hands as she faced him there alone. "I wanted to come and acknowledge frankly that you saved the situation. I wanted to know that you are glad as I see in your eyes you are." "It gratifies me very much," she told him sincerely. "If I helped a little, I rejoice." She withdrew her hands and asked him to find himself a seat. He drew a chair close to hers and leaned familiarly forward, reaching to take her hand again where she leaned on a golden stand. With a motion apparently slow and unintentional, she placed the hand in her lap. "Thoroughly," he said, in the modulated tone she had once responded to with thrills, "you're a noble little girl, the finest little woman I have known in all the world." "Thank you," she answered lightly. "We are both still rather young." He was not to be diverted from his purpose. He seemed almost not to have heard her reply. "You know I told you once upon a time there was no one like you, Thurley. I told you that you were a thoroughbred, remember?" Thurley grew more self-possessed. "I recall some. Could it have been in connection with anything in particular?" "Oh, come, little girl, you remember," he said. "I'll face it, take my medicine, everything I deserve. I thought at one time I was doomed for the axe, but thank God your spirit's too big for petty revenge. You are a thoroughbred, I knew it all along. But heavens, little captain of the Tigress, what a wonderful relief, what an unthinkable happiness to get back to our good old chumming again, and forget all that's gone between." This time he caught her hand so swiftly and with a grip so sure that she had neither time nor strength to escape. "You're hurting my fingers," she told him, unmoved by his speech. "Please sit back in your chair, Mr. Gaylord." And "Mr. Gaylord!" he echoed abruptly. She smiled and arched her brows. "What else should I say?" "Do you mean to keep this up?" he said. "Come now, Thurley, be yourself. You've punished me enough." "Punished you? For what?" "You know what I mean. What does a college graduate know of
what he wants or says or does at a time like that. You've punished me thoroughly, and you know it." "Isn't it just the usual college sort of thing?" She forced a smile, which his egotism misinterpreted. "You little rogue," he answered, doing his best to outmatch her mirth and laugh her mood away. "We cared for each other, as you cannot deny, and that sort of caring lasts. If not, then why your friendship now, when you saw me down and out?" "I agree to friendship heartily," she said. "I honestly wish—" "Oh, it's more than that, little girl," he interrupted, leaning closer as before. "Now tell me candidly, like the candid little girl I've always known, why did you fly to my assistance with $30,000? Her face was grave, even pale. She faced him steadily. "In the first place, I very much wished you to beat that man, Count Fieschi." "Yes, I felt that, of course. I understood all that. But the real reason, Thurley, that's the one I'm after." He was sure of the corner to which she was forced, sure she would not evade, sure she would melt, as in the early days, and tell him what he wished to know, if only with her eyes. She did not evade, and her eyes were eloquent of truth. "I have been long anxious to repay you for all the flowers and chocolates, the attentions, kindnesses, and college friendship," she answered in a clear, low voice that surprised herself, so violent was the beating of her heart. "I have wished to even up the favours, and to show you that sort of friendship I learned was all I should ever have expected there at home. I wished to preserve the friendly feeling you have always entertained. I hope I have, and I hope you understand." He could not fail to understand, with a glaring vividness that left him stunned and dazed. He was placed under lifelong obligations, and cast to the outer regions where a formal, half-cold friendship was all he could ever expect. The dominant power, once his and neglected, had melted into air and gone for ever. The sense of it all crept through and over him with the tangible effect of a tide, chilling his being through and through. He was silent for a moment, staring at her fixedly. When he spoke, his voice had changed. "You mean that, Thurley? That's your final word?" She met his gaze unflinchingly. "You asked me to be candid. I have taken you at your word." She marvelled at the ease with which she answered. A reactionary passion rose for a final beating against the barriers within him. The old self, yet to be outgrown, once more took possession of his mood. He rose in his heat. "By heaven," he said, "if I'd known of this, I'd never have taken your help, your money, anything. You haven't the right. You'd better be careful, Thurley, how you play with a man like this. Your position here, this masquerade—" "Don't threaten again to divulge it, please, for your own sake," she interrupted. "It would be so useless after what I have planned for myself. It would rob me so utterly of all I have remaining of the Acton Gaylord I'm sure I used to know." "You've tricked me," he said, less truculently. "You are living a trick. Your head has been turned. You seem to think— Oh, Thurley, I don't mean all this madness. I'm not an absolute cad. But this thing hits me. When I was sure, when I thought you'd forgiven— Forget what I've said. Tell me you didn't mean it. I want to be friends, be all I ever was and more. I want a chance to prove I'm a better friend than you think. I've confessed my blunder made at college. Let's be friends again and begin all over where we were." Thurley, too, had risen. She had never felt more distant from him, more ostracised by all that he said or did, nor yet more sorry or helpless. She looked him a little wistfully, poignantly affected by it all. "I want your friendship, believe me," she said. "I want it very much, and to give you mine, the most that I can offer." Something occurred deep down in his nature to alter his view of himself. His face was twitching with the struggle of his better entity to force itself to the top. "All you can offer," he said, peculiarly, as much to himself as to Thurley, and he nodded his head with a grim, if belated, comprehension of what it implied. "I've made a fool of myself." A ghastly sort of smile played for a moment over his features. "Will you shake hands, Thurley, for good-bye? Will you let me tell you again in a different way? You are a thoroughbred." She gave him her hand, which he gripped as he might have clasped a man's. "You're more than that," he added huskily. "You're a princess, if ever one lived." He sounded the light in her frank brown eyes, finding there nothing but the truth. "Good-bye," he murmured. "God keep you as you are." And Thurley sat down when the door had closed, wondering at it all. She was there when Alice entered, excited by new events. "The Duke has been here for nearly 15 minutes," she said, "and now here's the Baron and Wank." "I know," said the Princess, smiling faintly. "I wrote and asked them to come." "Good Lord," said Alice, "talk about the Sphinx. I just saw number 2 go out, Acton, of course, and looking more as if he'd found himself than I think I somehow expected." "Oh, I'm glad," said Thurley honestly. "That makes me very happy." Alice looked her disconcerted puzzlement. After all her hopes, she was nearly convinced that Gaylord still possessed the girl's real heart, in spite of all that had happened. "The Duke is wearing out his shoes, his pocket, and his intellect," she stated in her customary spirit. "Will you have him in with his tamer, or alone?" Thurley smiled a little wearily. "He probably prefers to come alone, like all the others." "You poor dear child," said Alice, and kissed her in sympathy and love. End of chapter 47.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels.
Chapter 48. A Climax. The something boyishly honest in the Duke, a charming quality that Thurley had previously enjoyed, beset her now as she forced him candidly, resolved to win him to the plan that she felt would make for the happiness of all. He was dressed as colonel of the Baron's regiment von Seydlitz, and was splendid and good to see. She found the matter difficult in the light of his repeated protestations that he would not return to Herzegovina without her, and that kingdoms were hateful in his sight. "You see, you haven't been fair," she said, smiling to take away the sting. "When you knew I was not the princess, but the merest no one in America, you treated me quite as if you had never met your fiancé, and were ready to let me think you thought me she. You'll admit to me now that you knew it all from the first." He nodded. "And that I was your slave also from the first." She laughed at his gravity. "But nobody wants a little cheat." "It is true, yet everybody wants a little princess." "But I'm not." "But you are." "Oh, you're wasting such a lot of time," she declared. "I just know you're ashamed of the way you're treating Princess Thurvinia. I know that deep in your heart of hearts your sense of duty to your country cries out as love could never cry, that you know you must go, and you wish to go and take the princess with you as your bride. I shouldn't like you in the least if you were any other way, and you want me to like you a little."
"O God of love," he answered, as only a tragic youth may answer, "but surely you can like me a little for myself?" She was very much in earnest. "Not a particle, if you abandon your affianced princess, your distracted kingdom, or the nobler self I wish so much to admire." "But I love you," he protested. "Is that nothing?" "No," she laughed, "it's a nuisance to everyone but me. But the love of a man who deserts his country and his honour, oh!" His sense of shame, only a little narcotised by the brilliance and appeal of her beauty, struggled in his heart. "But, Princess, I am helpless," he declared. "What can I do?" "Shake hands and say good bye," she answered readily. "Promise you'll make your genuine princess happy, and serve your land, and let me call the Baron here and tell him how greatly I admire you." "The Baron?" he echoed. "He is not here." "Of course," said Thurley. "I wrote him to come. I'll ask him now." Her sentence was never completed. A glare of blinding light that penetrated the window's thickest curtains flashed from without in the snow-bound park, a terrifying detonation, shattering glass and rocking the house, instantly followed with a jar and a shock as if some world disaster. Shrieks and screams from the avenue, someone's cry within the building, and a heterogeneous medley of alarms arose on the second of lull that followed the thud and impact of the explosion. Then the door was flung open, and Alice was there, wild-eyed and gasping, horrified by the dreadful things she had fully expected to discover in the room where Thurley had been left. "Dearie!" she cried. "Oh, thank God! I thought—" "Carl!" cried a voice of the Baron at his heels, and he ran in after Alice, as certain as she that here in this room a dynamite bomb had been fired. "What was it?" cried Thurley, abruptly possessed of a dread that seemed to cast her back to her recent frights and perils. "What has happened?" "Oh, I thought I should die before I could reach the door," said Alice, pale and fearfully shaken. "It must have been out in the street." The Baron had hastened at once to the window. Wank had been instantly ordered outside to see what might be done. "Ah, in the park," said Hochous, enormously relieved, and the others hastened to see. A crowd had gathered in the street below with promptness truly amazing. A swarming, excited mass of beings it was, with men swiftly running from all directions, and cabs, automobiles, and buses congregating in the dark, congested throng. It was all half lighted only by the street lamps gleaming through the trees. In the snow of the park the congress had its centre, and Wank, escaping from the turgid eddy of beings, came hastening back to report. "Pelivan," he said to his chief at once, and Thurley nearly sank where she stood. Some way the creature, with a gas pipe engine of death and destruction in his hand, had exploded his horrible implement prematurely, there at the wall of the frozen park, on his way to cross the avenue and enter Alice's basement. The Duke was grey as ashes. "My God, what I should bring on this house!" he said, and Thurley, dimly hearing, understood. They were spared a detailed account of the mangled form across the crowded thoroughfare, but of fright they could not be relieved. The Baron, the Duke, and Wank at length departed. Carl Wilhelm matured in his manhood and resolution suddenly by the shock to his nerves and his heart. He took the time for one long look of gravity into Thurley's eyes, while her fearless gaze met his own. "You have already taught me my duty, believe me," he said, his face strangely hardened at that of a man. "I trust I shall always merit a little of your admiration, Princess Thurley." He raised his hand to his lips, kissed it reverently, and retreated backward from the room. Late that night, when Thurley looked down on the avenue and park, at last once more deserted, only a great gaping orifice, where snow and earth and rock had been, marked the spot of Pelivan's last venture. Then Alice came in, still white and quaking, dressed for retiring, but too disturbed for bed. Dear child," she said as she came and took her princess in her arms. "No more of my innocent game. I release you from every single promise." Thurley looked at her unwinkingly, afraid it meant that, the game being done, she was due to be dismissed and return hence she had come. "No more?" she said. You won't need me any longer?" "For heaven's sake, dearie, what do you mean?" demanded Alice, equally disturbed. "Need you? I never needed any one so much in all my life. I simply intended to release you from all the foolish agreements I exacted. I realize the dangers I have plunged you in. I realize how selfish I should be, after all you've undergone, to deny you the slightest speck of happiness. That's all. If you wish to marry Acton Gaylord—" "Alice!" cried Thurley, all but ready to laugh, despite the tragic outcome of the evening. "Marry Acton Gaylord? Well, you lent him your money, and—" "Oh, I'll get it all back and return it to you gladly," interrupted Thurley, who had troubled her mind without respite over all the things she had done. "I didn't realize it was not really mine to give. I wanted him to beat the Count, and he did. I acted impulsively, of course, I know, but I'll surely restore every cent I used, and—" "Thurley Ruxton, what are you talking about, you silly little thing?" demanded Alice, unable to let her continue further. "That money was just as much yours as the hair on your head. You ought to be spanked to treat me so." But with tears in her eyes she clasped the girl against her breast and strained her there with all her strength. "You know that I love you. You know I approve of every single thing you've done at last. If you wish to marry Mr. Gaylord, I know that some way he must be splendid." "But I don't," objected Thurley. "I don't see why you ever thought I could." Alice pushed herself away and looked her squarely in the eyes. "I'm a kitten under 9 days old," she said. "Maybe you'd rather not marry anyone at all." Thurley suddenly crimsoned, but the light in her eyes increased. "I admit it would have been awfully sweet to let Robley ask me, riding that morning in the snow," she said, "but I wanted to keep the promise made to you." Alice's eyes were abruptly brimming. "You poor, dear, darling little girl," she said, attempting to laugh, but achieving something nearer to a sob. "Let me call him up on the phone." End of chapter 48.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels.
Chapter 49. A Trysting Place. The telephone was not disturbed that night. A mere metal wire has frequently warmed and tingled at the voice of Cupid speeding down its length, but Thurley had plans that were all her own, as well as a number of things to say that took no account of instruments that rendered distance between the principals obligatory. Sometime late that Friday night Gothem weather changed. A warm wind, drifting a tropical temperature from Tampa to the bleakness of New England, wrapped all the world of Manhattan in its voluptuous embrace and melted the snow from its bosom. The morning broke with crystal clearness, the sun all gold in a turquoise sky,
and the summery breeze now languidly puffing at eddying pools of melted snow till they withered and floated away. The only mar in all the perfect morning was supplied by the city newspapers. Their accounts of the end of the miserable Pelivan, almost unanimously pronounced a Black Hand agent whose plot had judiciously miscarried, served to reawaken fears already sufficiently sleepless. But youth is retentive of joys and hopes where alarms find but temporary lodgment. Thurley was young, and her heart was too full of her own excitement to permit large room for dreads. She passed the morning in a constant succession of fevers and doubts, concerned alone with Robbie Stuyvesant. But leaning on Alice for assistance was enormously sustaining, for Alice certainly helped. It was she who telephoned at last to Stuyvesant when the psychological moment had arrived. That was at 2 in the afternoon. "Just called you up to relieve your mind and set a misconception straight," she told him cheerily. "That loan, you know, of 30,000 to a certain individual. It was the prettiest two-edged stroke I've seen for an age. Yes, it floored a certain count and paralyzed its recipient like a million volts coming from a hairpin. No, I'll tell you all about it later. Why, I'm trying to inform you delicately. She did it because she wanted to squelch them both. Yes, I thought perhaps you'd like to know where to find her." "No, she isn't here." "I don't know exactly where she is myself. Now, listen intently. She said she was going over in the park to some wonderfully romantic spot where someone broke his wrist one day, but for what earthly reason is more than a mortal could guess. Now wait, don't hurry. Robley." But there was silence on the wire. Thurley, at a little past the hour of 2, was seated alone on that particular bench she had one day occupied when all the world, though clothed in the splendours of its autumn gold and crimson, was a grey and desolate perspective so far as she could discern its wide expanse. To-day the sun obliquely slanted on denuded trees and on grass down-beaten and sodden from the recent snow, as well as on roads that here, in the sections of the park unfavoured by the pomp and glory of wealth, were practically deserted. Yet gleams of the world's most refulgent light seemed beckoning on all her far horizon, and though she still had doubts and tremors interspersed with all her hopes, the prospect seemed a verdant field of flowers and rills and song. A plump grey squirrel, bright-eyed, cosy in his furs, and confident of friendship from the whole human tribe, came inquiringly up to halt at Thurley's feet and beg for alms to crack. He tucked first one, then the other of his tiny paws in the muff of his little breasts, gazing at her appealingly and flirting the banner of his tail. "Hullo," said Thurley, "if I'd only thought to bring a bag of peanuts." Her hungry little visitor leaped upon the bench, came fearlessly up to walk across her lap, poke his active little nose against the glove on her hand, then leaped again to the earth and weather-trampled sod, where he took up a search for hidden treasures. Thurley had turned to watch him when the faint distant purring of a motor car spun her about on the seat. Stuyvesant came round the bend, holding the wheel as best he might, with a wrist still unequal to the task. The colour leaped to Thurley's cheeks like rose leaves tossed upward in a zephyr. Then the car was halted, and Stuyvesant rose to leap out over his extra tires, as he had done on the first occasion. "Oh, don't try that!" cried Thurley, her old impulsive self immediately uppermost as she sprang to her feet and ran a little toward the car. "Please don't break anything more." He laughed despite the depth of emotions in his breast, alighting quite intact. She stood in the road to meet him, and gave him her hand as he came there, doffing his cap. "You know I don't like threes exactly," she added, "if it means 3 injuries or anything like that. "I wonder if you'll ever meet me here again," he answered, as they turned to go to her bench. "That's the sort of threes I hope for, the threes with nothing but charms. But they might not be that kind after all," she faltered, resuming the seat she had occupied. "It's so easy these days for folks to be deceived, to deceive themselves and everything." He sat beside her and leaned a little forward. His face was inclined to paleness again. His eyes were intensely serious. "I think I have deceived myself for the final time, concerning some few things at least," he said, referring to his errors of judgment respecting Gaylord and her loan. "I hope to-day may render possible some final understandings." His earnestness a little disconcerted the happiness of spirit she had instantly conceived at his coming. She could only infer that he had come upon truths he found not altogether pleasant. "I have never wished to deceive you for a moment," she said. "I made up my mind to tell you everything, absolutely everything, to-day." It was Stuyvesant's turn to be surprised and puzzled. "Everything? You mean about your duties to Herzogetha? Wait, please, before you answer. This may be perhaps our final little talk together, our last sunbright experience after the fates had seemed. I only wish to say that on the morning when we drove together through the snow, I spoke unguardedly. The stress of the moment, everything conspired to wring that declaration from my lips, and yet her heart was sinking. You didn't mean it." She tried to smile as the sunlight seemed about to vanish. "I have come here to confess and sue for pardon together," he told her, holding her gaze to his own with ties grown sacred and irresistible. "I love you, Princess, despite my utmost wish and sense of the hopeless plight into which I am plunged. I shall love you always, even though I have no right, even although you bid it cease for its haunting echo in your after years. I would give my life to serve you. I would almost give it for this moment here, ours, all ours, so long as it may last. And if you find this quite beyond your pardon, nevertheless my love shall live, for none save God could make it die. And yet I hope for your pardon." She had closed her eyes and leaned a little back in the sweetness and marvellous ecstasy. She had no power at the moment to deny her heart, which had yearned and ached for his words. After a moment of silence and intensity, he added, "I'm not to be forgiven?" "Oh, don't say that," she begged him suddenly. "It is I who must beg forgiveness. But I came to tell you all, every little thing, that I am not a princess, that I am nothing in the world but just—" "Not a princess!" he interrupted suddenly, catching at her hand, which he held with a pressure that hurt and crushed, yet sent mad gladness to her heart. "Not Princess Thurvinia, not—" "Oh, no, no, no," she cried, "but I never claimed I was. Alice never claimed it. We just let the rumour go. I don't know why we did it. We never realised what dreadful things might happen, what serious consequences." Thoroughly, thank God," he broke in, wildly joyous, unspeakably relieved. "I have a right to love you then, to love you and love you and love you." She suddenly sprang to her feet to avoid the madness of his wooing. "But wait," she cried, "I've got to tell you all. I am no one in the world. I don't belong in your social sphere. I'm only what Alice has made me. Now you can take it all back if you like." She had never been braver, never more beautiful, honest, splendid in all her changeful career. She faced him frankly, her wonderful courage and candour shining in her eyes with a light of love she feared at that moment must be for ever hopeless. "Little heart," he said, his utterance singularly soft and charged with tenderness, "you are my little princess, my glorious little queen. You are what the gods have made you, my Thurley, the noblest, sweetest little woman in the world." She sank on the bench weakly, her eyes abruptly filled. "Oh, Robbie, don't say it, please," she begged, "if you ever want to take it back again." He sank on his knees, despite all sense of time and place, and kissed her hand. "Comrade," he said, "beloved." He drove the car when at last they knew they must return to her avenue home. They were alone at last in the room where so many emotions had run their course. She came to him simply, such a wealth of love overbrimming her eyes, that Robley's senses lifted away from all the things of earth. He held her passionately in his arms, while her own arms stole about his neck. Then they took and gave that wondrous kiss of glory. End of chapter 49.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Paul Hansen. Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels.
Chapter 50. Princess Thurley. The social triumph of Alice Van Kirk was in no wise diminished when at length the truth concerning Princess Thurvinia was known throughout the length and breadth of Swelldom. Thurley had gained rather than lost admiring hosts, and the natural interest excited was increased. The dinner that Alice had long planned was the season's social masterpiece. The holidays were spent away from town, where Robley and Thurley, like two young striplings from the Pantheon before the pagan gods and goddesses had lost their pristine charm, found new delights and new relations with the earth and stars in the wonder of their love. A brilliant procession of social events marched through the weeks as they sped. The recent past, with its doubts and fears, its excitements, intrigues, and startling evolutions, was gliding away on the placid sea of memory, when one more echo rolled across from far Herzegovina, where the young Grand Duke, with a bride resembling Thurley Ruxton, had succeeded to the throne. It came in the name of their Majesties, but bore the signature of Baron von Hochous, whose personal letter was attached. In recognition of invaluable services to Princess Thurvinia, to the Kingdom of Herzegovina, and to Karl Wilhelm Hermann, King by the grace of God, and in the name and with the love of an appreciative and perpetually grateful people, was the reading of the part of the message which described a modest but glorious girl as defender of Her Majesty the Queen, and a princess by special appointment of Heaven. It was a triple recognition. There was first the scroll, a gold-laid, massive, impressive document denoting the extraordinary service rendered, then in partial liquidation of the state's indebtedness, a gift of $250,000, and finally a medal and full decoration of the Royal Legion of Courage. But the last little contribution, which succeeded in quite overwhelming the heart of the princess by appointment of Heaven, was the merest unofficial scrawl from the big proportioned little baron. I trust the love of an old man, fond in his own poor personal capacity, may likewise be accepted. There was much that was golden and marvellously sweet to gaze back upon in wonder, as Thurley and Robley, at the stern of a great Atlantic liner, watched all America, green with coming spring, dip slowly down in the purple sea and disappear behind the earth's rotundity. There was much that was splendid and dream-fulfilling for them both to contemplate, far out to the east, where an older world would rise from the sea above the rounded bulk of ocean. But most of all, and greater than all, was the world of limitless space and inexpressible splendour that the two beheld when they looked again in each other's eyes. A honeymoon day from the trophies, spiced with the fragrances of far-off Yucatan, was wafting lazily by. Thoroughly smiled as she gazed at the sun splash in the water. "Is it too soon yet," she said, "to ask where I am going to be taken?" To motor through Egypt first," he answered happily, "then all about the continent, and perhaps to Herzegovina." She clung to his arm and leaned upon his shoulder. Closing her eyes on the sheer delight she had no words to express. Like the prince in the tale, he leaned in rapture and kissed her on the lips. But to all the world of love and ecstasy, the princess was already wide awake. The end of Thurley Ruxton by Philip Verrill Mighels, read by Paul Hansen.